Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The 10 Kings were in a frenzy in the chat group. They were all surprised and astonished. They all wanted to open the jar. At this time, the 10 Kings of Luofu received a message. It was from Jin Yuan. Yunqi Shaowei Yanqing had already captured the cultivators of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine of Shanglishan. The leader who was hiding in the crowd, combined with the past recorded in the Jade Omen dropped by Zi Yueji, found clues by unraveling the mystery. The identity of the leader of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine was about to be revealed. That was Dan Ding Division, the current head of the Dan Shi, back to the district. The jar shop accelerated the whole process, using the jar to lure the rich, venomous snake hidden in the dark out of the hole. A voice sounded from the throne of the 10 Kings. Now, I give you a new task, to capture the leader of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine of Shanglishan. Leader? Shui raised her eyebrows. Now that he has regained his body and mastered the Vajra force, he just needs an opponent to test his strength. And the leader of the Medicine King secret teaching jumped out. Because of the previous, the 10 Kings wanted to deduct the time of returning to life. Shui asked first, count it as 1 day of returning to life. Of course it counts. The female emperor looked strange. Why did the Shui judge have such an idea? The 10 Kings would not deprive the judge of the time of returning to life casually. Shui asked confidently, target, Dan Ding Division. Dan Shi, Chong, Dan Shu. The voice of the 10 Kings came slowly, shaking the hearts of Shui, and Jackdaw. How could it be the Dan Ding Division? The Dan Ding Division used elixirs to treat Luofu Yunqi and everyone. If the drugs containing catalytic acceleration of the demon's Yin body were mixed in, the situation of Luofu Xianzhou would be very critical. Thinking of this, Shui, who merged into the crown puppet and reappeared her body, caught what it was for a long time, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. I felt a little scared. The same is true for Jackdaw. This leader is hiding so deeply and has even taken the position of Dantian Chief, a high-ranking official in the Danding Division. The general has checked all the recipes related to Dan Shu and sent them all to the Taibu Division to use the Qiongguan formation to divine whether there are hidden dangers. The answer is yes or no. If the elixir that catalyzes and guides the demon's Yin body is used on people, Dan Shu might have been exposed long ago, and she would not have been caught through clues now. The voice of the 10 Kings is also like a reassurance pill, calming the panicked heart. There is no time to lose. Jackdaw and Shui bowed to the 10 Kings and headed towards the cave where the Danding Division was located. The longer Dan Shu was in the Danding Division, the more hidden dangers there would be. Danding Division. Dan Shu found Elder chiming Longshire. The corners of Dan Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Elder chiming Longshire was also watching Gay Naifan's live broadcast, and the live broadcast screen was now the auction in front of the jar store. Dan Shu was very calm. He did not interrupt Longshire's attention. When the two judges in the live broadcast room left quietly, the farce of the auction gradually ended. Dan Shu slowly said, "The jar shop is really good. Just looking at the golden pupil is like seeing a giant dragon entrenched in the sea of stars." Dragon Master was silent. The expression on the old face was not affected, as if it was an ancient well that would not stir up any waves. Although Dan Shu could not see, but he could keenly capture the changes in Dragon Master's breathing and held his breath slightly when he mentioned the golden pupil. It is said that the Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes. The number of the Chiming clan is determined in the dark, and the so-called new clan members are born and reproduced through reincarnation. But in the third war of the rich people, the emperor's bow descended to the world, and the light arrows destroyed the evil creatures. The Chiming clan and the Fanghu Xianzhou suffered heavy losses and is still repairing. Master Long, don't you want to use the Dragon Ball to change the current situation of the Chiming clan? Master Long glanced at Dan Shu, his Adam's apple rolled, and the old voice that sounded was filled with a sense of decay. Go on. Why not use the dragon girl to open the jar? There is a certain connection between dragons and Dragon Balls, and the two missing Dragon Balls can naturally be opened. Master Long smiled. I didn't expect. Chief Dan Sure, you care so much about my chiming clan. Dan Shu shook his head. It's just caring about my colleagues, and I have a little selfishness. Oh, Dan Shu raised his hand and pointed his eyes. I want to know whether the dragons summoned by the Dragon Ball can change the natural deficiency of the people on the ferry boat. Master Long fell into a long-lost silence. He struggled in his heart. Since the Luofu Inwe Rebellion, the title of Dragon Lord of Luofu ferry boat fell on Bai Lu. Bai Lu, with only the title of Dragon Lord, but not the power of Dragon Lord. Dan Feng's willful behavior caused the interruption of the Dragon Lord inheritance. Bai Lu, who has a name but no power, and Dan Heng, who escaped Luofu under the indulgence of the general, and who was powerful but unknown, one of the two must be wiped out. This is the will of Luofu, Xianzhou Dragon Master, and even the influence of the general and other Xianzhou Jiming cannot shake it. But now, Luofu Dragon Master sees a choice. With the jar, the famous but powerless Bai Lu will become a famous and powerful Dragon Lord, and the pseudo-dragon he represents will also become a real dragon. But there is no dragon who has not inherited the Chongyuan Pearl and has been baptized by the magic of dragon transformation, and will not dream of re-experiencing the past of the dragon ancestor. Is he the new lord of moon drinking? Sometimes the aliens are more hateful and unacceptable. The struggle in the heart of the Dragon Master is getting deeper and deeper, but if he can really open the Dragon Ball, who doesn't have some desire in his heart? Dan Shu is not in a hurry. Time is passing, and it will not give an answer. Dan Shu said without leaving a trace. The Dragon Girl is not yet an adult. If she follows you to open the jar, the decision of what will be opened is still in your hands. Dan Shu glanced at the sky outside the window, adding a small weight to the balance of people's hearts, and then left the room without staying. After a long time, the Dragon Master raised his head, looking in the direction where Dan Shu left. There was a faint light in his eyes. Why can't the Dragon Ball fulfill his wish? The deadline is coming. If he returns to the ancient sea to lay eggs and be reborn, will he still be the leading elder of the Dragon Master in the future, and can he still control the power of Luofu, Jiming like today, when there is no Dragon Lord? Desire for power. Desire for life. The Dragon Master has made a decision in his heart. Dan Shu strolled on the street. He walked at a steady pace, not too fast or too slow, at the same pace as before. Not to the interior of the Danding Division, but to a hidden port. There, the Star Raft was ready. Just get on the Star Raft. Hide the identity of the leader of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine, and become one of the thousands of ordinary people in Luofu, and wait for the wind to rise from now on. Dan Shu, do you know your sin? Shui walked out from the side of the Star Raft. The light of the magic circuit on his body shone, and the Vajra force was activated silently. Guilt. Dan Shu sneered. His figure suddenly changed. He got rid of the shackles of human nature, transformed into an immortal to reshape his body, and floated in the air with a staff of abundance, overlooking Shui, Yi, and Jackdaw. Dan Shu, who became a Qinglu Tianren, was like an immortal who comprehended the mysterious meaning when Jianmu was born and refuted contemptuously. Duh. If what I did was guilty, then the ancestors of the immortal bow would be guilty with me. They accepted the gift of abundance and transformed their descendants into immortals. The secret of Medicine King is just walking on the path they have walked before, pursuing transcendence. What is the crime? At that time, the root of Jianmu wrapped around the Luofu immortal boat, just like a living thing. Our clan is unrivaled in the sea of stars. Everyone can become an immortal and change freely. The miracle of abundance descended on the 9 immortal boats. What a glorious era that was. Look at now. What a state the immortal boat has become, willing to be driven by the demon bow, and repeatedly suffered by the people of abundance. Your 10 kings even forced us to give up immortality. What a pity. Jackdaw didn't want to answer. He said so many words in one breath, and no matter who saw it, they would be anxious. Shwe, he said expressionlessly. The Vajra force will settle the sins one by one. The voice fell. The magic circuit on Shwe Yi's body flashed and burst out blood-colored steam. The blood-colored airwaves wrapped around his fists and stretched out their shape under the blowing of the flowing wind, just like a blood-colored rainbow. Jackdaw cooperated at this moment, and the eye of God on his waist drove the wind element. For a moment, a gust of wind whistled and surged towards Shwe Yi to increase speed. Dan Shu raised his staff. He wanted to defend, but the bloody figure in front of him had disappeared from his sight. He could not catch it all. The next second, from behind came the sound of breaking through the air and a cold voice. Wang Zhao, trade injury for life, in a battle like this, so as not to miss the live broadcast of the jar store. The voice fell. Dan Shu felt a heavy blow, just like being crushed by a train, and the whole person fell from the air to the ground and became unconscious. After Jackdaw was sure that Dan Shu had no power to resist, he looked at Shwe Yi worriedly. Su Fan said that the bloody steam was at the cost of life, which was a Kryptonian life-saving method. And it was this move that caught Dan Shu off guard and took him down directly. Shwe looked at Jackdaw and said distressedly, "The magic power is not enough. Wait until night to find Su Fan to replenish the magic." Hearing this, Jackdaw looked at the eye of God on her waist. Her magic power was not enough. She was very happy with her sister's suggestion. Topa was working overtime, sorting out the various things that came out of the jar shop, and talking to her boss. That is, the Guardian Order made Diamond talk. What I just sent over is the video that Commissioner Howard passed back and forth. The things that came out of the jar have been edited. What is the most precious thing? I think it's the jar. The next jar is always the best. This is what I learned from Zhang Zhang. After all, the jar represents unexpected wealth. Let me host the next round-table meeting. I understand. Pierpoint. It is one of the most eye-catching places in the entire galaxy, because this is the headquarters of the Interstellar Peace Company, which controls the pulse and heartbeat of the entire universe economy. Perhaps in a certain inconspicuous meeting, the value consideration and future valuation of a certain planet will affect the fate of millions or billions of lives. One of the 7 departments of Interstellar Peace Company, Strategic Investment Department. A high-level meeting was opened, which was for the directors of the departments, as well as all the 10 people of Stoneheart. With the arrival of various figures and projections, and the gems placed on the table symbolizing various cornerstones, the round-table meeting was announced. The Guardian. The diamond face was hidden in the darkness, and the figure seemed hazy and illusory under the light and shadow. The low voice that could not be distinguished between men and women slowly sounded. Urgently open this meeting, because Luofu Xianzhou has appeared a jar shop that can open the gods' things. This is related to the future cooperation relationship between the company and Xianzhou, which will be specifically started and ended by Topa. God's things? Jar shop. The combination of the two shocked Jadeite's heart and gave rise to doubts. His eyes looked around. He found that sand gold, dragon crystal, and pearl all looked confused. Jadeite sat down and waited for Tapa to explain. Tapa pointed his finger at the air, and a projection image made over time appeared instantly, and then cleared his throat. This jar only needs 100,000 credit points, and it can be opened from ordinary weapons to divine things. Sand Gold's eyes widened. Why did things related to gods become so cheap? The name of the Mother Goddess has been echoing in his ears since he was a child. He has received the blessing of the Mother Goddess and the power of the Commander. The Amber King's believer, Sand Gold, maintained his usual smile and interrupted. Could it be that something was wrong? Topa was not annoyed by being interrupted and said, "Please read on." The devil fruit opened in the jar shop has currently opened 2 fruits. The fruit ability is not weaker than the power of destiny. One is the transparent fruit, and the other is the fruit of splitting into pieces. The ability is just as the name, and whether there are other abilities is unknown. This is the golden eye. According to the conclusion drawn by the specialist in Xianzhou, it is to suppress the bloodline and soul. especially for the Xianzhou chiming clan or the immortal dragon descendants. The specialist made a bold guess that it might be the eye of the Dragon King. Topa paused to give everyone time to digest. Diamond did not say anything, but hid in the dark, but the subconscious index finger tapping the table revealed his surprise. An ordinary jar shop can actually open so many strange things, and the names of these things are not even known to the company. Jade pulled down her hat to cover her cheeks, in fact, to hide her surprise. 10 stone hearts. The abilities of the people attending the meeting came from Diamond, the guardian, who divided the abilities into 10 equal parts and united them with wishes, ambitions, future, money, etc. to fill the void in everyone's hearts. And now, any jar store can open these wonderful and powerful things? Sand Gold took a breath of cold air, and the clothes like peacocks shook with the fluctuations of his mind. The projection of Long Jing shook slightly, which was equivalent to the golden pupil of the Dragon King. They were both dragon descendants. Long Jing instantly thought of the 5 dragon lords of the Xianzhou Alliance, the supreme galaxy dragon of Riafar, surrounded by 5 suns, and the dead dragon Crying Wind that brought death and fire rain to the hometown of the Infino people. Now, in Luofu Immortal Boat, a new Dragon King ability appeared. Golden Pupil? Jinju's eyes fell on Topa, and it was obvious that there was something more shocking to come. Experience and memory can be opened out in the form of light balls. Similar to the ability of the Rememberer, the memory light is cone-shaped, but the jar shop can absorb it intact. But these are just ordinary things. With bloodline ability, martial arts soul rings, and special physiques can all be presented with this ability. Currently, the jar shop has opened the blue silver grass soul ring owned by the peerless god king of a certain universe, the ancient holy body that is not weaker than the star god, and the diamond force magic circuit that can resist the train. There are also things that replace death, transfer souls, substitute straw men and crown dolls. Other more mediocre things can be viewed through projection. Topa's seemingly calm and indifferent voice came here, but in fact countless storms had already been set off in his heart, especially the soul ring and the holy body. Even if there are limitations, but for the human heart, it is still full of unspeakable temptations. Diamond changed his posture, crossed his hands on the table, and propped up his chin, staring at the strange scene when the holy body appeared in the projection screen. As the envoy who protects the star god, naturally, he knows what this is. Just by looking at it, he can hear the blood and energy surging that shakes the universe. It can be said that it is no less than the star god. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Diamond has to thank him. The anchor named Gue Naifin on the ferry boat clearly recorded these scenes in the live video. Shajin's forearm trembled slightly, and he wanted to reach out and touch it because he saw the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball that can realize any wish, and the explanation paragraph about the Dragon Ball, the Super Dragon Ball that can restore the universe. As the last Evokin, can the Dragon Ball reproduce the past ethnic group? Shajin shook his head. The Super Dragon Ball is too slim, and the Dragon Ball of Namek has not been opened. Clarity and reason return again to remind him that it was just an unrealistic delusion. Luofu Xianzhou would not sit idly by and watch the Dragon Balls and other items being taken away. No wonder Diamond said that the company would reevaluate its strategic relationship with the Xianzhou Alliance. Emerald eyes flashed. Pay attention to the image. The emperors and immortals behind the unopened extreme, immortal gold, and immortal medicine have already understood the value of the jar store. Such a fascinating jar, only sold for 100,000 credit points. The price-performance ratio is sky-high. You should know that the Huichang Gold of the Nuclear Hunter Card Industry card is 108,990,000,000 square meters. If you convert a hair of Kafka, you can directly buy a jar. Dragon Crystal people are numb. How is it related to dragons again? As a dragon descendant, I have never seen Dragon Balls, but I saw those treasures in the jar. Jinju is curious about the surrogate straw man and the crown doll. If the company wants to develop it, who doesn't want to have more lives for emergencies? Topa, come with me to the company executive meeting later. Diamond's voice sounded. Everyone at the round table meeting looked at Topa, Diamond wanted to use Tapa as a bridge between the company and the Xianzhou shop. After all, it was Tapa and his staff who brought the news of the shop. Executive meeting? It was a meeting that the company founder Louis Fleming would attend. The heads of the 7 departments would attend collectively. Every decision would dominate the direction of the galaxy and stir up ripples of fate. And the content of the meeting would also be passed on to the most open-minded chairman in the universe, the Amber King Kryol. However, Kryol would ignore it, just like ignoring the logistical supplies that the Interstellar Peace Company had continuously sent in countless amber ages. Acquiescing to all decisions was a mistake. Golden Man Lane. Su Fan didn't know that the 10 kings of the 10 Kings division were in the water group, and the 10 people of Sure Xian started a roundtable meeting. Even if he knew, Su Fan wouldn't be too upset. Could it be that the 10 kings would come to grab the jars? Will the Interstellar Peace Company use the power economic war to force the jars to be sold only to the company's people? The jars cannot be opened or taken off the shelves without permission. Even if the Star God comes, it won't work. Su Fan is very confident about the jar store. And at this moment, he looked at Shi Yan with a smile. Yes, his own exclusive jar fell on the storyteller. The storyteller of Baihu, Shi Yan, walked into the jar store. He came to pick up bargains. The battle that broke out before caused the queues to disperse, and after the abundance of evil things was cleared, the queues and everything started from scratch. Shi Yan cleverly seized this opportunity. 540. When I thought of this, Ji pushed his sunglasses with satisfaction. Looking at the jars on the shelf, he was full of confidence for a moment, and he would definitely open something extraordinary. Shi Yan completed the transfer of credit points, and his voice was a little louder. Give me 10 jars. No empty jars, thank you. Su Fan smiled. Whether there are empty jars depends on your luck. Shi Yan took out his folding fan and pointed a few times in the air to indicate the direction. Okay, I'll choose the 10 over there. When the jars were unfolded one by one on the counter, Shi Yan turned around and said to the people outside the door, Dear readers, Shi Yan is here to open the jars today. I'm sorry that I can't tell a story. I'll use Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room, the actual situation of opening the jars, and the changes in my expression. I apologize to everyone. Gue Naifin held up the mobile phone holder, focused on Shi Yan, and made a gesture of okay outside the camera. Shi Yan said loudly, Xiao Gizi, remember to turn on the beauty filter. Gue Naifin nodded, as usual. Su Chong never thought that Mr. Shi Yan would also have a burden on his appearance. Here it comes. The first jar, a good start. Shi Yan dropped the hammer, looking very expectant. I don't ask for any martial soul holy body. I want something special that can add bricks and bangs to the storytelling business. The moment the tile broke, Shi Yan was shocked. I saw a crow flying out of the jar. The crow flapped its wings, and its sharp eyes showed a touch of human confusion. I don't know why it appeared here. Strange environment. Strange room. Strange people. The crow saw Su Fan and found that his temperament was very peaceful and liked him. It fell on Su Fan's shoulder. Shi Yan took off his sunglasses and exclaimed, What's going on? Su Fan looked at the crow on his shoulder and smiled. Congratulations, Shi Xing is the first person to open a bird in the kin store. Shi Yan always felt strange and refuted. What kind of congratulations is this? Boss Su Fan, please tell me what this thing is. The crow said dissatisfiedly, You are the thing. Shi Yan raised his hand in fear and pointed at the crow and shouted. The crow spoke, and it seems to be proficient in human language and has its own consciousness. Su Fan looked at Wu Yin and asked, What's your name? The crow raised his head and suddenly thought of the supreme existence in the legend who opened up the era and ruled the world. It is also the lifelong yearning of the Yin crows. The crow raised its right wing. You can call me Li Qie. Li Qie? Su Fan was silent for a while. Could this name be a lost sheep, showing a lot of immortal emperors, immortal kings, ancient gods, and other existences? But Su Fan shook his head. Inya, the same human nature, knowing yin and yang, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster, calling himself Li Qie. Maybe in time he can really become that Li Qie. Li Qie flapped his wings, circled in the jar shop, and then landed on the shoulder of Shi Yin, who was still in a daze. I understand. You opened me out of the jar? Okay, I'll follow you from now on. Shi Yin came back to his senses, staring blankly at the crow on his shoulder, and suddenly realized something. With such a crow that is no different from humans, wouldn't it be a partner when telling stories? Wait, wouldn't be crosstalk? He decisively dispelled the wrong idea. Shi Yin first prepared to have a good relationship with Li Qiye, and then trained this bird that was opened from the jar to become a new storyteller of Baihu. Shi Yin looked at the jar. At this time, Li Qiye on his shoulders suddenly said, "Choose this. You can't go wrong if you listen to me." Shi Yin looked at Li Qiye. "Are you sure?" Li Qiye patted his badge. "It's definitely not empty." Shi Yin secretly heard what Li Qiye said and dropped the hammer. Bang! A golden light flashed. It instantly lit up the entire store. It lit up Shi Yan's eyes of surprise. Li Qiye was the same, his eyes rolled around. Who would have thought that someone would really open something with just one finger? Su Fan was curious. After the ancient holy body, another golden legend was opened? No, it was a ball of memory light, and when the golden light completely subsided, the original ancient dark gold rock element color appeared. Shi Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Is this some kind of blood power?" Su Fan shook his head. "No, this is a memory light ball." Shi Yan looked at the ball of light, as if he felt that it was related to him, and his voice trembled slightly. "Whose memory?" "Rock King Emperor. Memory light ball of Rock King. Rock King's memory will be forgotten due to wear and tear, but human heart and the world will not forget." Ah! Li Qiye glanced at Shi Yan, who was making a lot of noise, and said with emotion, "I can tell he's very strong." Su Fan explained. To be precise, it was before Rock King took over as one of the 7 gods, when the Demon God War swept the 4 directions, protecting the people of the world. Rock God, one of the 7 gods, and the Demon God War. Just hearing these words, Shi Yan felt that his storytelling soul was boiling. But in order to confirm it, he asked, This, Rock King, and the Eye of God opened by the Jackdaw Judge before." Su Fan nodded. "It's the same world. Rock King is Rock God, one of the 7 gods." Shi Yan's eyes lit up, putting on the storyteller's sunglasses again. His voice became much louder. If this memory light ball is absorbed, the storytelling of Baihu should also be changed, and the style of this foreign god, Emperor Yin Wang, should be brought to Luofu, Xianzhou. The voice fell. Shi Yan grabbed the memory light ball and absorbed it in an instant. The memory began to change. The scenery in front of him was the same. It was no longer a jar shop that could bring the future and expectations, but a world that had never been there and was full of primitive atmosphere. And Shi Yan, see the tall and oppressive figure of the god, holding the rock spear in the state of godly clothing. Is it the Emperor Yin Wang? Shi Yan didn't see it clearly and murmured softly. It could take 1 second. For point 2, Shi Yan's body was trembling, and the pupils in his eyes were jumping. He saw. The light of the jade rock spear was getting brighter and brighter, almost equal to the sun. In the distance, there was a sea monster with several dragon and snake heads above the sea. It raised waves higher than the ferry ship and was about to swallow the ground. The rock spear flew up into the sky. The spear body covered the sky and pierced the atmosphere, and with a roar, it smashed into the sea and tore the monster's body. The sea surface was turbulent. The waves were surging, along with the monster's wailing. The rock spear dimmed with its luster and turned into bits of rock light and dissipated. The sea surface solidified to form a flat land. This was just one battlefield that Shi Yan saw, and then he saw it again. The Rock King Emperor came to the bottom of the rock layer, in front of the Dragon King who represented the earth and mountains, and gave him the eyes to see things. These were just part of the memory light group. Shi Yan felt his consciousness constantly leaping and jumping, and the Rock King Emperor who had fought in all directions kept flashing like a slideshow. As a bystander, he seemed to have personally experienced the battles of this rock god. Li Qiye looked at Shi Yan strangely. He just touched a ball of light. Why did he start to tremble all over and sweat on his forehead? So weak? What's wrong with Shi Yan? Li Qiye was concerned, so as not to let the human he had opened die on the spot. Su Fan replied, He will soon be out of the memory of Emperor Ruowang. Not long after the voice fell, Xian opened his eyes, with confusion and shock in his eyes, and then looked back to the jar shop. Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. Emperor Yan Wang spent his whole life fighting in all directions, staining himself with the blood of demons and winning the throne of Yan Wang. Which demons did you see? The great demon in the sea, the evil dragon in the mountains, and Emperor Ho Wang summoning all the immortals. Su Fan looked at Shi Yin, who was about to tell a story, and roughly understood what he saw specifically, and changed the subject. Continue to open the jar? Shi Yin opened his folding fan and kept fanning to soothe his mind with a breeze. Boss Su Fan? Wait a minute. Let me slow down. Li Chia pouted. People are so fragile. Probably they are powerless when they reach middle age. Shi Yin frowned, and Li Chia was frightened, closing his beak and mumbling. Shi Yin suddenly felt more energetic. Continue. The third hammer fell. Bang! Boom! Shi Yin heard the sound of the jar breaking, and for some reason he also heard a deafening thunder, and there was lightning flashing in the broken tiles. Shi Yin whispered, "Another memory light ball?" Then, his face was full of doubts. What happened to my luck today? 2 memory light balls were opened at once. Could it be the memory of a god in the past? Shi Yin made a bold guess. Li Chia was an Yin crow. His body shrunk into a ball, and the lightning in the tiles was the purest yang thing, which was the most restraining creature like it. Not bad. Not bad. This is the god of thunder. Beelzebub's memory light ball. Lightning flashed across the sky, and there was light and shadow. The light ball recorded the famous scenes in the past battle career of General Thunder. Shi Yin was slightly regretful. Isn't it experience? Su Fan was surprised. You, a storyteller, actually have the dream of traveling the world with a sword? Shi Yin pushed his sunglasses, wanting to use the reflection of the lens to show the heart of a knight. Boss Su Fan is joking. I tell stories for people every day in Baihu, so naturally I also yearn for the pleasure of revenge in storytelling. Shi Yin paused and asked, the alias of the rock god is the Rock King Emperor, so what about the Thunder God? General Thunder and Lightning. Shi Yin nodded at Su Fan's answer, and at the same time, heavy clouds rose in his heart. Why did Boss Su Fan know all these without touching a memory light ball? The change in his eyes when looking at Su Fan. The owner of a jar shop is so scary. Shi Yin shifted his mind and sighed. I don't know how the memory light ball of the god of thunder and the god of rock are. As soon as he touched the light ball with his hand, his consciousness had not yet immersed in the memory, and he saw the peerless sword light that cut through space and time coming towards him. Shi Yin was scared to death. If it fell on him, he would be destroyed. Fortunately, it is fortunate that the knife that cuts off everything came from the sky, tearing through the mountains and rivers and slashing at the snake god with pale scales and as high as the sky under the thunderstorm. Wow, Mr. Shishing seems to have hit the jackpot. It opened a talking crow. It also opened the memory light ball of 2 gods, the king of rock and the general of thunder. Family members, give Mr. Shi Yin a thumbs up. Gue Naifin held up her mobile phone and clearly filmed the process of opening the jars in the jar shop. Excited shouted. Su Chong couldn't help but clench her fists. Mr. Shi must remember everything. So, when the cloud cavalry rested, they could hear the storytelling that made people yearn for it again. And this time, it was about the gods of another world. Su Chang's expectations were directly maxed out. At the same time, a small hope arose in her heart. If she could open the battle memory of the sword god, or something like that. Su Chong seemed to see the swordsmanship greatly advanced, and the Xin Yuan sword was perfectly used. Eye-catching messages also floated on the screen at this moment. Qi Ming Online. By Lu, I really want to know, Mr. Xian, what famous battle scenes have you seen in the memory of the gods? Invincible Swordsman 123, Yin Qing +1. Feng Yukiang 7854. Kong looking forward to it. Real name online, Jing Yuan +1. Taibu C. Fu Xian's eyes flickered. She had seen the divine body of Bo Shizun and thus obtained the Dharma Eye. I don't know. Compared with the Rock King, General Thunder, and Master Bashi, Which god is more outstanding? Qingke is slacking off. It feels good. As long as Xiao Gizi is on the air, Master Taibu doesn't seem to pay much attention to her, except for the time when he went to divine the recipe for Dan Shu. But the battle between the two gods? Qingke doesn't care much. Anyway, she can hear about it in the future storytelling. And what makes her more curious is the talking crow. Very human. At first glance, it is a good seedling to fight against Emperor Yuan Xiongyu. If one can be opened in the future, then there will be one more card pair. Sui Yuan. After detaining Dan Shu, Jackdaw and Shui returned to the temporary office of the Ten Kings Division. Take Huahua to watch the live broadcast together. Huahua's voice was thin and sweet, and he made a comparison lightly. The Yin Crow who claimed to be Li Chia, to some extent, is very similar to Tail. Tail immediately became anxious. Don't compare me with that broken bird. Tail's body was shaking, and the fire of Sui Yang jumped up and down. It seemed that his emotions fluctuated greatly. Okay, Tail, watch the live broadcast carefully, Shui said in a deep voice. Xian opened the gods closely related to the Eye of God, and the battle memories of the gods opened by the double yolk eggs in succession. All kinds of information are very useful to the little sister of the Eye of God, Jackdaw. I don't want to miss it on the spot, so I stare at the screen. Tails quickly shut up. Since Shui, the judge, came back, I keenly caught this guy, and his strength has become stronger, and he is so strong that he is unreasonable. Once she catches him, there will be no good results. Tails chose to endure. Jackdaw saw that Tail change from rebellious to honest and silent, and couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the screen. Seeing Xian open his eyes, he obviously walked out of the battle memory of General Lei Dian, and his whole body exuded a temperament of lightning and thunder. Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air, which scared Ji Chia to fly straight. Xian was excited. The Naginata draws lightning, destroys evil spirits, kills evil gods, and kills snake gods. It is worthy of being the most powerful lightning. Xian had a lot to say, but at the moment he saw too much and his words were too pale to express. He could only swallow it all. Wait until the jar is opened. Go back to Baihu to sort it all out and tell the famous scenes he saw. Xian raised his hammer and shouted, "Open the fourth jar for me." Empty. The fifth one, still empty. The sixth one, finally it's not empty anymore. How come there's a wind blowing? Could it be the Eye of God? No. Another memory light ball. Is it the concrete wind that seems to be drifting away? Is it another battle memory of a god? What good luck did Xian have today? No. I have to seize the luck. Open the remaining 4 together. Bingliang pills? The new currency Mora? How come there's the sound of grass and trees growing? Another memory light ball. Ignore it for now. I have to seize the good luck. Open the last one. This is water sound. Boss Su Fan, did you hear the water sound? It came from the 10th jar. Xian's voice echoed in the jar shop, making Enya Li Qianum. This week, humans' magic energy is really good. For memory light balls related to gods were directly opened. Su Fan naturally heard it and said, "It is the memory light group of the god of wind, god of grass, and god of water." Xian looked at the memory light balls unfolding in front of him in confusion. Each color represents the element of their respective gods. Lightning flashes. A breeze blows on the face. The grass and trees are fragrant. The water dew is warm. Add to that the memory light ball of the Rock King Emperor before. Xian still can't imagine it. He, a storyteller, can actually open 5 memory light balls related to gods. It can be said that all the luck in his life is here. 5 consecutive dependents. It is in sharp contrast to the 5 consecutive voids of the previous Purple Moon season. Xian grabbed his cheek with his hand, trying to confirm whether it was true. As soon as he put his hand on it, Yin Crow Li Chia directly bit Xian's face with his beak and suddenly used a square. His skin color became red and almost bled. Xian quickly covered his face and cried out in pain. "It's true." In pain, Xian looked at Su Fan with confusion. Looking at this man who was incomprehensible and remained calm, he asked, "Boss Su Fan, you should know something, right?" "Know what?" Su Fan was confused, but seeing Xian's serious eyes, Su Fan looked down at the 4 colorful memory light balls on the counter and smiled as if he understood something. Maybe they want to let their stories spread in the floating ferry boat in this universe. So, among the people who opened the jars, you were chosen. Xian suddenly raised his head, looking at Su Fan with gratitude. These words simply went straight to the heart, just like clearing the clouds and fog to make people suddenly enlightened. Yes, he is a storyteller. He tells other people's stories. He also sang the stories of Emperor Gong, Siming, and other star gods. Now, Xian understands. Next, he will absorb all of them and will not let down the luck of opening the jar and will not let down the memory light balls of the gods. Ginelifin was stunned. She even forgot to say the lines. She was dumbfounded, looking at Mr. Xian, who was favored by the God's Memory Light group, where it was under Su Chang's push. Gui Naifin slowly came back to his senses. Family. Mr. Xian made history, favored by the God's Memory Light group 5 times in a row in the jar shop. If Ziyueji was extremely unlucky, then Mr. Xian was extremely lucky. First, he was chosen by the God of Rock's Memory Light group, then the God of Thunder, the God of Wind, the God of Grass, the God of Water. What a pity. It seems that no star god is willing to cast a glance at Mr. Xian. Gui Naifin's voice fell and seemed to be immersed in the live broadcast world. He didn't notice that Su Chang's body had undergone subtle changes around him because he saw something impossible. A chill rose from Su Chang's back and climbed directly to his spine. Su Chang widened her eyes. She saw it. The spectators outside the jar shop also saw it. The soldiers of the Cloud Cavalry, holding battle swords and wearing armor, also saw the existence of the legend, which suddenly landed in front of the jar shop. A blurry figure appeared, and his body was made up of mirrors, reflecting the colorful colors of the world. The facial features were constantly refracted by the prism and could not be seen clearly, and together with the mirror-colored imperial crown worn, they formed a mystery of mirror vision. Just see, it was as if infinite memories were awakened and began to emerge in life. The light swayed. It made people dizzy, and their vision and memory began to become blurred. Everyone chose to look away without any prior agreement. The gods cannot be looked directly at. Su Shang understood this and thought of the best recording tool. People can't look directly, but the camera of the mobile phone can definitely. Little Geezy, quick, quick, quick. Adjust the lens. Liu Wang Tianjun has appeared. Ganifan heard Su Shang's voice and followed the direction of Su Shang's slapping arms and saw the star god that existed in legends and books. Ganifan opened her mouth wide. How can it be? The last time Liu Wang Tianjun appeared, it was the founder of the company. Louis Fleming announced permanent seclusion, and Liu Guang Tianjun appeared in front of the world. Ganai Fun's voice sounded, and there was no hesitation in the movement of his hands, locking the camera of the live broadcast room tightly to the memory star god. Ganai Fun whispered, "Family, Liu Guang Tianjun came to witness it in person." Liu Guang Tianjun, the old man, can actually walk. He also walked into the jar store. Is he going to witness the memory light ball of the god? Or what? In the store, Su Fan was the first to see the memory star god. But the moment he saw him, stunned for a moment, because I didn't expect him to come so quickly, only 5 god memory light balls were opened, and 2 of the 7 gods of Teyvat continent have not been opened yet. Xian, Li Qie. Through the corner of my eye, I saw the arrival of the flowing light lord, and he also walked into the Kin store. I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak, and even my breathing became much more rapid. There was no way, in the universe, it was only to be an intelligent creature and know the names of the star gods. And Li Qie, as the Een Crow who had just been opened, understood the flowing light lord in other people's mouths through perception, and the oppression brought by the silence could not be avoided or resisted. Xian used the corner of his eye to secretly look at the flowing light lord. This feeling is very strange. Although I can't see the face of the flowing light lord clearly, and my memory and thoughts will become chaotic, I can catch the sight of the flowing light lord. It fell on the 4 colors of the god light balls on the counter, then on the bottles and jars on the shelf, and finally on Su Fan's face. His eyes fell 3 times. Remember the 3 echoes of the memory at this moment. When Xian was about to change his breath, the figure of Liuguang Tianjun disappeared, as if he had never been here or appeared. Xian almost lost his breath. His legs softened, and he sat on the ground, muttering, "This is the same Liuguang Tianjun as the old man Digong Siming. I was only half a meter away from him just now. It's incredible." Xian calmed his breath. "This is a big deal, but you can brag about it for a lifetime, and your descendants can too. For example, when the charming ancestor opened the jar, he opened 5 god light group memories, which attracted Liuguang Tianjun to witness it. Yingli Chiye could also breathe a sigh of relief. Before he could enjoy a good life after opening the jar, he saw 5 consecutive god memory light groups, which also attracted the star gods in the universe. Su Fan was puzzled. It was not the appearance of the memory star god, but the memory star god said a sentence. The long robe flutters, wrapping the jar, opening the future. You fall, the night sinks, you chuckle, the end interweaves, changes, overlaps, and forms the past of the heavens. Su Fan understood. He didn't understand it either, but he understood it. The memory star god is a riddle man. And why does it feel like the appearance of the memory star god? Fu Li's appearance is like punching a card. Indeed, every time the universe reaches an important moment, the memory star god will appear and record it. Su Fan suddenly remembered when Akivli was still there. This ghost fire boy who represented the development of the Star Sky train brought the train's only 2 worst nameless guests Saha and created the subspace barrier of the city wall that Flying Kleiper had just built. Do you think there are 3 star gods on the scene? Maybe there are 4. The memory star god Fu Li is very likely to have been following all the way and recording it all the time. Thinking of this, Su Fan was shocked. Fu Li is here. Can Aha be far away? The memory star god left the jar shop, but he still exists in everyone's memory and has not disappeared. And he is clearly reflected in Gue Naifin's live broadcast room, even if it is only a short 30 seconds. The images transmitted to each of their mobile phones are enough to shock the heart and soul. And Gue Naifin, who is holding the camera in the live broadcast room, his pupils dilated rapidly. For the first time, he saw it such a close distance. The flowing light, Lord mentioned by the people of Xianzhou, the memory star god followed by the rememberers in the universe, Fu Li. There are countless creatures in the vast universe who have only heard of the name of the star god, but have never seen his true side. Now that the memory star god is in front of her, the excited mind drives the little tongue in her lips and teeth to tremble with excitement. Gue Naifin subconsciously ignored the intimate name for her bestie and wanted to confirm whether it was a dream just now. Su Shang, is it really the memory star god? Su Shang held her forehead, and Jin Xin calmed her mind. Yes, the star god has come to see us open the jar. Mentioning the jar, Gue Naifin felt much calmer. Just now, she found that the memory star god Fu Li, after watching the memory light ball of the elemental god, stared at the shelf and looked at it, and then looked at boss Su Fan. Moreover, the memory star god didn't care about her live broadcast camera. Gue Naifin hurriedly looked at the camera and found that she had clearly photographed the star god. She danced excitedly and even hugged Su Chang's arm to vent her emotions. Yes, when Louis Fleming, the founder of Interstellar Peace Company, announced his retirement, the memory star god appeared. But that time the video didn't capture it, and this time it was completely different. Gue Naifin made history, and our camera recorded the precious image of the memory star god on the spot. It's the only one. Gue Naifin's little face was filled with surprise. With his 497 words, the whole universe knew about her live broadcast room. She took advantage of the popularity of the Kinstore and took advantage of the memory star god. Boss Su Fan, she is worthy of being her lucky star. Su Chang looked at Xiao Gizi, who was hugging her arm like a koala, and she was honored. She also contributed to the memory of the star god. What if her name goes down in history? I don't want to do it this way, But like the predecessors of the Cloud Cavalry Army, she has made great achievements and passed down her name in history. Xiao Xiao Su Shang. She has always had a dream of being a hero in her heart. The crowd watching and the people queuing to open the cans have obviously not come back to their senses. As if her soul was hooked away, she was still staring at the kin's store. If she hadn't seen the rising and falling chest, she would have thought it was an exquisite puppet. Shun Sun Mansion. Jing Yuan came back from the Ten Kings division, leisurely watching Gue Naifan's live broadcast room. Today, a new way to solve the worries of the Cloud Cavalry soldiers with the crown puppet was opened. Who said that kindness cannot lead the army? General Shun Su did what he could and only waited for the crown puppet to combine with the Ten Kings puppets to carry the souls of the seriously injured or dying soldiers in future battles. Jing Yuan. Watching the storyteller Shi Yin walk into the jar shop, while watching the live broadcast and the information transmitted from the Ten Kings division, all the secret leaders and cultivators of the Medicine King of Shanglishan were removed. When seeing the Yin Crow who could speak and claimed to be Li Chia appeared, Jing Yuan smiled knowingly and remembered that he had once raised a white lion named Shuashua. But what came out later? Jing Yuan was fidgeting. The memory light ball of the elemental gods? There is more than one. The rock god Rock King Emperor, Thunder, and Lightning Balzabu also continuously open the three gods of wind, grass, and water, the memories of five gods. Jing Yuan's mind became shocked and flustered. After hearing the words of boss Su Fan, he reluctantly calmed down. Perhaps they want their stories to spread in this universe on the Luofu ferry boat, so they chose the storyteller Shi Yin. Jing Yuan just thought about the deep meaning of Su Fan's words. In a trance, Jing Yuan saw the arrival of the star god, the appearance of the star god. In Jing Yuan's nearly 800 years, he had seen it many times. Emperor Gong Siming came to the world and killed the rich, evil creatures with light arrows. He also met Emperor Gong Siming when he was promoted to the hunting envoy. But he had never seen Liu Wang Tianjun, that is, the memory star god Fu Li, take the initiative to come to the Luofu ferry boat. Jing Yuan did not have the steadiness of General Shun Su at this moment. He stood up from the couch with a bang. His lazy eyes burst into a gleam and locked the live broadcast room with shock. Looking at the memory star god across the screen, witnessed the God Memory Light group opened by Shi Yin, walk to the jar store and look at the jars on the shelves, and finally look at Su Fanja. If others can get the fate represented by the star god by getting a glimpse of the star god, then what will they get by looking at the star god? As an envoy, Jing Yuan has a say in this. Could it be that the memory star god, Fu Li chose boss Su Fan? Jing Yuan suddenly thought, I can't be the only one to fail if I lose my composure. The other generals of the Immortal Boat Alliance must also be scared. Let them all know that the memory star god that Luofu Immortal Boat attracted is a star god that has never appeared on your immortal boat. Tianbo Si. Yukon was already surprised to see 5 god light balls appear in the jar shop, and the appearance of the memory star god. Yukon only felt a sense of weakness. His fox ears shrank, and his tail swayed up and down with his mind. God memory light ball. Jar shop. Boss Su Fan. Witnessed and recognized by the memory star god. Could it be engraved in the memory of the universe? Tai Busi. Chinke was already sluggish. Just like its name at the moment, it looked like a silly and cute blue bird, not knowing what to say to the live broadcast room. It was good luck. 5 God Memory Light balls appeared in a row. Or should I say, it is worthy of being Boss Su Fan's jar shop. The God Memory Light balls that appeared attracted the Memory Star God. BCCD. God Memory and Memory Star God. Both of them were reflected in Fu Xian's eyes. Fu Xian's eyes flickered, looking at the changing pictures in the live broadcast room. His emotions at this moment were different from others. Having personally met with Boshizan and also met Emperor Gong Siming in the Battle of Plenty, he would not be surprised at the appearance of the Star God. But the facts are exactly the opposite of what he feels. Fu Xian's eyes twitched and his Dharma eyes flashed, which was enough to show the ups and downs of his inner resistance. Because the Star God of the jar shop had already appeared once. This matter, Fu Xian did not tell anyone, but kept it as a secret in his heart. At that time, Qingke brought back the Emperor Yuan Xiongyu card, and the Amber King looked at the nine heavens divine jade from the spiritual world of fate. Yuan's eyes will not forget this scene. Fu Xian's face showed surprise and thoughtfulness. Because two star gods have appeared in the jar shop. In the future, will there be more star gods visiting? Fu Xian spit out his inner surprise with difficulty, and he is looking forward to the scene of Jingtian where all the star gods are present. If Su Fan could know Fu Xian's thoughts at this moment, he would probably feel that it is a telepathic or a heart-to-heart, so the thoughts are consistent. Danding, Si Dong Tian. Medical market. Bai Lu fiddled with the screen of her mobile phone and saw the barrage that became more and more crazy. For a moment, she hesitated whether to turn off the barrage display. After all, it blocked her from watching the live broadcast. However, the barrage, they all expressed her thoughts very well. I heard that the five god memories are all related to famous battle scenes. I wonder how popular Baijian's storytelling will be after Mr. Shi Yin sorts them out. Don't say anymore. The more you talk, the more you feel like there's a monkey scratching your heart. These two iconic comments, well summarized by Lu's motivation and destination for wanting to escape from Dandingxi again. And the next changes. The little tail behind Bai Lu was so surprised that it swayed in front of her, and she was hugged in an attempt to stabilize her mood, but it was in vain. The memory star god took away Bai Lu's gaze, and also took away Bai Lu's previously indifferent state of mind, which gave her new motivation after being surprised. The memory star god went to the jar store. Then little Bai Lu can do it too. I don't know how long it took. In front of Bai Lu, the figure that I least want to see appeared. It was Elder Long, who was responsible for teaching and supervising my growth. Elder Long's face, as old as rotten wood, showed a meaningful smile, and he tried his best to make his decaying vocal cords gentle. Bai Lu, do you want to open the jar? Sway you on. There was a roar of shock, which almost scared the surrounding spirit fire ghosts. Impossible. I don't believe that this jar shop can open five god memory light balls. Hua was said weakly. Master Wei, but the fact is in the live broadcast room. Wei glared at Hua and saw the glass mirror figure that suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room and said in a bad tone, "Who is this guy who is glowing all over and is like a transparent man?" The jackdaw shook as a whole and took a step back. As the judge of the 10 Kings department recognized at a glance that this was the star god, or the memory star god who had descended, the jackdaw looked at the ignorant and fearless tail and said, "Sui Yong, this is the memory star god." Memory star god. Tails was so scared that the green ghost fire fluctuated, but for the sake of face, he stubbornly said, "You, a chatterbox judge, really think Sui Yong can't recognize it?" After saying this, Tails turned his head and gasped, scaring Sui Yong to death. You can see the star god coming to Luofu when watching the live broadcast, which is 10,000 times more terrifying than encountering Luofu Shun Su General on the street. The memory star god actually descended on Luofu and came to the door of the jar shop. Wait, he also walked into the jar shop and looked at Su Fan. Shui stared at the live broadcast room, and his voice changed from the cold and silent at the beginning to full of surprise as the star god appeared and walked into the jar shop. Tails muttered, "The puppet judge is really careful." After the memory star god left, Hua, who had just come to his senses, took small sips and quickened his breathing to calm his shaken mind. "Uncle Tail, be careful with your words, or you will be sentenced to a beating by the official." Pierpoint, Strategic Investment Department, opened a small board meeting. All 7 board directors and alternates were present, except Diamond. All attended the meeting in the form of projection. Business Consolidation Department. The projection with a narrow scar on her left, I sat on her own chair, staring sharply at Diamond, who was holding the meeting, and then looked at Topa, who was presiding over the meeting with a piggy bank full of accounts. Control of Building Materials and Logistics Department. Another existence who is currently publicly known as the Guardian of Interstellar Peace Company, Terrafan Keen's figure was projected, looking at Diamond, who was also the Guardian, with a hint of doubt. Could it be that the Strategic Investment Department has opened this board meeting that will not be held several times in an amber era because of the discovery of something extremely valuable at the God level? If it is true, please inform the Building Materials and Logistics Department as soon as possible. These precious stones will become the foundation of the subspace barrier. The voice fell. An unknown guest in front of the Stardome train. Osvaldo Schneider, who controls the Market Development Department. Looking at Diamond, who was in the Strategic Investment Department, which was almost incompatible with him and could be said to be his enemy, he snorted coldly. Don't delay the company's expansion of the credit system of the vast universe. Diamond kept smiling. He was not affected at all. Topa behind him seemed particularly nervous, because everyone present was at the P-47 level. If the envoy had a powerful and terrifying power of destiny, then they controlled the economic situation. A small thought would instantly interfere with the fate of countless people. Director of the Technical Research and Development Department. Apolly yawned gracefully, holding her beautiful long hair by her ears, and responded to the sudden Dong-Yong meeting. Apolly seemed to be the director of the Technical Research and Development Department, one of the 7 directors of the Board of Directors of the Interstellar Peace Company, and her other identity was the actual controller of the Bourgeois Society. The director of the Talent Incentive Department was Yin Shirluo. The director from Xianzhou was thinking about whether to improve the treatment of employees to ignite Pierpoint's enthusiasm. The old director of the Traditional Project Department was in the field, waiting quietly for the meeting to start, just like the name of the department. Diamond waited for a moment again. Chairman, Wong Clipper will not attend the meeting. After the company founder and lifetime honorary director, Louis Fleming, confirmed that he would not attend. He looked at the projections of the crowd and slowly said, "Something happened in Luofu Xianzhou that was beyond everyone in the universe." Yinsher Luo was confused. As a ferry boat, how could he not know? Diamond ignored the gazes of the crowd and continued. The specific situation will be introduced to you by Topa. The gazes in the meeting responded. Just a gaze. Topa felt the pressure like a mountain. The chairman and honorary director did not come out, and the directors and alternate directors in front of him were the will of the Interstellar Peace Company. Topa was not stage frightened. The materials and reports sorted out in his hands were enough to shock the people in front of him. A jar shop appeared in Jinren Lane, Luofu, Xianzhou. The shop owner is Su Fan. One jar costs 100,000 credit points. The jar is extraordinary and can be said to be unique in the universe. The jar can be opened, and it is not only the magical things in our universe. From ordinary utensils to gods and immortal kings. Topa paused slightly, took down the prepared button, and the light and shadow beacon began to form. The company's specialist in Luofu, Xianzhou, showed all the items collected from the jar shop, from a name to the ability introduction. Osvaldo Schneider of the Market Development Department, who was at odds with the Strategic Investment Department, looked at the goo worm and said in surprise, "This little worm can actually be different from the immortal and the mortal. The immortal goo is a complete way. What does the immortal goo look like?" This question, no one in the meeting room could answer him. Only the white jade goo in the light and shadow silently emitted the light of jade. Scar-eyed lady's eyes flashed, and she caught a light ball that looked like grass emitting blue light. The twin martial souls that the God King once had. Scar-eyed lady's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and they kept looking at the blue-silver grass and the explanation. They all breathed a sigh of relief. 70,000 years of cultivation became a king, and 100,000 years became a blue-silver emperor. If there was no limit on the cultivation in units of 10,000 years, which allowed everyone to drive the immortal boat, the system and status quo built by the Universe Interstellar Peace Company would be torn apart and no longer exist. Ancient Saint Body? Topa, explain in detail. This explanation is not very clear. What is a great achievement, and what is a great emperor who can challenge the mark of the universe's heart? Apolly raised questions with the rigor of the management of a knowledgeable society. The other few had already dissatisfaction with this temporary meeting because of the appearance of the blue-silver grass and the ancient saint body, and instead felt grateful and fortunate. If the Strategic Investment Department ate alone and took this information to the founder Lewis Fleming, all matters related to the jar store within the company would be subject to the Strategic Investment Department, and they could only eat soup. Topa noticed the change in the demeanor of the directors, and at this moment he could not help but feel much more relaxed. This is the physique of another universe. If you want to find a comparison, it is that you can fight against the star god. Doubts appeared on Tian Laozhong's face. Is it true? Topa nodded. Everything that is opened in the jar store is like this, and there is no false information. Diamond also spoke at this moment. Luofu Xianzhou is broadcasting the jar store live, and other company specialists have also sent back consistent information, just as Topa said just now. Now everyone can rest assured. Terafan Keen asked. Then the immortal medicine that can prolong life for 10,000 years and live a second life is also true? Topa's answer was powerful and steady. This information is admitted by boss Su Fan himself, so it is naturally true. Terafan Keen asked. For the great emperor, is it also the case with the rare and precious supreme immortal gold? That's right. Terafan Keen smiled. If he could give the supreme immortal gold to the Amber King, then the Building Materials Logistics Department he led would create a historical record that no one could break since the birth of the Interstellar Peace Company. The Amber King never looked at it. The Interstellar Peace Company prepared all kinds of building materials. The supreme being of another universe, the rare and precious immortal gold, must be able to obtain the amber-pressed blue. Osvaldo Schneider sighed secretly. If it is all true, then the devil fruit, the golden pupil of the Dragon King, and the eyes of God that have the possibility of being upgraded to God, will no longer look and sound so fascinating. Yin Shiluo nodded silently in agreement. The jar is so extraordinary, but a new problem has emerged. How can the Interstellar Peace Company snatch food from the mouth of the Immortal Boat Alliance? Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the mobile phone in Topa's mouth instantly broke the silence in the conference room and caught everyone's attention. Topa remembered that the phone was muted. Why did it make a sound at this time? And such a small mistake that shouldn't have happened? His cheeks flushed slightly, and he didn't intend to take out his phone to check it, and wanted to turn it off. Sorry. See what's important. As the guardian of the order, Diamond caught something strange. Not Topa, but the phone in Topa's pocket, which seemed to have a fluctuation from memory. Okay. Topa thought about it, and it was true. The matter was abnormal, and it must be unusual. Topa's phone screen lit up. I saw it. The work report message from Howard. Topa's hands began to tremble. The pupil shook left and right. Diamond asked, "What's wrong?" The jar shop. Open the memory light balls of 5 gods from other worlds. Topa's voice made the conference room silent instantly, and you could hear a pin drop. The memory light balls of 5 gods? Mrs. Scar's eyes froze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. The memory light balls of 5 gods from other worlds? Zai Tian's projection pretended to drink water to cover up the fluctuations of emotions. Diamond lowered his eyes, and Apolly and Yin Shiluo did the same, trying to hide the surprise in their eyes. After all, they're all big figures in the galaxy, and they can't lose their composure because of this. Terafan Keen and Osvaldo Schneider reacted obviously, looked at each other, and asked, "Which 5 gods are they?" Topa swallowed his throat, trying to calm down his surprise. It's the god of rock, the god of thunder, the god of wind, the god of grass, and the god of water. The names of the 5 gods shocked the directors of the Interstellar Peace Company. This strange name, different from the star god, inadvertently made people start to imagine what was in the memory light group of the elemental gods. Topa did not give them enough time to think. Topa's voice continued to sound. After the god's memory light group was opened, the memory star god fully appeared in front of the jar shop, witnessing and remembering. According to bystanders, the water friends in the live broadcast room said, the memory star god and Su Fan looked at each other. Some people speculated that Fuli didn't just look at each other before leaving, and seemed to say something to Su Fan. These are about. The images of the memory star god were captured by the camera and stored in the Luofu Xianzhou, Gue Naifan's live broadcast room. The memory star god appeared? Even Diamond took a breath of cold air. Most of them saw the appearance of the memory star god when Lewis Fleming announced his retirement. Now he appears in front of the jar shop. The projections in the meeting began to become illusory, and it was because the mind was ups and downs and could not maintain the wavelength temporarily, which was enough to show the shock of these company bigwigs at the moment. Mrs. Scar-Eye struggled to maintain the projection, and finally recovered like this, and the voice became less chaotic. Is it really the memory star god who appeared? Mrs. Scar-Eye's question led the others. Topa uploaded the video. The figure of the memory star god appeared on the projection screen. For a moment, the doubts disappeared in silence, and the shock and potential plot of people's hearts were derived. An abrupt voice sounded. It came from another door that had never been opened, but everyone present knew. The opening of that door, the appearance of the founder of the company. Everyone present bowed their heads slightly to show respect. The projection of Lewis Fleming looked at the body that looked like a crystal sculpture on the projection screen, and his expression was as indifferent as the first time he looked at the memory star god. But the next voice was long and sighed. Fuli appeared again. The five gods' memory light groups attracted the appearance of the memory star god Fuli. Is it a memory worth witnessing in his universe? Or is it the jar store? Or Su Fan? No. In the final analysis, it was Su Fan. Just like when Fuli appeared in front of me. Diamond, Apolly, you must remember. The company changed its relationship with the Xianzhou Alliance because of Su Fan. Inside the jar shop, Xian finally came to his senses and breathed a sigh of relief. On the counter, the God Memory Light groups slowly released their own elemental light. Xian knew, as Boss Su Fan said before, to bring their stories to the immortal boat, to this universe. Su Fan saw that Xian's face was slightly pale, and it seemed that directly absorbing the memories of the Rock King and Balzabu consumed a lot of energy. So he reminded him, "Do you want to take a break? Rest?" Xian shook his head. The jars had been opened. In order not to delay the opening of the jars later, Xian had to speed up the absorption. At this time, Li Qiye chirped on his shoulder, "Don't worry, Yin Crow has its own racial talent, which will nourish his spirit." Hearing this, Xian opened his eyes wide and found that this crow that didn't speak human words and could only make people angry actually had such a side. Li Qiye nodded to Su Fan, and the feathers on his body shone with 5-7 colorful black, covering Xian's body for a while, and the pale color faded back to normal skin color. Then let's start. Xian held the memory light ball, representing the 1,000-year wind. His consciousness sank. Xian suddenly fell down. He arrived. The capital of the blue brickstone city covered by the storm, and in the heart of the storm stood a high tower. And under the high tower were the people who were pressed down by the strong wind and couldn't stand up straight. Xian was surprised. Why was it different from what Yin and Lei saw before? He was wondering. Xian saw a wisp of wind among the thousands of winds, which turned into a wind elf. He also saw the wind of freedom blowing the hearts of people in the capital who yearned for freedom and were not bound. People used the wind flower as a signal to start a war to destroy the throne. The wind god who ascended the throne of God brushed the strings of the harp to blow away the ice and snow with divine power, split the towering mountains, and opened up a new free and prosperous country. Thousands of years of wind, bringing thousands of years of freedom. Xian slowly came back to his senses and looked at the green light ball of grass and trees, which belonged to the god of grass. Xian began to absorb. He had become very familiar with the changes in the scenery in front of him. Xian. He found himself in a desert, and not far away was a rainforest towering into the sky. And in front of him was a goddess full of intellect and wisdom, as if she could answer all the problems in the world, and the compassion between her eyebrows could embrace everything. Xian looked down along the memory. He saw that the god of grass did not start a war with the demon god, but solve the doubts of the world for the country where he was, and also solve the doubts for the two gods in the desert. Suddenly, Xian saw the forbidden knowledge, the fall of the desert god, and the shrinking of the compassionate and wise god, until the disaster that came from the dark abyss under the ground and swallowed everything. The grass god in the memory fell, and the newly born grass god, like a child, was placed under house arrest. After being under house arrest for 500 years, he had to erase himself under the world tree. The grass god memory light ball ended here. Xian returned to the jar shop, with a trace of tears in his eyes, and wiped them away. Looking at the last watercolored ripple of the water god memory light ball, Xian was going crazy. The water god was divided into two, and he staged a drama and fought against the prophecy alone for 500 years, and finally erased himself for judgment. And he could only witness it through memory. Xian was silent for a long time. His mentality also changed dramatically. From witnessing the famous scene of the gods at the beginning to the fall of the grass and water gods, sadness spread in his heart. Xian is a strong man. He walked out of his sadness and looked at the figure behind the counter. "Boss Su Fan, can you borrow the precious space of the jar shop? I won't tell stories at Baihu today. I want to tell their stories here." Su Fan nodded. "Of course." After opening the jar, Xian stepped over the threshold and came to the door of the jar shop, looking at the people who had recovered from the shock brought by the memory star god. "Xiao Gizi, point the live camera at me." "No problem." Dear readers, do you know what the Rock King is? What is the eternal thunder god who thunders with authority and chases the lonely path of eternity? What is the 1,000-year wind that blows away the towers and snowy mountains for freedom, bringing a free and godless country to the world? What is the embodiment of wisdom, the symbol of kindness and omnipotence, selfless mercy that saves the world but cannot save itself? What is the solitary perseverance of acting on stage for 500 years just to end the prophecy, judge oneself, and collapse the throne to save the world and bring a better future to the world? Xian's sunglasses blocked the fluctuations in his eyes very well, and his voice became high-pitched, excited, but with a hint of sadness, moved by the dedication of the foreign gods. Inyali Chie stood quietly on his shoulder. Gue Naifan, with the help of Su Shang, recorded Xian's every move at this moment, just like he had aimed at the memory star god just now. The memory star god left, but the memory light ball that could be absorbed by Mr. Xian has not yet been revealed. What did he see? Xian's voice opened the curtain. At that time, Liue was invaded by a great demon in the sea and entrenched by evil dragons in the mountains. Emperor Yin Wang summoned all the immortals to restore a bright and clear world to the world. Legend has it that, when the emperor went to war, he said, "Although I have no intention of competing, I know the suffering of the people. I only wish to cleanse the four directions and protect a corner of the world." Emperor Yin Wang protected the people during the war between demons and gods. No matter what kind of demon God was, as long as he was the enemy, he would not be sealed by the rock spear or be killed by the blood of the gods. Shun Sum Mansion, I only wish to cleanse the four directions and protect a corner of the world. Jing Yuan chewed on the words of Emperor Yin Wang, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What Emperor Yin Wang did, isn't it what the Cloud Cavalry has always insisted on? Cleanse the rich, evil creatures in the universe, just to restore the tranquility of the Star Sea. The same belief. At such a good sentence. As the flagship of the Xianzhou Alliance, the general of Shensu, Jing Yuan wanted to be the first to speak out, which directly stated the mission of the Xianzhou. He explored the couch and found the treasured wine. Feel the strong wine enter his throat. Jing Yuan thought that if this Yin Wangdijin came to Luofu Xianzhou, they would abandon the identity barriers between each other and would become close friends and talk all night long. At this time, the mobile phone kept ringing. Jing Yuan didn't care. What interstellar peace company? How could it be more important than listening to Yin Wangdijin's past? As for the new text message, is it from other generals asking about the memory of the star god? Jing Yuan was too lazy to read it, because Mr. Xian talked about the key part. The contract is complete, and those who break their promises should be punished by eating rocks. Yin Wangdijin is also the god of contract. He used his divine power to formulate legal provisions and personally forge the original Mora to make the business flourish. Jing Yuan wanted to know. The thunder god after that. What is the thunder of authority, The Lonely Path of Eternity. Ginelefin's live broadcast room began to boil more than 5.6. I had a great time today. Not to mention opening the can. 5 memory god light balls attracted the memory star god to descend. After people were excited, I also heard stories about gods from other worlds. Eye-catching messages began to float. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing the Rock King Emperor uses the rock spear to punish the rebellious and restores the world to peace and order, just like we go to the cavalry to kill things. Snowy Coat. Shui, I have no intention of competing, but I know the suffering of the people. Yes, this is talking about the 10 kings. Tail Little Follower. Hua, I want to stop being timid and afraid and become as domineering and powerful as the Emperor. Wind and Rainbow 7854. Yukong, the style of the Rock King Emperor, is not inferior to the Emperor Bao Siming. The Emperor kills the demons to protect the people, and the Emperor Bao chases the abundance and clarifies the Star Sea. Ruthless Divination Machine, Fushuan +1. Playing with Cards, Qingke +1. Real name Internet Access, Jinyuan Wine. Today, I want to drink 300 cups to celebrate the Rock King Emperor. She enclosed his folding fan, and the story of the Rock King ended. But it never stopped, because there is still the god of thunder. Xian said, when lightning flashes across the sky, there are light and shadow. Before becoming the god of thunder, Beelzebub was just an ordinary shadow dancer. He was just the shadow of the previous generation of the god of thunder, Baal. The Naginata in his hand. In the war between demons and gods, he killed evil demons and demons, fighting endless disasters. To protect the eternal way, the struggle comes from meaningless love and deceit, and is the enemy of the eternal world. The weeds that disturb the unchanging eternal world will be killed by the minister's thunder. No thoughts, no ideas, no attachments. This is the belief of the thunder god Baalzeb. He and Baal won the demon war together. The two exist in unity and complement each other, establish a country, and build it according to their ideals. It's a pity. The snake god came to the east. Baalzeb's favorite general, Tengu Sasiri, also died. In anger and sadness, the lightning and sword shadow tore through the sky, crossed the mountains and the sea, and cut down the snake god with one sword. It was long gone, until the dark disaster came. Xian stopped. Su Chang's heart seemed to be pulled. Friends who often listen to books in Baihu know that only when there is a turning point will bad things happen. Ganaifan was obviously also brought into the story. She glanced at the eye-catching message, and her mind began to shake. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanqing one sword cut down 12 snake gods. Unparalleled skills make people fascinated. Playing cards to play with life. Qingke, thunder god's fighting power, is amazing. The snake god escaped from the emperor and was cut down by one sword. Real name online. Jinyuan, no thoughts and no obsessions. When losing important people, it is very likely to go to extremes. Chiming online. Bailu the above has a story. Do you want to tell your story? Luofu Xianzhou, pure passerby. When you say this, I remembered a taboo past of Xianzhou, which is the story of going up and going to extremes after losing important people. Tip. Luofu Xianzhou, pure passerby, was banned for 365 days. Cold Crow, Jackdawham. I didn't expect that Thunder God is a twin demon god. The coming of the dark disaster will not mean that the closest person will be gone. Snowy Coat. Shui, why does this development feel a bit familiar? Xian cleared his throat. The voice became low. The dark disaster brought endless and terrifying dark monsters, sweeping and devouring the continent where the Thunder God sat. Baalzeb asked his friends, monsters and heroes, to resist the beast disaster. At the same time, Baal went to the source of the disaster without telling Baalzeb. Baal and Baalzeb. One is a scholar and the other is a warrior. Baal's trip this time is likely to be dangerous. Baalzeb was anxious, with his loved ones on one side and his home in urgent need of protection on the other. His friend, Kitsai Palace, promised to clear his worries. And the fact is so. Baal died at the source of the dark disaster, and Kitsai Palace also sacrificed for his home. The monster disaster raged, and the sea turned black, but everything was bloody in Baalzeb's eyes, and he pursued the eternity in his heart. If time and the world were eternal and unchanged, there would be no regrets, pain, and sadness. The past of the Thunder God, different from the previous Rock King Emperor. Xian clearly captured the change in the atmosphere in front of the jar shop. There is sadness. There's also thinking. The enthusiastic and cheerful Gue Naifan became silent. Through Baalzebub's past, he thought of the suffering he had suffered. It turned out that there were things that gods could not do. Su Chong silently strengthened his determination to double his swordsmanship practice. The Cloud Cavalry was always fighting against the evil creatures of abundance, and he could not leave regrets. Su Chong found resonance in the eye-catching message. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yan Xing practice swordsmanship. Double your swordsmanship from today. There are still things that gods cannot do, and so do we. Real name online. Jing Yuan the hero is not free when his luck is gone, just like the unwillingness and regrets of the Emperor Bao Siming, which is the ancestor of disaster and plague. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, it turns out that gods can also shed tears and have the same emotions as ordinary people. Real name online. Jing Yuan with the thunder of authority, chasing the lonely road of eternity, the unparalleled combat power of the gods cut down with one sword. It is inevitable to move toward a lonely and closed eternity. Real name internet access. Jing Yuan, there is a rumor among the galaxy that the former pioneer star god Akavali often liked to pretend to be an unknown guest to experience the unknown and interesting pioneering journey. Next is the wind god Barbados, who moved people's hearts with the wind of freedom, collapsed the tower, and pulled the tornado demon god off the throne. God loves the world. The tornado demon god blew up a hurricane to block the cold and suffering outside the city-state, but did not notice that he was unable to get up because of his strong wind. Ignored people's desire for freedom. But Barbados, who had not yet become a god, followed people's hearts, ended the hurricane outside the capital. After the demon war, ascended the throne. Wind god uses divine power to blow away the ice and snow. He is a follower of the gods, and the dragon of the east wind runs for him. The wind god is in the sky, playing the piano and singing songs to cheer him up. First time to win. Get down to business, Barbados. The wolf king of the north wind. Carrying divine power to run in the mountains and rivers, he explores the direction of the mountains for the wind god, so as to move the snow-capped mountains and bring the warm west wind to the earth. And the wind god, while holding up the bottle of wine, he sings loudly and wins again. Let's get down to business, Barbados. The deeds of the wind god diluted the sadness brought by the thunder god. People's foreheads were full of question marks. Why is the wind god different from what was expected? A heavy drinker who likes to sing ballads and is good at playing musical instruments. But think about it carefully. What the wind god did: blow away the ice and snow, move away the snow-capped mountains that block the west wind. Isn't in line with the people's desire for freedom, and the close relationship with the family is very moving. Ginelifin was the first to laugh. Let's do 1,000 points, Barbados. Someone in the crowd shouted. Mr. Xian, you are a student. Tell me the embarrassing things about the wind god. Aren't you afraid that the wind god will come to you one day to cause trouble? Xian kept smiling. This was nonsense. Su Chong envied the wind god's carefreeness. He drank, played the piano, and sang. Su Chong suddenly saw that the surroundings slowed down. It was her sword heart that had undergone a transformation and became more pure after being infected. Gue Naifan looked at the live broadcast room. Sure enough, the barrage became consistent at this moment. Do something serious, Barbados. When the lesion pollutes the world, and you happen to be the only one who can solve it, what will be your choice? The answer of the grass god buyer was, it should not be said that it was. The answer of the king of the great compassion tree was to sacrifice himself. Let the world forget me. Go to save. Go to bring a brand new future to people. The disaster that swept the god of thunder also swept the country where the king of the Great Compassion Tree was. Want to destroy the world. The most direct means is to destroy the king of the Great Compassion Tree, the incarnation of the World Tree. Fortunately, the disaster does not have much wisdom. The disaster came. The pollution of forbidden knowledge is born, and the earth is deprived of life, and only desperate silence remains. If the forbidden knowledge is allowed to continue to pollute the World Tree, the world will fall apart. The Great Kind Tree King integrates human wisdom and almost eliminates the forbidden knowledge from the World Tree. 717. But the consciousness of the Tree King is connected to the World Tree. The World Tree brings her knowledge, wisdom, and power, but the pollution has also entangled the Tree King. The only way, use the new self in the future to erase the polluted self. After purification, the gods and creatures in the other world have all forgotten the Great Kind Tree King. Xian's sad voice fell, as if he saw the Great Compassion Tree King again. From the rainforest he created to the desert to spread wisdom and compassion. The past of the Great Compassion Tree King. More impactful than Beelzebub. Ginelifin had already burst into tears, biting her lips to try not to let her arms tremble, making the live camera shake. Su Chang's joy of breaking through the state of mind was gone, and she was sad for the choice of the Great Compassion Tree King, who sacrificed himself to save the world but was forgotten by everyone. Is it worth it? Su Chang believes that at the moment when the Tree King made the choice, this question and the answer are not important. Su Chang looked at the eye-catching message with tears. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Xing Mr. Shi Yin actually dared to draw a knife, sobbing, "Are you bullying my sword?" Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian, there is no shortage of noble people who sacrifice their lives for a bright future in the world. The Great Compassion Tree King is one of the countless heroes in my immortal boat for 8,000 years. Real name online. Jing Yuan, why is the wine starting to taste bitter? Bring me more wine. Chi Ming online. Bailu at Real Name Online. Please come to the boat company to get the hangover medicine with your online name. Snowy Coat. Shui E. At least after the jar of Boss Su Fan and the narration of Mr. Shi Yin, we remember the Great Compassion Tree King. Chi Ming Online. Bailu, I hope the memory of the water god will not be as sad as the Tree King. Please. TTT. The storyteller's sunglasses blocked his eyes. The heavy lenses made it impossible to see the emotion and tears in his eyes. Only he himself knew it clearly. Xian's voice fell. After bringing the story of the Great Compassion Tree King to the Luofu ferry boat, the folding fan in his hand opened, borrowing the wind from the fan. Want to relax and sort out his mood, except for his identity and sadness. In the past, most storytelling was based on other people's stories adapted and shaped. Occasionally, there are storytellings based on real people. But now, face the memory of the gods and let them tell their past. This is Xian's first time, whether it is the Rock King Emperor, Beelzebub, or Barbados. For Xian at this moment, the personality charm he possesses is no less than that of Emperor Gong Siming, and he remembers the Great Compassion Tree King who erased himself to save the world and made the world forget him. The wind blowing from the fan. Counterproductive. Inyali Chia has seen Xian behind the sunglasses, and he has already burst into tears. Inya didn't know that his eyes were like this. His eyes caught the water light behind Xian's lens through his blurred vision. Xian noticed his loss of composure, turned around, took off his sunglasses. After wiping his eyes and adjusting his expression, he looked back at everyone and said, "Next is the story of the god of water. Fukalos. No, it's the god of water. Funina. And the story of Fukalos. Funina? Fukalos?" Before the crowd could get out of the sadness of the Great Compassion Tree King, they were troubled by new doubts and confusion. Gui Naifin asked, "Is it twins like the thunder god, or the past and future bodies like the grass god?" Gui Naifin also expressed the speculation in the eye-catching message in the live broadcast room. Qiming goes online by Lu Mr. Xian, if you dare to exert your strength again, Dan Ding Si will prescribe more bitter prescriptions for you in the future. Playing cards with cards. Chinke based on Diyuan Xionyu's experience. This round is likely to be reversed, but it may also turn to extreme sadness. Hearing this, Xian took a deep breath. No comments. No plot. This is a good habit as a storyteller. Suddenly the voice became low. God of water, as the god of justice. If the god of justice is guilty, how will you implement justice and live up to the name of justice? However, a great disaster happened. To save the broken country, he was ordered to perform the duties of the god of water in times of crisis, and he had to face the original sin of the previous god of water who stole the original fetal sea and turned the pure water elves into humans. And he also had to face, all people will dissolve, the country will be submerged, and the god of water will sit alone on the throne and cry. How to deal with it? Fukalos gave the answer. The personality and the godhood are divided into two, one bright and one dark. Created Fanina, who is no different from humans, and cursed that as long as the godhood exists, she will never die and will never be able to enjoy the happiness that humans should have. Invite Fanina to play the role of the god of water in the prophecy. And Fukalos, integrate the cardinal of oracle judgment with the heart of God and accumulate energy through the judgment of justice. At this time, the spectators in the crowd shouted angrily, "Hey, Mr. Xian, it's too unfair to let the mortal Fu Nina play the role of the god, and the god Fukalos hide behind the scenes." Xian was not annoyed by the sudden interruption, but asked lightly, "What if the accumulated energy is to kill Fukalos himself and to destroy the throne of the seven gods of water?" The excitement and anger in the crowd dissipated instantly, leaving only disbelief. Killing himself, destroying the throne? The unique courage of the water god Fukalos is rare even in this universe. The energy takes 500 years. Why is the place of justice called the Opikol Opera House? This is the stage prepared for Fanina, who becomes the real heroine of the opera house and plays the role of a god in order to make the prophecy seem to come true. The 500-year one-man show begins. As a mortal, spent 500 years of time and where? It is an extremely long, extremely lonely, and extremely painful opera. Cannot confide in others. Can only tell it to herself at night. Even if she collapsed, went crazy, and was about to be hysterical, Fanina finally persisted as a mortal god. In the way of reincarnation, 500 years are like a day, a total of 182,376 operas. The immortals can live forever. 500 years is half of their life. Many people can empathize. Su Chong sighed in a low voice. Funina's mental strength is only at the level of humans. Performing 182,376 operas for 500 years must be such torture and pain for her. Ginelifin nodded. Funina's spirit is worthy of admiration, and the water god's plan is also worthy of admiration. Gue Naifin looked at the live broadcast and said with emotion, "The god Fukalos won half the battle by entering the game, while the mortal Fanina kept the secret and suffered alone for 500 years for the plan. Real names surfing, Jinyuan the pain of playing the role of a god. If it was a ferry boat person, he would have become a demon, but Fanina persisted. Tail follower, Huahua, the lifespan of a fox, is only 300 or 400 years at most, and Funina's spirit of persistence has been carried out throughout the fox's life. Ruthless divination machine, Fu Xian Fanina is really amazing. This spirit should really be learned by a certain employee who likes to slack off, even if he can learn 1/10 of it. Playing cards to play with life. Chinke, Mr. Xian, what about the last story?" Xian suppressed his expression, and his voice was as calm as when he told stories in the past, without any emotion. Funina's 500 years of persistence alone finally bore fruit. The final death penalty trial is ushered in. The Cardinal of the Oracle is not only a machine for executing justice, but also a machine for killing the God of Justice, and even more so a machine for destroying the throne of the God of Justice. Fuka rose, ushered in his own judgment. The end of the sinner has finally come. The sinner faces the energy axe that can kill him and destroy the throne. There is no panic. There is no escape. There is no regret. Instead, he smiles. He welcomes the coming of judgment. The sinner dances with his life, and his dance steps are light and spinning like flowers, celebrating that Fukaros and Fanina have surpassed everyone. The dance steps of the sinner also declare that no one is guilty. Because the prophecy of stealing the original fetal sea was finally broken, the people who cherished and loved him survived without guilt, and the subsequent justice continued from then on. The axe shattered the last trace of water element power. Funina's hat fell to the ground. The figure of Fuka rose, the god of water, disappeared, and the throne representing justice and water elements completely collapsed and destroyed. Goodbye, Fukaros. Goodbye, queen of all waters, all directions, all peoples, and all laws. And Funina, the 500 years of opera have come to an end. May you have a good dream in the future and not have to worry in your dreams. Mr. Shiyan's voice fell. His sunglasses also fell at this moment, and his snot and tears rolled down his injured face. No one laughed at Shiyan at this moment. Even the Cloud Cavalry, who covered their faces with face armor, heard faint sobs. They came to guard the jar shop, not to listen to the story of the water god. Gue Naifin lowered her head. This cheerful, enthusiastic, and lively girl didn't want people to see her crying at this moment. And Su Shang just stood there blankly, staring wide-eyed, let the tears fall from her eye sockets, slide down her cheeks to her delicate chin, and drip onto the ground continuously. Wang Diheo. Funina lives with loneliness, sadness, and despair, performing for mortal bodies for 500 years. Fukalos died generously, gave up everything he had to end the prophecy, and brought a new future to the country under his rule, dropping clear and flawless tears, projecting a striking message in the live broadcast room. Chiming online, by Lumai Funina, my Fukalos, I just met you not long ago, and the knives are rolling in. Real name online, Jing Yuan, this glass of wine, is for Funina's persistence and Fukalos' determination. Cold Crow, jacked off Funina has performed reincarnation for 500 years in a mortal body, and Fukalos has carried the sinner's solo dance that has been planned for 500 years in the body of a god, and entered the game to win half a piece of heaven to continue hope and the future. Rainbow in the Wind, 7854. Empty now, I know why the Memory Star God came to witness. He came to witness the unparalleled Rock King, the god of thunder's thoughtlessness, the god of wind's unfettered freedom, the great kind Tree King's choice to let the world forget, and the water god Fukaros' solo dance of 500 years. Ruthless divination machine, Fu Xian, even the Qiongguan formation, could not predict it. It was clearly a pleasant journey of watching people open jars. After all, there are countless knife rooms hidden that are hard to defend against. Pierpoint, the headquarters of Interstellar Peace Corporation. Louis Fleming left. The board of directors did not disperse, but studied the items opened by the jar shop and made corresponding evaluations. The abilities of many items are even far beyond the wonders of the world. The head of the Building Materials Logistics Department, the Guardian, Terafan Keen, turned his eyes away from the side effects of the ancient holy body and looked at his colleagues in the conference room. His heavy voice slowly sounded. The gods of the other world may be different from our star gods. They're just named gods, just like the titles of powerful people in backward and remote galaxies. And remembering the whereabouts of the star gods is just curiosity about them. Terafan Keen's voice answered, and the questioning voice carried a special magic, which made the hearts of the people in the conference room begin to spread. Lao Zaiyan did not agree, but pushed his glasses. The old age and vicissitudes brought the wisdom of planning before making decisions. As the behind-the-scenes controller of the Knowledge Society, Apely, I think what Terafan Keen said makes some sense. Among the star gods, there are breeding star gods that endanger the entire universe. There are hunting star gods who can wipe out hundreds of thousands of rich, evil creatures with one arrow. And there is also the Amber King, who has continued from the ancient beast era to the present day. Take them as reference. I don't know what the memory of the god opened in the jar shop will be like, whether 257 is as Terafan Keen said. Diamond is not in a hurry. His eyes fell on Topa, The next second, beep, the familiar mobile phone notification sound rang, and it came from Topa's mobile phone again. With the previous experience, Topa would not seem so cramped, and he unfolded the screen without leaving a trace. Video transmission failed. Video transmission failed. Video transmission successful. Topa shook the phone and said the content of the message to the directors of the company. The memory of the god has been read and told in the way of storytelling. The live broadcast has been edited. Scar-eyed lady's cold voice, with a hint of urging, play. Osvaldo Schneider, who had remained silent before, exchanged a glance with Yen Shirluo from the Talent Incentive Department, and soon his mind was immersed in the recorded content in front of him. Soon everyone exclaimed, even Toppa's account, jumping on Toppa's shoulder in shock. God of Rock, Emperor Rock King. The demons and gods of this world rose together, using rock spears and jade to transform into flying birds and jade kites. He killed the invincible 8 rainbows in the abyss. The Emperor Rock King used a rock spear to penetrate the long rainbow in the sky and earth, nailing the vortex demon god that had set off the land to the center of the deep sea, thus turning it into a vast, besieged chi. Land? In the mountains, he killed the evil chi, turning its body into the earth, and its blood into the scales are used to form rivers and terraces for cultivation. And the demons were swept away. Even the mad elemental dragon king was suppressed and sealed. Why do I feel? The Rock King said this very well. Although I have no intention of competing, I know the suffering of the people, and I only wish to cleanse the 4 directions and protect a corner of the world. Isn't this the will of the Amber King? Knowing the threats that the creatures of the universe will face, and not being understood by the world, he keeps building walls to protect the universe. The conference room was full of discussions, praising and lamenting the deeds of the Rock King. I was wrong in my perception, and I shouldn't have underestimated the gods of the other world. Tara Van Keen apologized for his previous remarks. The Rock King killed through the demon war alone. This unparalleled and terrifying combat power is not all his strength. Obviously, he has not encountered a truly evenly matched opponent. Topa controlled the speed of the recording and broadcast until everyone's voices fell completely, and played the next clip. God of Wind, Barbados. Blow the wind of freedom to move people's hearts and overthrow the demon god of tornado. He ascended to the throne from a wind elf during the war between demons and gods, and then transformed the country under his rule with his followers. Isn't this like some of our star gods, who are not good at fighting but are good at other things? But what's the matter with this comet? Let's get down to business, Barbados. The freedom of the wind god accompanied by wine and songs makes people yearn for it. When the video of the wind god stopped, the conference room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and even the sound of diamonds became much louder. Topa also smiled, looking at the free and easy appearance of the wind god, and then took off the button. The storytelling content in the screen changed. Here we are. The god of thunder, Beelzebub. Mrs. Scar-eyed spoke first. One knife beheaded the snake god. Terrafan Keen frowned. This knife, without thoughts and attachments, makes the messenger unable to resist. Osvaldo Schneider did not speak. As a former unknown guest, he was thinking about how to expand to the world where they were. But when he thought that the star train had been silent for a long time, this idea slowly dissipated. Apolli's pupils suddenly expanded, capturing important information. Like the Thunder God and the Rock King, neither of them had used all their abilities. As far as we know, it is not the limit of the elemental gods. Topa was also fascinated by the sword light of the Thunder God, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all, playing the gods mentioned by the next storyteller. Mr. Shiyan's storytelling voice echoed in every corner of the conference room. The way to save the world is to make the world completely forget me. This kind, tolerant, and omniscient great compassion tree, King guarded the world tree and wanted to eliminate the world's disease, but was assimilated and polluted. At the last moment of his life, he achieved the ultimate of a god, allowing his future self to erase himself with his own hands, so that he was completely forgotten by the world and people as if he had never existed. This selflessness, this pure compassion, deserves the name of the Great Kindness Tree King. Your story. We have witnessed it. The company directors who have lived through many amber ages, even if their hearts are as hard as iron and do not stir up any ripples, are sad for the passing of the Tree King at this moment. Topa is still young. Unlike the directors, he is almost becoming a rational, personified monster. There are already tears in the corners of his eyes. The live video is running. Xian tells the past of the god of water. Diamond stood up first. Zaition followed closely. Apolly did the same. Yin Shirluo couldn't help but stand up. Mrs. Scar, I wanted to get closer to the screen. The projected body quietly stood up. Terrafan Keen and Osvaldo Schneider were the same, neither gregarious nor trendy. Interstellar Peace Company. The 7 heads of the 7 major departments, the 7 most powerful people in the universe, except for the Star God, watched the Great Kind Tree King and the God of Justice fall in the other world together. Diamond concluded at this moment. Funina completed the 500 years of reincarnation performance with the weak body of a mortal, the fragile spirit, loneliness, bitterness, and despair. She is on par with gods as a mortal. The god of justice Fukaros believes that Fukaros can succeed, destroy the throne of the god of water at the cost of his own life, and erase the sins of absolving himself and the original sins of his people. Praise Fukaros for his nobleness and purity. There is no filth in your ideals. Goodbye, the last god of water element and god of justice. Topa repeated in a low voice, goodbye. The moment he raised his eyes, he looked at Diamond. Diamond said, Topa, you will represent the company and go to Luofu Xianzhou for talks. You will be the company's only contact person for the jar store. The light ball of the god's memory. The curtains slowly fell as Xian stopped telling the story. But the excitement in people's hearts never stopped. Many ripples were stirred in Su Fan's heart. Now he came to Luofu Xianzhou. He could bring their stories here and let them be known widely. Su Fan smiled knowingly while sighing. Xianzhou remembered it. The unparalleled Rock King, the eternal thoughtlessness of Beelzebub, the freedom of Barbados, the great kindness Tree King, and Fukaros' success of entering the game with his body and winning half of the world. This universe will also remember it. Su Fan watched Xian, who was carrying Inyali Chie on his shoulder, walk into the crowd. As time passed, the traces of the past of the 5 gods gradually faded in the hearts of the people, and they walked out of the sad emotions such as sadness. Everyone focused their minds on the store in front of them. The people in the queue were very excited and started to discuss. If we can get the Rock Spear of the Rock King, we will make a lot of money. This divine weapon is better than the weapons of the messengers. Isn't the Thunder God's Naginata that cuts through all the clutter also an option? The same is true for the Wind God's harp that blows away the wind and snow. I would like to classify them as Immortal Elixir and Supreme Fairy Gold. Look, someone has gone in. I wonder what good stuff they can get. A middle-aged man dressed as a businessman walked into the jar shop. Howard's mind was in turmoil. It was the past of the 5 gods before. Residue and the audience's yearning in his heart opened the god-level items. Howard has been paying attention to the jar store. As a trade commissioner of Interstellar Peace Company in Luofu, Xianzhou, pay close attention to any movement on Luofu Xianzhou, and before that, he stayed in Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room to obtain the recording rights, almost recording emergency editing while live broadcasting. Pass the material to Director Topa. If you want to ask, why can Howard do it? This is probably the ability of P-26 staff of Interstellar Peace Company. Howard had just walked into the jar shop, and before he had time to greet boss Su Fan, he heard a sound from his phone. He clicked on the screen. Howard's mind became serious. It was a message from Director Topa. He asked him to give the location of the jar shop in Jinren Lane. Howard did as he was told. He soon understood the meaning behind the text message. It means that the jar shop has attracted the attention of the headquarters, and a delegation headed by Director Topa may be sent to Luofu Xianzhou for negotiation. If Howard knew, his edited recording was broadcast to the heavens. The founder of the company. The heads of the 7 major departments of the company have all watched it. He probably fainted from joy. But now, Howard just wants to open the jar. With a hint of desire and curiosity, he swept across the jars on the shelf behind Su Fan, took out the credit points, and asked, "Boss Su Fan, you said that I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Can I produce a memory light ball related to the gods like Mr. Xian?" Su Fan had a business smile on his face. "Of course I can, but it depends on luck." Luck? Howard was able to join the company from other star fields, become a specialist in Luofu, and pass the assessment of the Earthhung Division. Strength played a big part, but luck was still the decisive factor. Howard was full of confidence. "So, I choose the 10 cans here." Su Fan did as he was told. Howard's clothes were very different in style, and he recognized that he was a person from the Interstellar Peace Company at a glance. It was also because he had traveled here for too long. Su Fan couldn't remember the details clearly. Was the specialist Howard in front of him the one who made a bet with Su Chong to bark like a dog? The first one. Delivered. Why is it a fish? Howard saw a fish jumping around in the tiles, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a while. Mr. Shi Yin opened a talking Enya, but how come it was a fish here? At least it wasn't an empty can. Howard comforted himself. Well, the dishes for dinner are settled. By the way, does Boss Su Fan know what kind of fish this is? Su Fan nodded. "I know. The fish Gao Qiqiang wants to eat. A fish that can be seen everywhere in the vegetable market, or maybe something that fishermen can't get. After Gao Qiqiang wants to eat it, it becomes more delicious." Su Fan explained. "This is the fish Gao Qiqiang wants to eat." "Gao Qiqiang, is he from Xianzhou?" Su Fan did not answer, but said to Howard, "Hold the fish to your ear. Can you hear anything?" The fish jumped around in his hand, and even the tail of the fish gave a few slaps. Howard then controlled the fish and put it to his ear. Howard listened carefully. His eyes lit up. Yes, it seems that there's a careless voice saying, "Tell Lao and Mo, I want to eat fish." A new doubt arose. Who is Lao and Mo? Howard wanted to ask, but saw Boss Su Fan looking at the counter, looking at his 9 jars. Howard's mind was instantly diverted, and there was no way the attraction of the jar was too great, and the magic hammer was from top to bottom. The second jar actually opened a handful of coins. The surface is golden like gold, but it has a special texture when held in the hand. It is a very special precious metal that is neither gold nor jade. Howard fiddled with the 20 gold coins that were opened, constantly picking them up to check and then putting them down, even comparing them with the coins of the immortal boat. Su Fan sighed. This is Mora made by the Rock King. Mora, the first batch of Mora created by Morix himself, is the currency of the continent, the common language of the world, and a precious metal that everyone can understand. If it is in the hands of a connoisseur, you will find that it contains some elemental magic. Howard smiled. His mouth was wide open, showing a smile. The story of the Rock King spread in the Luofu immortal boat and the universe, and the value of Mora will also rise. Of course, Howard will not sell it, but collect it, feeling the wave of good luck coming. No more hesitation in his hands. Learn how Shi Yin opened the jar before. All at once, smashed 4 of the remaining 8 jars. The first one had a kunai. Howard knew that this was the bottom line of the jar, the kunai. The second one had a shovel. Howard sighed. Shovels can be seen everywhere in the immortal boat. Su Fan disagreed. This shovel is extraordinary. Sister Bauer's shovel. Different from other shovels, it has an extra 20% efficiency when used to dig the ground and bury people. Howard was silent. There is no need to do it manually now. The ferry boat alone has a golden man to do it. Then he looked at the third jar. Howard's cheeks were reddened by the firelight, and the burning sensation came from the counter continuously. He also saw that the source of everything was a ball of fire. Before he had time to observe it carefully, it disappeared silently. Howard was about to break his defense. What the hell is this? It's the first time I've seen something opened, and it disappeared? There is the information from Director Topa before. In addition, there are all kinds of things related to God opened in the jar store. Howard's attitude is very calm, and he didn't see the things open dissipate in his heart, but he was jumping and surging with emotions that were about to explode. Zero. Boss Su Fan, what's going on? The thing that supports the burning of the flame has disappeared. What is it? The spiritual blood of the Eastern clan. Then this flame is pure Yangyan. Pure Yangyan. Pure Yangyan. The divine fire can kill monsters, burn locust plagues, and retemper magic weapons. This fire must be smoked with the spiritual blood of the Eastern clan to be the purest pure Yangyan. Howard now understood. Just now, the spiritual blood of the Eastern clan was actually opened, but unfortunately the luck was not good. If it was better, it would have opened the Eastern clan directly. Bloodline light ball. But the wish was fulfilled. The God-made thing was opened. Even if there was only a little fire, the divine fire, pure Yangyan, is the proof. And the eyes fell, looking at the fourth jar opened at one time. On the tile, there was a feather-like weapon left, attracting Howard's eyes, and he couldn't help but take it in his hand. The feeling of holding it, as soft and thin as a bird feather, it seemed to have no weight. But the blade with the cold light was frightening and extremely sharp. Howard moved his throat. Boss Su Fan, what is this? Featherblade. Featherblade, the weapon of Baifeng, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the quicksand, is feather-shaped and extremely sharp and can kill people without being seen. If one comprehends the 6 illusions of the Phoenix dance and cooperates with it, a single strike can be a fatal blow. Howard hurriedly looked at the featherblade. Comprehend the 6 illusions of the Phoenix dance? Howard shook his head. Now, there was only one featherblade. Even if he comprehended the 6 illusions of the Phoenix dance, he could not do any damage. But Howard was not discouraged. The remaining 4 jars were smashed. One was empty. 3 featherblades. Howard was confused. After the jars were opened, there was only one empty jar. The fish that Gao Qiqiang wanted to eat. The Mora of the Rock King. The Kanai. Sister Bower's shovel. The short-lived Eastern clan spirit blood released the divine fire pure Yangyan. For featherblades, this jar-opening journey was neither good nor bad. Howard walked out of the canning shop with neither joy nor sorrow. He held the fish that had been dehydrated for too long and had no energy in his arms, put Mora in a bag, and carried Sister Bower's shovel on his back. He just walked out the door. He was stopped by Gue Naifan. The whole person appeared in the live broadcast room. Gue Naifan asked curiously, "Hey, Commissioner Howard, why are you still holding 4 feathers?" Howard emphasized excitedly, "These are not feathers. These are feather blades. It can cooperate with Fengwu Liu Huan to launch a fatal attack." Gue Naifan, you're standing very close. You should have heard everything just now, right? Hear it? Gue Naifan shook her head. No, I was discussing with Su Shang just now, the divine fire, pure Yangyan. Su Shang also added at this moment. Everyone in the live broadcast room is very curious about the divine fire just now. Didn't Boss Su Fan say that it can burn monsters and insect swarms? So there must be special attacks on rich, evil creatures. Howard glanced at the live broadcast room and found that the Barrage 680 was very consistent at this moment, asking him to talk about the pure Yangyan that just flashed for a moment. What's so special about it? Howard took a deep breath. You guys, the divine fire is only for a moment. It should be said that the Eastern clan has too little spiritual blood. Forget it. I can't open it this week. It depends on your luck. At this time, a passerby asked, "Is this shovel also unique?" Howard changed the subject and looked at the shovel behind him. This is Sister Bower's shovel, which can help speed up the digging of the pit. He looked at the things in his arms and said, "If you want to say the best thing, it is this bag of Mora, which is the first batch made by the Rock King Emperor. One more thing, Mora contains magic power, which can be used to replenish the consumed life force." Mora? Or the first batch made by the Rock King Emperor? Gue Naifan immediately shook the camera. Aim at Mora. Show the precious metals from another world to the people in the live broadcast room. Howard smiled. It was this kind of envious look. The name of the Rock King Emperor spread in Luofu, and the Mora he made naturally attracted everyone's attention, completely filling the fleeting joy of opening the divine fire. But the next second, tragedy happened. The fish that Gao Qiqiang wanted to eat jumped up and gave him a tail. Howard waved his hand with a swollen face as a farewell to the live broadcast room and turned to walk into the depths of Jinren Lane. Gue Naifin wanted to laugh out loud, but it was hindered by the live broadcast camera. Turned around and covered his stomach and laughed out loud. Su Shang looked at the fish in Howard's arms. It was so big and energetic, it must be very suitable for sword practice. Gue Naifin calmed down her smile and looked at the sky. It was just before. It was time for Boss Su Fan to close the store. And Su Fan was also in front of the store, saying something to the people in line. Gue Naifin said to Su Shang, Shang, Boss Su Fan seems to be closing the store. Let's go over to help. Su Shang nodded. Thanks to the help of Su Shang and Gue Naifin, the enthusiasm of the crowd dissipated. Otherwise, Su Fan would have to spend more time talking. The memory light balls of the five gods were spread through Xiao Gizi's live broadcast, and the impact brought was really too great. Other caves and heavens continued to come. Su Fan also used the live broadcast room to persuade them to leave and explain the time to open the can. Su Fan looked at the can store, and there was still a chance to take advantage. Looking at Xiao Gizi, the girl with long ponytails asked, Su Chong, do you want to open the can? Su Chong blinked in confusion. Ah. Su Fan looked at Su Chong. Su Chong has a good figure. Plump where it should be plump and thin where it should be thin. She will definitely burst out with unimaginable speed. Su Fan reminded, there is still 1 minute. You could just knock it directly. Su Chong hesitated, but Xiao Gizi was anxious at this moment. Why didn't her best friend come to her senses? Why hesitate at this time? Gue Naifin pulled Su Chong to go to the store. What but? Su Chong looked at the cans on the shelf, as if she saw thousands of moods. I am not mentally prepared yet. Su Fan was very surprised. It was the first time he saw someone refuse to open a can. Su Shang explained, if you use external forces to make your strength advance by leaps and bounds, it is very beautiful and tempting. If your mind remains still, it is easy to go astray. The sword heart must be clear, and I want to temper my mind again. Gue Naifin reminded, the jar should also be able to open the memory of the state of mind. Su Shang's eyes were firm, and he shook his head calmly. Little Gizi, what I want is to use this sword heart to devour the state of mind of others and refine a unique swordsmanship. Good guy. Su Fan shouted in his heart, good guy. Su Shang wants to become a complete body, to become the sword god, Li Su Shang. Want to open the natural sword embryo, or open the mirror sword heart? Or do you want to comprehend the essence of Taishu sword energy? And, looking stupid, he has already planned the path of swordsmanship in his heart, devouring the state of mind of others to achieve the supreme swordsmanship. Su Fan, with admiration in his eyes, looking forward to Su Chong stepping on the fairy sword and racing with Xingcha. Su Chong turned the Tian gang, grabbed Gue Naifin's shoulders, and walked towards the martial arts training ground. So, Xiao Gizi, accompany me to practice swordsmanship. You are the one who has the split fruit. Aren't you afraid of being slashed? Slashing? Gue Naifin felt a headache when she thought of the sword light of Xian Yuan's sword in Su Chang's hand. The split fruit is not afraid of being slashed. But what if there is a mistake? Isn't it just on a Dan Ding C to find Long Nu for healing? My eyes kept looking at Su Fan, seeking offside assistance while delaying and politely refusing. I suddenly remembered that I haven't copied the Luofu regulations for 800 times, and it's time to practice the fruit ability with Qin Ke. Su Chong said toughly. Then go to Taibu Si to practice swordsmanship. Su Fan smiled and said, are you hungry? Gue Naifin immediately gave Su Fan a thumbs up and hurriedly shouted, let's go. Shang has bought a lot of rice from live broadcasts recently. Let's go to Jinren Lane to eat. Su Shang thought the same thing. I had to fill my stomach before practicing swordsmanship, so I followed Gue Naifin. The jar shop became quiet, but passers-by outside the street in front of the door could be seen, occasionally looking at the shop. Su Fan had gotten used to it and walked into the jar shop. After Shi Yin opened the jar, he was qualified to open the exclusive jar. And after Howard opened the jar, He directly exceeded the critical value. 116 out of 100. Su Fan did not hesitate. Choose to exchange. 16 out of 100. And on the shelf, an ordinary zero point 0.3 jar produced a golden stream of light like water on its surface, as if it was sublimated by gold plating. After a moment, golden jar the child returned to calm. Su Fan put the gold jar on the counter, rubbed the cool touch of the gold stone with his hand, and laughed softly. This is the real golden legend. The jar in Su Fan's hand. The immortal elixir, the ultimate fairy gold, and a group of god-level creations that the spectators wanted to open before are all in it. What kind of double pupils, innate Taoist fetuses, ascended holy body Taoist fetuses, and other physiques are also included. From the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the innate supreme treasure, the ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the innate spiritual root, etc., are also included. The 10 evils of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, various pure-blooded creatures, the descendants of the immortal king, and even the innate dragons and phoenixes, Qilin, etc., will be opened in the way they are just born. All kinds of tops of the heavens and the worlds can also be opened by the exclusive jar. Su Fan saw others open hundreds of jars. Now it's his turn, but he is a little nervous and unconfident, and at the same time very much looking forward to it. The jar is right in front of him. Su Fan looked at the small wooden hammer at hand. Doubt, can it break the golden jar? Su Fan was obviously overthinking. The wooden hammer in his hand seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force, as if it was the giant hammer in the hands of the Amber King, smashing the subspace crystal barrier. With a buzzing sound, a bright ripple appeared on the surface of the golden jar, spreading silently in the air and flying away with the dust from the broken jar. The golden light that Su Fan expected did not appear. Instead, there appeared waves of gray precipitation and heavy breath, which was the chaotic breath captured when he was riding the star raft in the sea of immortal boats and looking out at the universe. The chaotic air continued to spread. It soon occupied Su Fan's sight, and it continued to extend from the jar and floated to the shelf and stayed on the surface of other jars. The chaotic air continued to overflow, even floating on Su Fan's body, and also drilled into his clothes through the gaps in the corners of his clothes. The rich and huge chaotic energy lingered around his body. Su Fan felt uneasy. He watched others open empty cans. Could it be his turn too? Fortunately, Su Fan's worries were unnecessary. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a blurry figure appearing in the can shop, with pieces of glass mirrors reflecting the chaotic luster, and the prismatic facial features hidden behind the crown were staring at Su Fan. Su Fan was silent. Before, the memory light group of 5 gods was opened, which attracted the memory star god Fu Li. Now the exclusive can is opened. It attracted the memory star god again. This mysterious appearance was as natural as a visit. Su Fan looked at Fu Li. Fu Li also looked at Su Fan. Fu Li did not speak as a riddler like last time, but Su Fan could catch it. Fu Li's gaze, from the can to his face. It seemed to say, why don't you open the chaotic energy and move the tiles hidden in it to see what is revealed? The silent urging from the memory star god. Let Su Fan ponder secretly. What exactly was revealed that made Fu Li come again? Fortunately, it was closing time, and there were only Su Fan and Fu Li in the jar shop. Otherwise, if passers-by saw it, the jar shop would probably be crowded again in a short while. Su Fan wanted to make sure whether Fu Li was conscious. I started. His arm reached out to the chaotic energy, and Fu Li's face really shifted slightly with the direction of his arm. The guess was confirmed. Su Fan was too lazy to care about Fu Li and used his hands to disperse the chaotic clouds covering the tiles, the neatly stacked golden fragments. Subconsciously, people are in a golden mountain with endless treasures. But Su Fan was not affected. Push aside the tiles. Take them away one by one. Su Fan's doubts became more and more serious. What exactly was revealed? Look, the tiles on the counter are almost gone. If it is the eggs of the 10 evils of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it is impossible to hide its body. If it is the supreme emperor's weapon, or the perfect immortal king's weapon, It will show supreme power the moment it is opened. If it is a chaos spirit treasure, this is what Su Fan thought when he took away the tiles, who made so much chaos chi that did not dissipate. But the speculation was gradually overturned as the tiles were taken away. These tiles can't cover up the sharpness of the acts of creation. It can't be the Jade Book of Creation that records the mysteries of the 3,000 great Taos. It is even more impossible to be the Chaos Creation Green Lotus. Then the answer is in the last tile. Su Fan uncovered it. He was stunned. Fully, the luster on his body seemed to be stronger. He looked at the indescribable avenue floating out from the tile, with a little shaking since the moment the tile was uncovered and tremblingly merged into the position of Su Fan's forehead. Su Fan's eyes became clear. What just now was the avenue. It was the transition from Wuji to before the birth of heaven and earth. The avenue of the innate before the birth of the 5 innate Tai and Tai. There are 50 avenues, 49 of which are derived from the heaven, and one is escaped. Is this one that escaped? The 50th avenue ran into the exclusive jar. No wonder it was hidden so extremely that Su Fan had to turn over the last tile before it appeared. The avenue entered the body. Su Fan's will floated from the jar store, flew out of the Luofu immortal boat, and came to the universe. And the momentum never stopped and flew over the Shanjianshan, where the memory star god was. Continued to go up, arrived at the highest point of the universe, almost in harmony with the Tao. Su Fan's eyes turned into countless star clusters in the sea of stars, and the blood vessels in his body turned into thousands of pioneering silver tracks left by the pioneering star god. Every 10 drops of blood is a planet carrying countless lives. Every thought that arises will set off an endless cosmic storm. Changes exist in an instant. Su Fan's will turn into 50 avenues and escaped. Back to the jar shop. Everything seemed to have not happened. But the image just seen tells Su Fan that it was all real. Seeing the boundary of the universe, the Amber King raised the giant hammer, and the hammer sound that awakened the new era had not yet sounded. Aha mixed into the tavern at the end of the universe, pretending to be the joyful messenger and toasting with the tavern boss, Huahua. Patrol-on pulled up the longbow, and the arrow light floated like the Milky Way, capturing the medicine market that was blessing. Void 9, wrapped in layers of dark matter mist, occasionally revealed the eyes of nothingness and looked at the far end of the universe. I also saw the tree of existence that Aha had climbed, and I saw the mystery of the life cycle of the universe, the essence and root of everything. I haven't seen it clearly yet. Su Fan's experience card ended, and he was brought back to his body by the avenue, and found that Fu Li was still in the jar shop. Su Fan was surprised. Why are you still here? Fu Li didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Su Fan. Su Fan then discovered that subtle changes had taken place in his body. A small universe was born in his body. It was from Wuji, stepping into one of the 5 innate Tai, the boundless nothingness of Tai. There was only despairing silence, but it also gave birth to infinite possibilities. The universe and the body wanted to go from Tai to Tai 433 Chu, giving birth to the invisible and immaterial innate Chi, and becoming a universe more primitive than chaos. Su Fan thought about it. Probably in this universe without time, only the way of heaven would continue to perfect itself and move from Tai to Tai Chu. Su Fan didn't expect that opening an exclusive jar would actually get him favored by the great Tao, obtain the cosmic embryo, and become the master of the universe. And everything in the small universe can be used by Su Fan. Thinking like this, chaos energy was wrapped around Su Fan's arm, as if he could kill a god of fun with one punch, or punch through the comet wall of the Amber King with one punch. Stealing the jar? Can you block the attack of a universe? Or, Su Fan can put everything into the small universe, making it the most supermodel storage bag. If the exclusive jar opens some innate creatures in the future, Su Fan also has an excellent breeding place, which is to put it directly into the small universe without leaving any trouble. The pool or pet space of 10 universes is definitely enough for them to play. At this time, Fuli glanced at the chaos energy on Su Fan's arm and left the jar store. Su Fan could capture his satisfaction. After all, the memory star god. Fuli had no memory of the time when the Great Tao was formed and the beginning of the universe, so this time he had a great time watching it directly from Fan. Su Fan came back to his senses and felt regretful. Fuli had seen so many precious memories, and running so fast was not a sign of regret. At least, send the Black Swan of Liuguang Yiting here. The jar store has a big shortage of employees. The boundary of the universe where the Amber King is. The boundless power of preservation and protection ripples around the surface of the giant hammer, aiming at the sky comet wall that is higher than the interstellar cloud and has no end in sight, and you can see a few flying vehicles the size of ants under the corner of the wall. And beside the wall, there are evenly stacked materials as big as mountains of planets, and a series of material planets form a string like a small galaxy. These are the materials presented to the Amber King by the Building Materials Logistics Department of the Interstellar Peace Company, which also include building materials and other materials collected by the Amber King support team countless Amber eras ago. Even if the Amber King does not use them, the members of the Building Materials Logistics Department are happy to do so, following the belief that was born at the beginning of the company's establishment. Everything is dedicated to the Amber King. However, in front of the Sky Comet Wall, the specialist of the Building Materials Logistics Department, who was like dust, suddenly stood in the universe. The Amber King's divine body underwent subtle changes. The bright and shining amber divine light also seemed to bring the power of preservation, shining on the star field next to the Sky Comet Wall to bring peace and harmony. Amber divine stones floated, formed, and condensed on the divine body. In the crown-shaped head area of the Star Ring King, which represented the position of the eyes, the boundless divine light flashed extremely brightly and looked at the sky of the universe. What is above the universe? What can make the Amber King, who is focused on building the foundation of the universe, raise his head? The specialist of the Building Materials and Logistics Department was confused, because the size difference between gods and humans is too huge. The Amber King's random small actions are magnified trillions of times in people's eyes and can be seen clearly. The Amber King caught it. Just now, a line of sight came from the center of the universe. It was as if the avenue had wisdom. Unfortunately, it only existed for a short moment, and the Amber King's feeling would not be wrong. Is there another life form that has been upgraded to a new star god? As the oldest star god, the Amber King did not catch the new law of destiny. So what is it? The Amber King decided not to think about it anymore and prepared to continue to build the wall. But there was a little more thought. The jade I saw in Xianzhou last time was pretty good. It seemed to be from Kinshop. It's a pity. The lack of spirit has led to mediocrity. In the tavern at the end of the universe, the mellow, elegant, and pungent aroma of wine floats in the air, constantly drifting past people wearing masks and of different shapes. As the alcohol goes down, the atmosphere begins to become noisy and lively. This is the territory of the masked fool and the joy order, and only customers with a sense of humor are served. The wine waiter Brachi is carefully wiping the wine glass. The sight jumps, because a new guest came to the tavern, wearing a mask that seemed to be crying and laughing. And I was also entertained by Master Spark, and the two were talking about the aesthetics of joy. Aha sneaked into the Milky Way as a human, which can be said to be practice makes perfect. Once, in order to tease Akavili and the nameless guests, he disguised himself as an ordinary person and lurked into the starry sky train. After waiting for a year, he finally had the opportunity to release the way of joy, blow up half of the train, and the planets that will bring new crises to the universe if something happens. The timing is extremely clever. Blowing up the train is the best way to eliminate the crisis, and Akavali and the nameless guest have to say thank you to Aha. Aha reminisced about the joyful time when the starry sky train was exploring the universe. Then his eyes fell on fireworks. Fireworks! Aha thought she had great potential, and she was going further and further on the path of pleasure, and she also gained the authority to speak in the tavern. Aha decided to take advantage of the discussion of the aesthetics of pleasure to open up some ways of pleasure for fireworks. Lo, the voice of gender could not be heard. From behind the mask that seemed to be neither crying nor laughing, a voice came. With 1,000 masks, I can transform into thousands of faces. This is the basic skill of fools as actors. Hanabi nodded seriously. Hanabi prepared many life stories for herself. Abandoned orphans, cursed girls, descendants of the puppet family, etc. As long as the other party likes it, feels sad and resonates with it, she will take the initiative to wear the corresponding mask. Hanabi was very congenial to the person in front of her, and she couldn't help but open the conversation. Masked weirdo. The world is full of stages and farces are performed everywhere. You're talking about basic skills. To me, it is I just want to be an unknown supporting role in the corner, usually applauding the protagonist to set the mood, and at most, like fireworks, blasting it colorfully at the most exciting moment of the performance. Aha laughed. He was praising fireworks and casually pointed out, this is more of a protagonist than the protagonist. Sometimes the identity behind the mask is constantly changing. Firefly hesitated. Change. Aha lifted the mask lightly and drank a glass of wine made of Maria orange and palm cinnamon. His voice became a little high as the alcohol went into his throat. The supporting role becomes the protagonist as the position changes, and the protagonist becomes the director hidden behind the scenes as the plot progresses, or becomes the screenwriter who manipulates the entire script. The changes of supporting roles? Firefly seemed to watch the progress of the stage play. Hanabi murmured, just have fun? Aha smiled. It seems you have grasped the essence. Hanabi looked at the person who was talking about the way of pleasure with a smile, curiosity, and playfulness. Oh, I really want to take off your mask and see what kind of face you are. Forget it. I dare not make such a dangerous attempt. Hanabi tasted it and changed the subject. Aha put down the wine glass. He stood up slowly, not because of Hanabi's guess, but the highest point in the universe. It is farther than the Zenkin heaven, as far away as the tree that Tuanru once climbed. A gaze descended. See through the mask's concealment and see the true identity. Aha was fidgety. If his identity was discovered in various ways, how could he continue the way of pleasure in the future? Fortunately, it disappeared in just a moment. Aha thought and studied deeply and finally smiled. This look means that there will be new fun in the universe today. The light arrow that crosses the universe is fully drawn by the bowstring, just like the endless stream of light in the Milky Way. Land's speed of releasing the bowstring has slightly stopped. In the first 10,000 years, the hunter drew the arrow for the survival of the immortal boat. In the second 10,000 years, the hunter drew the bow in anger for the chaos of abundance. In the third 10,000 years, hunting the pharmacist to eliminate abundance became the goal. Lon caught a strange look, not from the prying of other star gods, but from the heart of the sky in the depths of the universe. What is it? Lon doesn't know, but he knows that the sky-shaking light arrow in his hand cannot stop. The law of patrolling interferes with the vacuum universe. The bowstring vibrates like the buzzing of Dino when the star cluster is born, smashing countless lifeless planets along the way and flying towards the pharmacist. The patrolling light arrow is rushing. The pharmacist has already gotten used to it. The 6 arms swing as he pleases, blooming with the glory of abundance. In order to simulate the gaze from the universe just now, the pharmacist spoke a few words to the owner of the gaze, making his life flourish and his gaze not extinguished. Unfortunately, the gaze was too short, and the light arrows of the hunting patrol came, and the pharmacist could choose to give up. Continue to play the game of I run and you chase with the hunting patrol. Void 9 looked at the universe with his eyes, still illusory and empty. There were too many gazes looking at himself, and even the past gone of the Annihilation Gang was bewitched by joy and came to destroy the Void. 9 didn't care. After glancing at the depths of the universe, look at Huang Quan, who wears a long sword, walks alone in the galaxy, and is the farthest, deepest, and most lonely in the fate of the void. Thoughts fluctuated briefly, and then returned to the void. Maybe Huang Quan will meet that gaze and face the real owner of the gaze. Gui naif inside. After eating all over Jinren Lane, Suchong dragged her relentlessly and really came to Taibu Sea. Found Qin Ke, who was slacking off. Also got Fu Xian Taibu's consent to compete with swordsmanship to temper the fruitability. Gui Naifin wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was Luofu's popular little anchor and the pillar of the acrobatic troupe. She didn't expect to become a swordsmanship stake. And Qin Ke was also very troubled. Originally, there was little time to fight Diyuan Xiongyu after work. Now it was compressed. It was originally to be used to train the fruitability, and it had to compete with Su Chong's swordsmanship. Su Chong was very happy. The sword heart was jumping for joy. The Xin Yuan sword in his hand was affected by the emotional fluctuations, and it made a crisp sword sound from time to time, looking forward to the next battle. Su Chong smiled. Be careful. The next one is the 13 swords of Chuyan inherited by my family. Not far away, down the corridor, Fu Xian's eyes flashed, and he saw that the sword style was changing with his wrist and the sword body, and the transparent, split fruit had been activated. The eyes flashed. Insight into the changes of external objects, insight into many possibilities. There is no other possibility in this confrontation. The winner is only Su Chong. Fu Xian did not want to watch anymore and walked towards the Qiongzhen. Fu Xian at this moment. There was a panic in his mind, constantly disturbing her emotions. If she did not seize the opportunity, she would regret it for the rest of her life tonight, and she would regret it for the rest of her life. Fu Xian was not at a loss yet, and wanted to know what variables would appear and why she regretted it. And the best deduction tool at this moment is Dian Qiongwan Array. 380 arrays learn from the past and know the future and calculate the truth. Need to complete the details. Countless jade signs and talismans can deduce accurate results. Fu Xian stood in front of the array and injected all the changes in Su Fan's jar shop and various changes in his own emotions into the array base with information flow. One of the three formations of the Great Evolution Observation Formation. The Cosmic Combination Formation rumbles to observe the trend of the Cosmic Combination, and from the unpredictable time coordinates, it is concluded that the time is tonight. The Jehuan Formation releases the light of the Jade Omen Talisman to observe the changes in the universe. Under Fu Xian's gaze, it continuously selects the space where the object is located and obtains the accurate space coordinates. The Yeching Formation combines the mysteries of the Cosmic Combination Formation and the Jehuan Formation, and with the help of Fu Xian's Dharma Eye, it outlines the many causes and effects hidden in Su Fan and the jar shop. Deduced the result of the divination. Fu Xian suddenly took a step back. It is indeed related to Su Fan. To be precise, it revolved around Su Fan. Shui Yi's Vajra Force Magic Circuit and Jackdaw's God's I Drive Elemental Magic. The two powers seem to have nothing to do with each other, but fundamentally, Fu Xian found the key core point. It was also the point she was worried and curious about before. Replenishing magic. And the object is Su Fan. The time is tonight. The location is not in the jar shop, but in Su Fan's ancestral house in Xianzhou. Then the place that makes people uneasy is the way to replenish magic. Fu Xian's eyes flickered. According to the results of the Dian Qiongwan Formation, combined with his previous premonition, if he does not take action, he will regret it for the rest of his life. The feelings in his heart for Su Fan. Fu Xian couldn't say it to be honest, but he only knew that he couldn't watch Su Fan being replenished by other women. Sui Yuan. Xiao Gizi's live broadcast ended. Shui Yi's holiday of returning to the world is not over. Sitting on the chair, looking at the dim magic circuit on her arm, the exhaustion of magic power also makes her body weak. With a cold white face and a well-behaved posture, sitting on the chair, Shui Yi is like a weak, soft, and powerless girl in the boudoir. It's not visible at all. When arresting the leader of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine, he had the bold attitude of knocking Dan Shu unconscious with one punch. Jackdaw looked at his sister's downtime at this time and was very distressed why it was not yet night, and the magic circuit returned to normal. But now there is no rush to replenish the magic. Even before, Boss Su Fan talked a lot with Sister Shui, probably agreed on the timing of replenishing the magic or something. Jackdaw wanted to make the first magic replenishment perfect. Shui is her only family, and there must be no flaws after the crown doll is reborn. With the help of Huahua, spread the map of Shanglishan on the table. Shanglishan is one of the many gathering caves on the Luofu immortal boat, and the name is taken from the lucky number of Changelwuyo. In addition, the Ten Kings division recorded the household registration of the people on the immortal boat. Even if Sister Shui did not explain where Su Fan's home was, Jackdaw connected to the Jade Omen of the Ten Kings division through the judge's authority and marked the location on the map. Wait until Jackdaw raised his pen. Tail, who had been watching for a long time, said anxiously, "Hey, what are you drawing on the map?" Huahua wanted Tail, but it was too late. He could only watch Tail floating on the map. Ina shouted, "Tail God!" Jackdaw lowered his eyes. Thinking of the reason that once Swan had said judge's mission, Huahua, you are now an apprentice judge. You don't need to know for the time being. Huahua nodded, but Tail curled his lips in disbelief. What mission? Is it necessary to mark the houses of Shanglishan? It's obvious that there are many tricks. But the judge who gained new abilities was not with Huahua, and Tail secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Eye of God and the magic circuit brought too much pressure to Sui Yang. The night fell on Taibu Sea. The falsely created night sky was full of stars, and together with the lights that illuminated the windowsills of thousands of houses, it reflected the three figures dancing with swords and using abilities. Su Chang's forehead was covered with sweat, which was very obvious under the nightlight. He put the Xian Yuan sword to block the crutches and put them on the ground to balance his somewhat experienced body. His breathing became undulating, making the unbuttoned collar area look fuller and fuller. The previous training battle. It can be said that. Cool. Gue Naifan's ability to split into pieces made Yin Shisanji in return empty-handed. Su Chang was not discouraged and used this opportunity to temper his sword energy. But Su Chang didn't seem to notice that when facing the sword energy and sword light, Gue Naifan's forehead and back were covered with cold sweat, and her clothes were wet with sweat and became transparent. He also had to perform the Fian Gong, optimize and adjust the four skills, and use the family's light martial arts to deal with the combined attack of the transparent fruit and the split fruit. He forgot the passage of time. Gue Naifan's panic and fear in the battle gradually changed his mentality, and he began to calmly become at ease. He cooperated with Qin Ke in many ways and fought back against Su Chang's wonderful swordsmanship. Qing Chue's little resentment had long since disappeared. He could fight back and forth with Su Chang, the rising star of the Cloud Cavalry Army, and he could see with his naked eyes that his skills in using the fruit had increased. All of this was just like the experience of fighting Yuan Xiongyu, which he had absorbed completely. Wasn't it all a prelude to slacking off? The training was over. The three of them smiled at each other. Qin Ke suddenly realized something. Where is the Grandmaster? Su Chang and Gue Nifan looked around the Grandmaster's office and saw the empty Grandmaster's office, and there was no sign of the Grandmaster's office. Qin Ke was puzzled. Master Taibu, logically speaking, he would not leave without saying goodbye. There must be a secret behind his departure. Su Chang put away the Xian Yuan sword and wiped off the sweat, sighing, but now it seems that she is not playing by the rules. Qing Chue's doubts became even greater. Where will the old lady Taibu go? Secret? Logically speaking, we should not explore Fu Xian's secret. But because Fu Xian left without saying goodbye, Ginelifan was worried that Fu Xian was too low and would encounter some unexpected accidents. In addition, the Taibu division had given Gue Nifan instructions on the wings of wind in the past few days and allowed Su Chang to practice swordsmanship in the Taibu division. Ginelifan decided to stand up and thought of the live broadcast of the jar store during the day. I know. Su Chang looked at Xiao Gizi with disbelief. I have a basis. Ginelifin said to Suchong and Qin-Ke. Remember what the Snow Rogue judge opened? The magic circuit needs to replenish magic power, and Boss Su Fan whispered to the Snow Rogue judge a few times. Qin-Ke suddenly realized, but hesitated. You mean? Gue Naifin's straightforward and hearty voice directly broke the window paper. Go to Su Fan's house, and you will know. Su Chong hesitated. This is not good. Qin-Ke raised his eyebrows silently. He remembered the text message he sent to Su Fan before. Do you want a wife? And Fu Xiantai Bu's coquettish and angry expression. Moreover, the destination is still Su Fan's house. Qin-Ke said righteously, We are concerned about the old Lady Tai Bu, so that she will not get into trouble when walking at night in Luofu. Su Chong curled her lips. Who dares to cause trouble for Lu Yu in Luofu, Xianzhou? Moreover, Fu Xiantai Bu also greatly improved his strength through the jar shop. I guess. The attacker was scared away when he saw the golden pupil. Gue Naifin nodded. As expected, Qin-Ke's rhetoric was almost consistent with her previous psychological activities. Gue Naifin chimed in. Yes, yes. The remnants of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine of Shanglishan were wiped out. The secret of the Grand Master? Worried about the safety of the Grand Master? The possible attack of the secret teachings of the King of Medicine? It was not important to Gue Naifin at the moment. She smelled a conspiracy. Someone was going to attack Su Fan, and we didn't know who was next, and it was unclear whether the two judges would also take action. Ginelifin's affection for Su Fan vaguely turned into other emotions, including worry, possession, and excitement. Ginelifin moved forward. The position of Su Fan's family. Ginelifin very familiar, not because of the kin opening, but the kin shop is in Jinren Lane, and Gue Naifin had a roadshow in Jinren Lane for a while, and the Luofu acrobatic troupe also moved to Jinren Lane. They're all neighbors, so there's no need to ask. When she took Su Shang to Jinren Lane to eat and drink, the people in Jinren Lane told Gue Naifin the location. Gue Naifin brought Qin-Ke and Su Shang to Shanglishan. Shanglishan is worthy of being the gathering cave of Luofu Xianzhou, with various types of Xianzhou houses distributed, but the outside world is newly built, and the old houses and buildings are still deep. Ensu, the old house of the Fan family, is an old courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits. Because of the vicissitudes of inheritance, it looks like an ancient village with a long history under the maintenance of Qian Fan. The old house is quiet and lonely, but it is not because of the location. It is because everyone around has moved away, leaving only Su Fan's house. Qingqiue's eyes are shining, just like lanterns on the roadside. The location of Su Fan's house is really good, quiet and remote without being disturbed. It is simply a dream place. A card table of the Yuan Xiongyu is set up here, which makes people beautiful. Su Shan also took a fancy to it. It's not because of playing cards, but in this quiet and undisturbed place, it is reasonable the place where they wanted to practice swords. Gue Naifin coughed lightly, pulling back Qin-Ke and Su Chang's wandering minds. Qin-Ke and Suchong looked at each other. They found each other's distraction. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She looked at the house in front of her and thought about how to get in. At this time, the night wind blew. It blew the sweat on the 3 people's bodies, the sweat stains on their clothes, and the dust stained by the battle. Gue Naifin looked at herself and wondered if it was inappropriate to come to the door with the smell of sweat and dust. But there was no time to think too much. Gue Naifin heard Qingqiue's low voice. The door is not locked. Su Chang's eyes followed the voice and saw that the door was ajar. She gained sharp insight from practicing swordsmanship freely. She found many footprints on the steps, not only from Su Fan and Fu Xiantai Bu, but also from 2 other people. Xiao Gizi's guess was right. Qin-Ke asked, Do you want to go in? Gue Naifin said, Since we are here, we must go in. The 3 of them stepped over the threshold together, walked into the dimly lit courtyard full of unknowns. Crossing the screen wall, arrived at the vast courtyard where the main house was. Su Chang's heart was pounding, afraid of being caught in the act, or maybe he ran into a ghost in this sparsely populated area. Gue Naifin seemed to be leading the way, but in fact she was cautious at every step. Fortunately, thanks to Qingchua's presence, Shi Lu was determined and no other changes occurred. The shadows of the three people were stretched very long in the courtyard, and the silhouetted figures in the main room not far away were reflected on the window, showing the three people a corner of the room like a shadow play. Through the bun and symmetrical golden hairpins, this iconic appearance appeared on the window, and Fu Xian was recognized in the room. Afterwards, Su Shang whispered, "Why is there a horn?" Gui Naifin explained very quickly and in a low voice. No. Does it look like the jackdaw judge, the pair of feather-like hair ornaments on the forehead, too? Qingchua's expression did not change, just staring at the image of light and shadow on the window paper. Tisk, enviable size and shape. I wonder what the jackdaw judge ate to grow up. Suchong continued to observe and saw that it was the elongated shadow standing next to Fu Xian. Wait, look at that. Short hair, delicate and light figure. Isn't this the snow-robed judge? The case was solved. Gue Naifin's voice was filled with excitement. Sure enough, just as we guessed, it is very likely that he is here to replenish his magic power. Qingke said to himself. But why does he have to come at night to replenish his magic power? Did the young master come to witness it? This question, the three of them were stunned. It is impossible to just go up and knock on the door, right? In the main room, Jackdaw was sitting on a chair, eating snacks. Shui relied on her slight height advantage to look at Fu Xian silently, and the lights stretched their shadows and cast them on the window. Fu Xian spoke. Explain what is replenishing magic power? If I hadn't come, wouldn't you sisters have eaten Su Fan up? Please give me flowers 0. Su Fan is just an ordinary Xianzhou person. Can you bear? Judges relay magic replenishment. Su Fan, don't look down on me. Fu Xian, there's a man standing in front of you. The man who has just become the master of the universe after integrating the 50th Avenue. He can definitely bear the relay magic replenishment. He can also complete the counterattack. But due to Fu Xian was almost furious at the moment. Su Fan couldn't help but look at Jackdaw in snow clothes. How would they respond to complete the magic replenishment plan? Jackdaw was silent. Of course, he was not speechless, but he was thinking how to break Fu Xian Taibu's attack rhythm. Fu Xian was puzzled by Shui Yi's thinking. What is magic replenishment? Magic replenishment is to replenish the magic power lost in the magic mouth. And Fu Xian also knew the way to replenish magic, so he became emotional. Shui, he tried not to think about the things that made people blush and calmly answered Fu Xian's question. Magic replenishment is magic replenishment. Fu Xian insisted. Explain. Shui answered Fu Xian's question seriously. Replenishing magic means replenishing magic. Replenish the magic consumed in the body. Also replenish the elemental magic used by the Eye of God. At this time, Jackdaw suddenly spoke. Well, Fu Xian Taibu, you often use the Dharma Eye. Do you also need to replenish magic to restore your mental strength? Facing the invitation from Jackdaw, Fu Xian fell into silence. Replenishing magic? The replenishment of magic by Jackdaw and Shui Yi in front of him is inevitable. Because as long as there is no help from Su Fan, the combat power of the judge of the 10 Kings division will drop a lot. This is imperative. The invitation in front of him? Fu Xian is already an adult. Even if she looks young as ever, she is a beautiful and youthful girl on the ferry boat. And what Jackdaw said makes sense. The Dharma does need to be maintained. And there is also the affection for Su Fan. Fu Xian can now face it well, nodding without leaving a trace and answering in silence. Jackdaw smiled at Shui Yi. Now the problem was solved. However, Jackdaw was very strange. Why did Su Fan suddenly push the door and go out? And he didn't show it to me. Not long after, Su Fan came back. Fu's question, what is magic replenishment? Su Fan answered with practical actions. Inspecting and maintaining Fu Xian's Dharma Eye, very considerately and gently injecting lubricating oil, maintaining the Dharma Eye to see through many possibilities. Checking the specific situation of the crown puppet, whether there is any specific damage inside and outside, and adding magic to drive the Vajra force magic circuit. Finally, it is for Jackdaw's God's Eye. This external magic organ is very troublesome. Specifically, it has to climb over the mountain and go down along the ridge to restore and replenish it. The door is open. Su Chang's voice instantly grabbed the hearts of Gui Naifan, Qin Ke, and Su Chang. Seeing Su Fan walk out of the room and walk towards the three of them, Su Chang showed an awkward but polite smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Xiao Gizi was much calmer than her, with her signature cheerful smile. Qin Ke had a blank expression on her face, pretending nothing had happened, trying to get away with it. Su Chang only heard Su Fan's voice. Next, you can't watch it anymore. Qing Chue's curious voice sounded again. Hey, is the magic repair so mysterious? Is it a paid link? Gui Naifan seemed to understand something. As long as you see that Tai Bu is fine, it doesn't matter. Let's go. We've been busy for a while and should wash off the fatigue and dust. Su Fan's eyes fell. He saw the sweat on Gui Naifan's forehead and the dust on the corners of her clothes. Qin Ke and Su Sang were the same. This hurried and anxious look from 340, they were worried about Fu Xian and came directly without any tidying up. Su Fan experienced. If you don't mind, the wing room is available for you to use. There is a bath, a change of bath towels, and other things. Wing room? Gui Naifan moved her eyes, first looking at Su Sang, and then looking at Qin Ke. They saw the same look in their eyes. It was the curiosity hidden in the bottom of their eyes. Gui Naifan replied, Okay. Gui Naifan took the key from Su Fan and watched Su Fan return to the main room, intertwining with the shadow he had seen before. What exactly is magic repair? What is the specific method? Gui Nalan, who was wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bath first. Through the window sill of the wing room, he saw the changes in the figure on the window of the main room. Su Fan was inspecting Fu Xian's Dharma Eye and inspecting Jackdaw's Crown Doll, and was very considerate to maintain Jackdaw's God's Eye. While being attentive, he also poured in magic power. Gui Naifan saw a new world unfolding in front of him, making people want to escape and want to observe in detail, not wanting to miss any details. The magic repair that the judges need. It turned out to be done in this way. At the same time, Su Fan was in mind. Would it be tiring to inspect three at once? Su Chang, with the water droplets from the bath, had a sharp and agile vision, moving with Su Fan's figure, and Li Dezintu's transparent sword heart saw the other side of the world. Qing Chue's eyes widened slightly. She didn't expect that the teasing in the message before would come true. Master Tai Bu still took the initiative to come to her door. No, that shouldn't be said. It was Master Tai Bu who wanted to understand the magic repair and personally experience the repair of the Dharma Eye. Suchong whispered, Let's go. When the wind blew from Shanglishan outside the window, not only blew on Su Chang's face, but also blew on her already chaotic heart, and also blew the ripples of the indoor bath. Qin Ke nodded repeatedly. Now her legs were weak. She didn't feel this way when she cooperated with Xiaoguizi to play against Suchong before. Worried about watching like this, I couldn't help but break into the main room where there were 3 people missing one, just to make up the table for Emperor Yuan ball pressure. Ginelafin's forehead was sweating, and her palms were sweating silently. When Su Fan repaired the Dharma Eye, checked the crown doll, and maintained the magic of the God's Eye, accompanied by the sound of magic power surging. It was like the first spring breeze blowing and stirring people's hearts, more like the first green grass breaking through the ground under the nourishment of rain and playing the melody of life. Gui Naifan thought, You must not stay tonight. Otherwise you will walk into the room where Su Fan is. He quickly pulled Qin Ke and Su Sang to change clothes and left the wing room, away from the old house where Su Fan was, until he walked to the street. Gui Naifan came back to her senses slowly, wondering how she had spilled the water from the bathtub on her clothes. Her bright eyes were filled with a trace of annoyance. Su Shang smiled, not because she had discovered the truth about the magic repair, but because she felt that Ming Jianxin had made further progress after the baptism of the mortal world just now. Qin Ke was worried. How should she face the Taibu, Lord who had protected the Dharma, in the future? She couldn't say it to his face. Taibu Lord, you don't want the Dharma magic repair you started with Su Fan to spread throughout the Taibu division, right? Qin Ke thought about it and found the safest way. That is to pretend that you had no idea what happened. Gue Naifan changed the subject and said with a rising tone, Shangshan will continue to live broadcast and watch people open jars tomorrow. I have to be on duty in the Cloud Cavalry, as usual tomorrow. Hey, didn't I ask you to supervise? Su Chong shook her phone, showing the order from the God Strategy Office. After the evaluation of the God Strategy Office, Xiao Gizi, your danger level in the Luofu ferry boat has been lowered a lot, but it has not been completely reduced to 0. My duty time has been greatly reduced, and I will supervise you after Nyo's mouth. Gue Naifan nodded, and Shang Chong will be free in the afternoon. Continued to ask, what about Qin Ke? Qin Ke stretched and released his emotions. I'm the fortune teller of Taibusi, the library manager of Taibusi, and the leader of the Moyu school. Su Chong kindly reminded, Xiao Gizi, you still owe Luofu traffic regulations more than 700 times. No, I don't want to listen. Accompanied by Gue Naifan's wailing, Qingchua's steps became cheerful, as if she could completely forget the scene she just saw. Unfortunately, she couldn't. Qin Ke could only bury it in her heart. It still hurts. I asked Su Fan if he wanted a wife before, but now Tai Xiao went there by himself. It's a pity that Tai Bu was still hypocritical at that time. Qin Ke is still single. But on second thought, Master Tai Bu is no longer busy with his career, and he is fortune-telling every day to see if he is suitable for overtime. It was a good thing that she was slacking off. The day was about to break. For Su Fan, the first magic replenishment was also over. In the process of replenishing magic, Su Fan discovered something very strange. The Tai universe opened by the 50th Avenue in his body captured the fusion of yin and yang. The chaotic energy merged into Fu Xian's Dharma Eye, and also changed into chaotic spirit liquid wandering in the body of the puppet in the snow clothes, and even changed the chaotic elements to transform the jackdaw, wearing the Eye of God. The bodies of the three people were transformed silently. It was based on the level of blood and soul. It can carry more power of destiny on the destiny. Going further, the magic circuit can store more magic diamond force, and the power is improved. The external magic organ, such as the Eye of God, is transformed to continuously temper the body of the jackdaw with elements. The Dharma Eye returns to calm. The chaotic energy converges the light of the Dharma Eye. Fu Xian found that after Su Fan's transformation, the Dharma Eye with converged light can see more clearly, whether it is the essence of the world or the present and the future. To put it bluntly, it has evolved into a superversion. Fu Xian's previous doubts were finally answered at this moment. 1.5. Explain what is magic replenishment. Now, this is called replenishing magic. Instead of asking others, it is better to seek the answer yourself. Shui looked at her arm and heard the surging sound of magic power in the magic circuit. The attack and defense power of the diamond force increased by several orders of magnitude compared with before, and Jackdaw found that his body was constantly being transformed by the chaotic elements, realizing the transformation of the life level. However, the iconic, gloomy expression remained the same without any change, even the warm and natural wind element. At this time, Fu Xian suddenly said, "It will take some time before the jar is opened, and the magic power of the Dharma has not been fully replenished." Shui nodded. There is still enough time to return to life. The same is true for Jackdaw. It is not trapped in Su Fan's superb technology for maintaining the Eye of God, but it knows the wonders of replenishing magic. Su Fan glanced at the sky. Follow the advice. Fu Xian's words make sense. Sikkim Palace, the headquarters of Tianbosi. Tianbosi is in charge of the internal airspace of the ferry boat and the affairs of interstellar navigation, and also controls trade and exchanges with other intelligent races in the universe. Now, Sidwa Yukong was not welcome this morning. The position of Sidwa is vacant. Shikue, the secretary of Sidwa, panicked. Without Lord Yukong, Sidwa will be in a mess, and it will also have a great impact on Luofu ferry boat. In Sikin Palace, preparing to contact Sidwa Yukong, Shikue found that the work of the past 3 days has been arranged properly, and many arrangements have been made with possible variables. Shikue's fox ears shook. It suddenly dawned on me why Sidwa Yukong would stay for a while after work these days, and it turned out that he had made various arrangements for the affairs. These messages on the projection sand table were left by working overtime until the early morning last night. Shikue knew where Sidwa went. He went to Jinren Lane to open a can. Shikue was very ashamed. I didn't CC Duo's work message at the first time. Maybe my mind shouldn't be. After the memory star god appeared in Jinren Lane, I became curious about the jars. I was immersed in Xiao Gizi's live video, staying up late to watch others open jars in the jar store, which made me lose my mind at work. Shikue decided to reflect on herself. And according to C Duo's message, I handled the big and small matters of Tianbo Division properly, and wish C Duo good luck in opening jars. Jinren Lane. The much-anticipated jar store opened on time. Everyone looked at the front of the back of Boss Su Fan, and the many jars neatly placed on the shelves seemed to see the door of infinite possibilities. Su Fan's waist and legs were not sore. He was not affected by the magic at all. The harmony of yin and yang stimulates the small universe in the body, replenishing the magic for Fu Xian, Jackdaw, and Shui Yi, but who knows that it is also the same for Su Fan. Su Fan waited for the first customer to come. After seeing the figure coming in clearly, his eyes froze slightly, as if he didn't dare to believe it. The pale green hair was elegant and free, and the fox ears were blue with white fur. They came into Su Fan's eyes one by one. What attracted the most attention was the pair of long legs stepping on the high heels of ancient style and ancient charm, with white and smooth lines, healthy and energetic. I don't know how much real damage was caused by 10 kicks on the body. These unique characteristics gathered together. The identity of a visitor is self-evident. It was the helmsman of Taibusi, Yukong. Yukong saw it. Su Fan was curious. Why did she appear here? One hand on the waist, with a hint of pride in his voice. 3 consecutive days of overtime freed up this half day to open the can. Yes, watching the live broadcast of opening cans. Yukong was itching to try it. With the arrival of the memory star god, all his previous concerns disappeared silently. Want to try his luck? More importantly, the throbbing in his heart. It was the fox people's yearning for the star raft and for galloping in the sea of stars. It was like her mobile phone's signature. She wanted to return to the sky again. Su Fan asked, "So, this is why you queued up overnight?" It's not really queuing up overnight. There are cloud cavalry guarding the kin store. You just need to go to the Shun Some Mansion to automatically get a number. Yukong answered Su Fan in an elegant and slow voice. Seeing Su Fan's face full of question marks, he explained, "Boss Su Fan, you should know." After Liu Guang Tianjun appeared, Shinsa Mansion immediately issued a new rule to go to Shinsa Mansion to get a number to open cans. Su Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that Shinsa Mansion would play like this, but it made sense. The star god has arrived, so Shinsa Mansion will naturally intervene in a high-profile manner. Su Fan was about to say something. Then he saw Gue Naifan holding a mobile phone, sneaking away from the kin store, as if he had seen a natural enemy. It was because of Yukong. Su Fan still remembered Xiao Gizi's stunning leap. Feng Zi said that he could take off, but he didn't say that he would be fined to copy Luofu traffic regulations 1,000 times. At present, Xiao Gizi still had more than 600 copies to copy. Naturally, he had to subconsciously avoid Yukong. Yukong turned around and said to Gue Naifan, "Just deliver it when the time comes." Gue Naifan stopped and smiled, as if he was not affected by yesterday's exploration of magic replenishment, nor did he seem to be disturbed by the punishment of Tianbosi. Gue Naifan opened the live broadcast room. Yukong raised his hand and picked out the jars he liked on the shelf, thinking that they would bring good luck. Yukong said, "The 10 jars on the right-hand side of Boss Su Fan." Su Fan spread out the jars that Yukong had carefully selected on the counter one by one, and placed the wooden hammer that had smashed the exclusive jars next to him. I watched others open so many jars in the live broadcast room. Now, it was finally Yukong's turn. He was inevitably excited and nervous, and the fox ears on his forehead shook slightly. Yukong calmly dropped the hammer. The first one, bang, a sound. The sound of the jar breaking came, which was dull but crisp. It was so comfortable to hear it in person after listening to it so many times in the live broadcast room. According to the Foxman's age, Yukong is no longer young. Even though his appearance is still as beautiful as when he was young, he has a little more ritual in his heart. He slowly fiddled with the tiles and touched a thumb-sized bottle under the touch of his fingertips. The square, transparent glass bottle was filled with liquid water emitting a golden luster. Now, when he looked in the bottle, a shadow would appear from time to time. A dragon-shaped flying fish with wings. This creature, Yukong subconsciously thought it was an immortal dragon descendant, but Xianzhou had never heard of it in the Star Sea for so many years. He looked at Su Fan with doubt in his eyes. Su Fan said, "This is the Flying Fish King oil. After applying it, the hair becomes translucent and smooth, and it can treat problems such as hair loss. The King of Flying Fish is refined from the essence of the whole body. Even a small jar is priceless. It has a hidden effect, which can promote the improvement of blood. Flying Fish King oil. After applying, the hair becomes smooth and translucent, and it can treat hair loss and other problems. Apply it regularly to improve blood." Yukong's breathing 063 can't help but become rapid. The first jar. It opened something extraordinary. It's still hair oil extracted from the King of Flying Fish. Even if it can improve the purity of blood, it is also very popular among fox people. Ears and tails are the appearance of fox people. One thing fox people do when they wake up every day is to take care of their ears, comb their tails, and eat breakfast. Yukong looked at the remaining 9 jars and felt that good luck continued. Immediately fell. Sense of ritual? Still preservation. But it was not as slow as the first time it was opened. Yukong had just fiddled with the tiles with his hands when suddenly a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out from the tiles, and the pills floated in the air with the fragrance. There were too many pills in the jar shop, and Yukong couldn't tell what kind they were for a while, but Song knew they were really good, as if his body was rejuvenated and sprouting a second spring. Don't be the kind that Judge Jackdaw opened. A pill that can reduce the size of the body. Yukong prayed secretly. It's better than the 100-year pill that Qin opened before, and it can extend life by 300 years, but it can only be taken once in a lifetime. 300-year pill, take it and extend life by 300 years, and this body can only take it once. The pill was in hand. Yukong looked at it. Extend life by 300 years. What kind of 300-year pill is this? The lifespan of a foxman is only 300 or 400 years. The immortal elixir can make people live a second life, and this 300-year pill is the immortal elixir of the foxman. The 300 years pill was in hand. Yukong's no longer young heart began to beat faster. Looking at it, it was like seeing the young self who was driving the star raft when he was young and frivolous, and was peerless in his elegance. The former self did not disappear. Instead, he was hiding on the other side of time and watching her quietly. Yukong silently held the pill and smiled faintly at his past self. Time takes away a lot and also brings a lot silently. Yukong is always Yukong. He can't go back to the past just because he shoulders the responsibility and carries the future of the ferry boat. Yukong misses his past self and cherishes the present. Now, there is the 300 years pill. Yukong has more choices, and the originally unchanging Tianbosi will also fluctuate with the ripples of the jar. Su Fan noticed the change in Yukong's mentality, and a youthful vigor also emerged on his body. When Yukong eats the 300 years pill, he can no longer call Yukong Annie, but should call her Yukong Big Sister. Su Fan suggested, Next jar, the clouds will be more abundant. Yukong glanced at Su Fan, the usually dignified and solemn Seedwell lord, who made such an intimate and teasing gesture, could be said to be full of charm in a sense. One of the Luofu 6 imperial guards. The high and mighty figure of Luofu Xianzhou, under the attention of Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room, is secretly flirting with you alone. Yukong did not notice the silent influence of his younger mentality on his body and continued to whisper carefully, "It won't work if you say it out loud." The white and slender fingers that used to operate the Xingcha rudder firmly grasped the handle of the wooden hammer to open the jar and smashed it at the jar with lightning speed. The buzzing sound of the broken jar echoed. The flying jar dust floated in the air. Yukong did not use his hands to uncover the tiles, but raised his head to look at the clouds that were shining like stardust, floating in the air and pouring out the blue glow. Yukong's heart trembled. What Ba Su Fan said was true. Even better luck. The light ball floating in the air in front of him was not a memory or experience ball. He had watched the live broadcast. Yukong was very familiar with them. Moreover, in this light ball in front of him, he could see a small flying sword inside, lying quietly in it waiting to be awakened. Yukong was puzzled. What on earth is this? Su Fan said, "It's a flying sword." Yukong's eyes were bright, but there was a puzzlement on his face. "Huh?" Su Fan answered, "You can understand that the star chariot is condensed into this flying sword, and the flying sword is driven by the power of destiny. As for the speed, it depends on the degree of the power of destiny." Star chariot, flying sword, and destiny. These three words, prying Yukong's blocked heart. The spark fox who once galloped in the sea of stars and returned safely with his comrades every time. The young self is awakening from his heart. Yukong's voice rose slightly. "What's the guaranteed speed?" Su Fan felt the change in Yukong and smiled to help speed up the change in his mentality. "It's 5 times that of the star chariot." Su Fan suddenly fell silent. Yukong's heart skipped a beat. There shouldn't be any shortcomings. "What's wrong, old Su Fan?" Su Fan signaled Yukong not to worry, but asked, "Do you know the jump of the star train?" "Are you?" Yukong's eyes sparkled. Su Fan pondered, "This flying sword can also do it." Jumping flying sword. The flying sword is driven by the power of destiny. When stepping on the road of pioneering, it can use the silver track left by the star curve train to jump into space. But you need to have a pioneering destiny. Oh. Yukong went from joy to expectation. There's a 300-year pill. Yukong believes that if he lives a new life, he can also master the way of pioneering. Outside the jar shop, Gue Naifan was surprised at Yukong's good luck. As soon as he came up, opened 3 jars. None of them are empty, and all of them are good things. A small bottle of oil refined by the flying fish demon king can be used to take care of hair and improve blood. Later, it was opened. The elixir that can extend life for 300 years. The fox people watching had the same idea as Yukong. Isn't this the fox people's immortal elixir? Now, a pioneering flying sword was opened. Gue Naifan said loudly, "Family, this is our helmsman's luck. All the 3 jars open are good things. Let's not talk about the oil made by the Demon King. The elixir that prolongs life for 300 years is also temporarily put aside. Look at that pioneering flying sword. Guaranteed 5 times the speed of the star raft. If a small laurel is opened, let's have a 6-day tour of the 6 immortal boats of the Immortal Boat Alliance. You can also start an outdoor live broadcast and control the flying sword to continuously jump in the universe." A striking message floated by at this moment. Cold crow, jackdaw, I glanced at the live broadcast while slacking off and suddenly saw these 3 things being opened. My heart, which was working, could not accept it at all. Forget it. Only the wine of Wang Chuan can erase these pictures in my dream. Shang Glishan has the best hair quality. Fox Fairy, look at my ID, look at my nickname. I don't know if Lord Yukong will be reluctant to give up this flying fish king oil. I will give you a small part. No matter what the price is, I will accept it. Young apprentice of Gongza Osi. He, the foxman's ears, feels soft, and the tail feels smooth. Playing cards. Chin K Furue control. Reminder, young apprentice of Gongza Osi, is banned for 10 days for malicious remarks. Playing cards, Chinke Little Geezy, don't think too much, lest you have to copy traffic regulations in other immortal boats, and even be chased by the company to copy traffic regulations in the universe. Little Geezy Guinevere. Guinevere, and this is too scary to think about. A corner of Shanglishan, Suchong on duty. The whole person is in a trance. Sometimes, the swordsman has two keen senses, but it is not necessarily it's a good thing. What I saw and heard last night. Chinke and Xiaguizi could only see the scene projected on the window. And Suchong, through Jinshin, can directly restore the scene in the mind. It can be said that, with perception, live broadcast in the mind and heart, the more Suchong doesn't want to think about it. My mind is full of the scene at that time, and I can't forget it no matter how I think about it. I can only use it. This is the saying of replenishing the magic to comfort the heart. Fortunately, the popularity of opening the can and the spread of Xiaguizi's live broadcast room. Many people in Shanglishan are watching the live broadcast, and the duty has become easier. Suchong sees the rare opportunity to slack off. Seeing that Yukong saw the cloud with the sword hidden inside, his pupils trembled, and he immediately became energetic, especially after hearing. After Su Fan and Yukong's question and answer, the mysterious veil was completely unveiled. Su Chong stared at the screen, looking at the flying sword. Stepping on the flying sword, flying in the sky, like the sword fairy used peerless elegance. It is the dream of every swordsman. Su Chong was very envious. Yunshi Xiaowei. Yin Qing was dealing with the remnants of the secret teachings of the king of medicine in Shanglishan. List. It was given by the former Lu Luo and others. One sword solved the last secret teaching of the king of medicine. Yin Qing calmed the sound of the 3-foot green sword in his hand, and also calmed the fluctuations of his life in his body. Suddenly, a text message reminder was heard from the mobile phone. General, Yin Qing said to himself. The content was to let him watch Gui Naifan's live broadcast. Click in. I saw a dense barrage. Yin Qing skillfully chose to close. After that, I saw the conversation between Su Fan and Yukong, and his eyes were fixed on the pioneering flying sword that was opened. As the youngest brave guard in the history of the Cloud Cavalry Army, he is a famous sword fanatic in Luofu. According to the judgment of the Cloud Cavalry Martial Arts Classic, Yin Qing was able to control 6 flying swords in a breath, and he was completely free to control them. Stepping on the flying swords to fly in the air is just a necessary sword technique for him. But he saw the appearance of the pioneering flying sword. The Star Chariot has a guaranteed 5 times speed. After mastering the pioneering destiny, you can also jump in space. This is powerful for Yin Qing. It has a fatal attraction. You know, Yin Qing loves swords very much, to the point of obsession, spending all his salary just to buy a sword. He is a veritable moonlight tribe in Luofu. Yin Qing was anxious. He was very tempted by the jar. He was anxious to open the jar and open a leap flying sword. Taibu Si. Chinke is the library manager. Very dedicated. Used the transparent ability to make the mobile phone projection invisible and took out the books that Taibu Si colleagues wanted. Unfortunately, the voice cannot be hidden. Just after sending a striking message, Chinke was caught red-handed. His face suddenly became stiff and faded from smiling to pale. It was Taibu Lord who came, and he was caught on the spot for slacking off and what he saw last night. The two combined. Chinke didn't know what expression to use to deal with Fu Xian. Fu Xian waved his hand, indicated that the other members of the library should temporarily withdraw. Then Paste came in front of Chinke. After Fu Xian's magic was replenished, the Dharma I was upgraded. The power of destiny in the body was greatly improved compared to before, and I also experienced it. When maintaining the Dharma I, the thoughts accompanying it surged into the clouds, and with a downward withdrawal movement when maintaining the Dharma I, it suddenly fell from the clouds into the 9 abyss. The extreme difference of ups and downs. Fu Xian knew what kind of substantial joy there was, and thus also learned a little about the way to joy. Fu Xian coughed lightly, letting the red cloud on his face dissipate. Oomph. Does Qin Ke really think that I didn't expect what you did yesterday? Who do you think left the door open? The impact of Fu Xian's words was 10 times more powerful than the jar that Yukong opened in the live broadcast room. Qin Ke was so surprised that he was speechless. Qin Ke didn't know how to answer. Fu Xian took Qing Chue's mobile phone lightly, looked at the live broadcast room for a while, and sighed. Demon King oil? 300 years of elixir, and a flying sword that can jump through space. Yukong is very lucky. Hearing this, Qin Ke came back to his senses and asked in a low voice, Master Tai Bu, why do you do this? Fu Xian replied, it's good for replenishing magic. Qin Ke was in a trance. Where did Fu Xian, the strong, proud, and cold one before, go? Fu Xian suppressed his shame, raised his little face, and said confidently, you will know when you experience it yourself. It's just replenishing magic, not anything else. Qin Ke whispered, the method is to what? The red clouds on Fu Xian's face silently turned into water in his eyes. I think Xiao Gizi also has feelings for Su Fan. Qin Ke, you should understand that you don't want to see Xiao Gizi replenishing magic in front of you, right? Qin Ke opened his mouth and didn't know how to refute. Fu Xian continued, tidy up your clothes and demeanor, and come with me to Shunsa Mansion later to welcome the company's guests. Dan Ding Division. Bai Lu held the phone, watching Xiao Gizi's live broadcast, BCFG, with relish. Now Elder Long has allowed me to open the jar and leave Dan Ding Tong. But the only difficulty is, you have to queue. Bai Lu looked at Yukong opening the can and was amazed. Oil refined by the king of flying fish? It would be great if I could have a sample to study. 300 years pill is not bad either. This flying sword. It can also jump through space. If I had a Luofu immortal boat, where can I go? At this time, a voice sounded, interrupted by Lu's little fantasy. Continue to face reality. Dr. Bai Lu, there's an appointment patient visiting. Bai Lu hid the dream of opening the can, put the phone in his pocket, and shouted, here I come. Sway you on. Jackdaw drank the wine of Wang Chuan, divining with dreams, studying the karma of the immortal boat people. But during the divination process, I always think of the repair of the eye of God yesterday. Su Fan said, I have never seen from the back that the mountain where the eye of God is placed produces ripples due to vibration, nor have I seen the stalactites facing down in front of the mountain shake with trend. Sound seen. Vivid. After the chaotic element transformed the eye of God, coupled with the body subtly influenced by the chaotic element, Jackdaw is now in the heart of the earth and listening to the voice of Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room to do his job. The Demon King refined it into oil? Has special attacks on hair and blood? Jackdaw doesn't care, but is interested in the 300 years of pills, and when the pioneering flying sword is opened, his attention is directly diverted. Flying in the air? It can also jump to achieve space movement. Jackdaw thinks, isn't this just a small-sized star-sky train? It can also be said that it is the transportation tool of the Immortal Boat Alliance, second only to the Immortal Boat Battleship. The Netherworld, the 10 Kings Division, the place where the judge lives. Shui obtained an identity that was no different from that of an ordinary person as a crown puppet, but she was still used to living in the coffin where the yin puppet stayed before. The habit she had developed over the years made her feel at ease. Shui was also watching the live broadcast. However, this judge, who was decisive and dashing in the outside world, did not have the cold demeanor before, and quietly covered his cheeks with both hands, just staring blankly. The opening of the Flying Fish King oil, the 300 years pill, and the Pioneer flying sword. All she thought about was last night, and even at Fu Xian's suggestion, she replenished her magic all the way until the last 10 minutes before the jar shop opened. The details of the puppet inspection, the surge of chaotic magic in her body, Shui didn't think it was a big deal at the time. But when she returned to the familiar coffin, she realized it later. Su Fan's attentiveness in not missing any details when repairing the puppet, and the corresponding just right strength and careful tenderness, brought a wonderful and indelible mark on the puppet's body and mind. Shui looked at the live broadcast room, wondering whether to take more orders to catch the murderer. She went to Su Fan every night these days to replenish the circuit magic. And the divergent eyes. At this moment, he saw Yukong opening the jar again. In the jar store, Yukong aimed at the fourth jar. Bang! No time. No time means good luck. A bow and arrow, a total of 10 arrows. Boss Su Fan, what is this? I remember Yukong uses a bow, right? That's right. Demon-breaking arrow. This arrow can carry the power of destiny. One arrow can eliminate the rich, evil things within a radius of 10 miles. Even if it passes by, it can cause fatal damage. Good arrow, but the number is a bit small. I can definitely open it later. Then the fifth jar. Empty. Why not try the sixth one? I've seen this before. It's the storage bag that the snow judge took out before. Take advantage of the luck and open the seventh one. 10 detonating talismans. In the future, it can be used in conjunction with ordinary arrows. Then the eighth one, a Dragon Ball. Empty. What about the ninth one? Still empty. The 10th one, the last hope. Here comes the Dragon Ball. Bang! Yukong hammered down steadily, and the jar broke into pieces, but this time it was not empty like the 8th and ninth ones. The jar flashed. A little silver fox jumped out. The silver fur was like silk on its body, and its fluffy and slender tail swayed gently. Its slender and elegant body was clearly visible on the counter. From any angle, it seemed as if it was illuminated by moonlight, showing its elegance and nobility at this moment. And on the forehead, there was a clear and soft silver moon, which was reflected by the moon-like smart and charming eyes. The creature was so beautiful that it seemed not to be a creature of this world. Yukong did not dare to speak, for fear of scaring away the little silver fox that had just opened. Su Fan saw that the blue fox man opened a little silver fox. Beauty, grace, and nobility. When these three elements appear on the silver fox, coupled with the light moonlight color and highly ornamental appearance, is easy to be liked by most people. The newly opened silver fox sniffed at Su Fan with its little nose, and then sat on the counter with its eyes slightly closed like the moon to rest. Yukong had a lot of doubts in his heart, and the fox ears on his forehead swayed slightly. Why didn't this silver fox look at the fox people of the same clan first, but set its sights on Su Fan? What kind of silver fox is open from the jar? What kind of other abilities does it have under such a charming appearance? Can the Flying Fish King oil open before be used on it? Can it help it complete the bloodline evolution? Or is the silver fox just in this form and cannot advance? Yukong lowered his voice and asked, "What kind of fox is this?" Moonlight fox. Yukong nodded. Moonlight-like hair, silver moon mark on the forehead, and moonlight-like smart eyes. The name fits perfectly. Yukong asked, "What is it?" It's an ornamental soul pet, but it can't be underestimated. Oh, the moonlight fox is also an agile soul pet, with average combat power and mainly attacks with claws. The tearing claws and moonlight blades easily tear open the protection of a star raft. Use the eyes to cast charm and Chu Yin charm to weaken the enemy's fighting will. There are also racial skills, moon condensation, and seal breaking. Yukong digested what Su Fan said and asked slowly, "Who is Yuninghua?" The voice fell. Yukong found that the moonlight fox lying on the counter had quietly opened its slightly closed eyes and stared at Su Fan with its bright and clear eyes. It seemed, I like Su Fan introducing himself at this moment. The fluffy tail, swaying left and right, silently revealed the joy of the moonlight fox at this moment. Su Fan gently touched the silver moon mark on the moonlight fox's forehead with his hand. Seeing that the moonlight fox squinted his eyes comfortably, he no longer hid his inner feelings and touched it with his hand, feeling the soft and smooth touch like brocade. Su Fan then continued, "Yuninghua is bathing in moonlight, which greatly increases all aspects of the body and can quickly recover from injuries." Yukong bit his chin lightly. It was the moonlight fox that he had opened, so why was it so intimate with Su Fan? "Look, This little heartless moonlight fox even turned sideways to let him touch the softest part of its belly. As a foxman, Yukong knew very well, only when it came to people that it trusted and was close to would it behave so unguardedly. Yukong gritted his teeth. Then the seal is broken? Su Fan saw that Yukong's eyes were about to spit fire, and reluctantly withdrew his hand. The seal is broken just as the word means. With the current ability of the Moonlight Fox, it can break the seals of the talismans and formations equivalent to the 10 Kings division. The Moonlight Fox looked up in confusion. It whimpered in confusion. It was signaling to Su Fan that it had only touched Yifan just now. The Moonlight Fox only had eyes for Su Fan's figure, and at this moment, it reluctantly had Yukong in its peripheral vision, and then it understood why this happened. Under the charming appearance of the Moonlight Fox, there are so many abilities hidden. Yukong stared at the Moonlight Fox and suddenly realized that he had been deceived by the appearance before. This is not an agile soul pet. Look at what happened just now. The fox head has a scheming look, just like the appearance of the ferryboat fox people when they were young. Yukong, who has taken care of Qingmi and Tingyun. It seems that he has found the feeling of taking care of children again. He asked with expectation, "Can it be advanced?" Su Fan nodded. "Of course, use the Flying Fish King oil that was prescribed before. It doesn't have a name yet. What should it be called? The Moonlight Fox is so close to you. Su Fan, why don't you come up with one?" Yukong looked at the Moonlight Fox, as if he saw Qingmi and Tingyun when they were young, and couldn't help but speak out. "Name?" The Moonlight Fox stood up from the counter, raised his head, and looked at Su Fan without blinking. Su Fan was silent, because Moonlight Fox, a beautiful, elegant, and noble silver fox with the potential for bloodline mutation. It can be transformed into the evil flame six-tailed demon fox, the crown flame nine-tailed flame fox, the seven sin fox's fallen flame lord, and the nether fox purple emperor. Until the fox of Samsara, in charge of the law of Samsara. If the previous Een Crow Li Chie was just the Een Crow clan's yearning for that strong man, then the cute little fox in front of him is a real deal, can transform into the fox of reincarnation. Su Fan looked at the Moonlight Fox standing on the counter looking at him, looking at the fox of reincarnation who would master the law of reincarnation in the future. The Moonlight Fox took a step forward and pricked up his ears. Hearing a chuckle, "Let's call you Moi." Moi smiled happily, swaying her small fox tail as Frost and Moon jumped up from the counter and threw herself directly into Su Fan's arms and refused to separate. "Damn!" Yukong gritted his teeth silently, reciting the words that he often said when he was young. This little heartless forgot who opened it. After getting the name, he dived directly into Su Fan's arms. Yukong decided to change the subject and asked, "How far can little Moi advance?" Su Fan did not look at Yukong in understanding. Instead, he lowered his head. He looked at the furry little fox in his arms and asked for her opinion. "Please give me flowers?" Woo! Mo Xie burrowed into Su Fan's arms and nodded slightly to show her agreement. "Yukong, I hope you won't be scared." Ha ha! When Chi Chang fought with Fengraman, he had seen all kinds of big scenes. How could he be scared by Mo Xie's evolution? Okay, the end point of Mo Xie's evolution is the fox of reincarnation. Reincarnation, master the law of reincarnation, reverse time and space to start a new reincarnation of the world. Yukong wanted to take back his previous words. Who would have thought? Little Mo Xie's peak is so high. Master the law of reincarnation, restart the reincarnation of the world. This upper limit is more invincible than the star god. In Su Fan's arms, what he was holding was not Mo Xie, but a reincarnation road. Ginelefan's mobile phone was almost unsteady. 0. That little fox looked very charming, elegant, and noble. The upper limit was so high that it was terrifying. Guinaifan almost thought that, heard it wrong, but as Su Fan unfolded, holding the law of reincarnation, reversing time and space to open a new reincarnation of the world, made the mind and the air as powerful as Yukong. Completely stunned, Gue Naifan's face was stiff, and he mechanically withdrew his gaze. continuously calming his mind. Little Moy was still just a moonlight fox and had not yet grown into a reincarnation fox. Suddenly his mind froze. The fox of reincarnation, holding the law of reincarnation? Then is the world we are in now, the reincarnation that Yuan Xie will open in the future? Gue Naifin shook his head subconsciously, but he noticed it out of the corner of his eye. When Little Moy changed her posture in Su Fan's arms, she glanced over here without leaving a trace. Gue Naifin's cold sweat flowed from his back. A long wind blew. It turned out to be a false alarm. Little Moy was looking at the camera of the mobile phone and was very curious about the creation of the ferry boat. Gue Naifin looked at the eye-catching message. Qiming goes online by Lu. I want to raise MOCF. Forget it, I don't dare. Luofu's famous #1 Fu Rue Kong. What's there to be afraid of? It's just the fox of samsara, circle. Anyway, it's still just the moonlight arc now. Tail follower, Hua Hua. Do you know how to calm Sui Yang's emotions? I have a Sui Yang here, who shut himself up on the spot when he saw Mo Xie saying something. Sui Yang has his limits and cannot be compared with the fox of samsara. Nonsense about not being ready to be Sui Yang. Shang Shang's only account. Su Shang, it's okay. Little Mo Xie is still the moonlight fox, and when the first bloodline mutation occurs, a tail follower Sui Yang will be more difficult to bear. Work. Shense Mansion. Jing Yuan returned to the loyal general's bed again. One of the 6 imperial guards of Luofu. Go open the jar. How could Jing Yuan not pay attention? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really convenient to have Gue Naifin here. Just watch the live broadcast room directly. You don't need to go out to see the whole process. The first one opened was the Flying Fish King oil. It came into Jing Yuan's eyes. Unfortunately, the pets he had raised are no longer there. Now he raises little sparrows. Otherwise, he can ask Yukong for some. And then, it turned out to be the immortal medicine of the fox people, that is, the elixir that prolongs life for 300 years. Jing Yuan was happy for Kong's luck. The lifespan of the immortal boat people is 1,000 years, while the fox people are only 300 or 400 years. And Kong is almost approaching the limit of the fox people. The appearance of this elixir can successfully help Yukong live a second life. But the third jar opened the pioneering flying sword. To be honest, Jing Yuan was also very excited and wanted to try to use the Kaichuo flying sword to make a space jump along the silver track of the previous Starry Sky train. For the fox people, the elixir that can live out the second 060 life, plus the flying sword that can jump with the Kaichuo calendar. When both appeared on Yukong, Jing Yuan's expectation for the Kaichuo flying sword quietly dissipated. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yukong, who ran through 6 red lights in Luofu in one breath, is coming back. What strange reaction will happen when the Xingcha is transformed into the Kaichuo flying sword that is 5 times faster than the Xingcha? Jing Yuan sweated even more, running through 30 red lights in one breath. Yukong can do it. Fortunately, Yukong is no longer the young foxman of the past. Now he shoulders the key points of the Tianbo division and must know the importance. Thinking of this, Jing Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and stopped thinking. At the same time, he also thought of an old friend. It is an existence that has been erased from the annals of history and classics. The former Luofu swordmaster, one of the 5 heroes on the cloud, Wuxian Feiguang, who made great achievements in the war with the Fengrao people and created the undefeated reputation of the Yunqi army. He is also his master. Jinglu, the memories of the past exist for a moment, and the footsteps coming from the door make Jing Yuan look up. It is Fu Xian and Qin Ke who are here. The Interstellar Peace Company got the information from the jar shop and sent a delegation to Luofu Xianzhou in a low-key manner, intending to seek certain benefits while not wanting to attract the attention of other forces. Can Xianzhou take it all for itself? As the general of Shun Su and the commander of the flagship of the Xianzhou Alliance, Jing Yuan knows that Xianzhou wants to clear the rich things in the universe. The company is an unavoidable link. Jing Yuan agreed to hold talks with the company. Fu Xian said in a clear voice, "Before the general came, I used the Qiongguan formation to deduce it. Good luck. Chinke panted slightly. Just now, she was the one who activated the Cheonwan formation and moved the jade signs and talismans. Jingyuan smiled and nodded. The fleet of the Interstellar Peace Company. It stopped outside the boundary gate of the Luofu immortal boat. The wide door is several times larger than the planet. The space membrane leading to the immortal boat breathes in and out of the boat. Amidst the prosperity, there is a magnificent scene. Topa came to the window of the ship and looked into the distance and sighed. Is this the entry gate of the Luofu immortal boat, the Jade Realm? Topa spoke very quickly, and the account also whimpered. I didn't expect that the meeting I presided over could generate such a lot of energy. This time, the company paid a high price to take out many high-quality materials dedicated to the Amber King, and wanted to intervene in the jar store. He cast his eyes on the flagship he was sitting on and the fleet in the starry sea outside the window. It was filled with the company's sincerity and minerals and other materials urgently needed by the immortal boat. Jadeite, wearing a top hat, walked over, smoothed the purple hair scattered on her collarbone, and put away the third inventory checklist for supplies. Jadeite stopped and said, Little Yelena, stop sighing. The gold dust has completed the connection with the Luofu border. Not far away, at the Jade Realm port of Luofu Xianzhou, you can already see the company's specialists waiting here in Xianzhou. Howard looked melancholy, watching Gue Naifin's live broadcast on his phone, seeing Yukong's opening journey. I didn't want to watch it after watching 3. What kind of luck is this? Flying Fish Demon King Oil, 300 Years Pill, Pioneering Flying Sword. Comparison is the thief of anger. Just at this time, the fleet of the headquarters has arrived. Howard cheered up and received the directors of the company from the headquarters with his colleagues. Bu Xi and Shiba's arrival is enough to show how much importance is attached to the Kin store. Jade looked at Topa. Topa understood and said, Howard, the information you sent back was very timely. After unanimous discussion in the Strategic Investment Department, your level has been raised to 35p. Rewards and punishments are clear. This is one of the necessary elements of the company's 45p level. 10 people with stone hearts. They will not take credit for their subordinates at will. The information Howard passed on gave the company an inestimable advantage over other forces in the universe. Topa publicly gave Howard the reward he deserved. Hearing this, Howard's pupils dilated. He did not notice the subtle expressions of his colleagues around him, who were congratulating on the surface, envious inside, and jealous deep inside. His heart was still immersed in the storm of thoughts. He was a small specialist of 26p. It was just editing a few videos, and he rose to the top in one step. He became the leader of the branch. Topa said, Introduce the current situation of the jar store after the memory star god left. Howard said, I opened 10 jars. Topa asked, what was the result? Emerald was curious. The same was true for gold dust. Howard looked embarrassed. I remembered. I ate the fish that I had eaten for 3 days. It was indeed the fish that Gao Qiqiang wanted to eat, and it tasted good. Howard dispelled the smell of fish in his stomach and talked about the process of opening the can. It was neither good nor bad. I opened the short-lived Godfire Pure Yangyin, and the best one was the Mora made by the Rock King Emperor for the first time. Then he opened the suitcase he carried with him. He handed Mora to Topa, emerald and gold dust respectively. Please look at this, directors. Emerald's eyes were solemn. It is not only a currency, but also contains the power of destiny. The Rock King Emperor's means are really amazing. Gold dust wanted to analyze its source, but ultimately returned in vain, and also felt the power of destiny related to rock. Topa didn't have time to look at it. The account flew to his shoulder and wanted to eat Mora in one bite. Topa had no choice but to fight with Zhang Zhang for Mora. There was no way because Zhang Zhang was a gold-eating beast and had a natural desire for treasures. And in his hand was Mora made by the Rock King. It was even more attractive to Zhang Zhang. After a long while, Zhang Zhang reluctantly let go and stopped fighting with Topa. Howard said, Directors, I want to hand over Mora to Pierpoint. Jade shook his head. The headquarters doesn't need so many Mora. The one in Topa's hand is fine. Howard thought so too. Mora is currency. The jar store will definitely open a lot more in the future. Howard continued to report. After me, one of the 6 Imperial Guards of Luofu, the helmsman of Tianbua Division, Kong went to open the jar today. The first 3 jars are amazing. Gold Dust was surprised. Oh, the oil extracted by the flying fish demon king has the core effect of improving blood evolution. For example, using it on a dragon can advance to reversion or mutation. Gold Dust sighed. Interesting stuff. Topa thought about checking the account and seeing if he could reverse his ancestor to become the king of the Dimension Woman. The Jadeite made a silent evaluation. It is useless to ordinary people, but priceless to the bloodline race. The second one is a pill that prolongs life for 300 years. As a pawn for Jadeite, Jade was good at valuation and chuckled. There is no shortage of ways to prolong life in the universe. If you open it with 100,000 credit points, Japan will make a lot of money. Shajin fell into deep thought. He's been taking over the business of drawing for a long time, and he doesn't know what will come out when he opens the jar. Topa was curious about what the third jar opened. The third one is the pioneering flying sword. The minimum flying speed is 5 times that of the immortal boat Star Raft, and it can use the power of pioneering destiny to jump along the silver track of the star train. Howard's voice fell. Emerald was silent. Gold followed closely. The same was true for Topa. It's enough that the flying sword can fly. The key is that it can rely on the power of destiny to walk the path that pioneers have walked. This can be said to be the most convenient and fastest flying sword in the universe, which is simply a smaller version of the Starry Sky train. And it was opened with only 100,000 credit points. Such a simple thing of winning big with a small investment has happened many times in Luofu Xianzhou. It sounds like a fantasy to people outside the Xianzhou, but the reality is right in front of us. Just like the live broadcast video scene at the headquarters before. No room for rebuttal. Topa broke the deadlock. What happened next? Howard didn't know how to answer because the directors missed the live broadcast. Emerald looked at the building complex that appeared in his sight, locked onto the area where the Shunsu mansion was located, and said as lightly as possible, Chong Letian has arrived. I believe Ofu's General Han told us personally. Outside the Shunsu mansion, the guard captain Yutai and the Cloud cavalry guarding the mansion stopped Howard and others. Only Fei Tsue, Topa, and Shajin were allowed to enter. The heart of Luofu, Xianzhou, the core that determines the direction of the Xianzhou Alliance, gave these 3 Shirshin 10 people a very unusual feeling. It is called a mansion, but it is more like a military camp, especially the weapons placed next to the projected stone statues. At a glance, it seems that you can see the rich, evil souls who died under the blades, and the air is filled with murderous aura. The Shirshin 10 are not ordinary people. They will not be affected by these external objects. Looking past the projection chessboard with a rigorous layout, which looks like a game of chess, he saw the Shunsu General Jing Yuan, who was almost asleep on the general's bed. Next to him was the strategist Chong Qingdue. Taibu Fu Xian, Yu Zongtong disciple Qingke. The guests of the company have come from afar. Luofu, Xianzhou welcomes you. Jing Yuan just opened his eyes. His white hair fits his image like a sleeping lion awakening, but it brings a sense of oppression with a sharp edge behind his back. The power of the level of the envoy. Shajin, who was bearing the momentum, twitched his mouth slightly, feeling this power. But it was only a moment, as if it didn't exist at all. But only if you are selected. You can experience what kind of horror it will be to be stared at by the patrolling envoy. Shajin remembered a saying circulating in the universe. You don't know whether CUN who will protect you, but the patrolling will really shoot you, just like the 6 immortal boats of the Xianzhou Alliance, chasing Feng Zhao Wu and Feng Zhao Yaoshi to death. Tupa's forehead subconsciously rolled down with sweat. As the fate of the 10 people of Shur Xian is only 1/10 of CUN, whose 12 envoys. Naturally, he can't resist the pressure of the envoy of the Shun, said General. Lien Zhongzhong also shrank and hid behind Topa. Jadeite acted slightly indifferent, pulling the brim of her hat to cover her face. Jing Yuan looked apologetic. It's an old problem. Every time I take a nap, I have to use my strength to suppress the demonic body. It was Jing Yuan's negligence that disturbed the guests. In the past, Luofu generals had to be replaced within 100 years. Today's Shunsu General Jing Yuan has been in the position for hundreds of years and has created a record for Luofu Xianzhou. It is also in the company's records. Jadeite guessed, maybe in the near future, or when we meet again next time, Luofu's general will really be replaced. Jadeite exchanged glances with Topa and Shajin. Fuxian curled his lips. The company's people were immediately. Jun was confused. Alas, there is no way. Who made the general's tenure far longer than that of Luofu's generals in history? And the demonic body of the immortal boat people is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Fei Tsue said, "Our purpose is..." Jing Yuan shook his head. "In order to relieve the fatigue of coming from a long distance, why don't you watch a wonderful and touching can opening first?" Fei Tsue had no choice. This time the company asked for help. The strategist Chongqing arrowhead was incorporated into the projection beacon, and the projection chessboard placed on the ground before was instantly transformed into Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room. The true face of the Constore. She appeared in front of Jade, Tapa, and Gold Dust again. The dazzling array of jars on the shelf instantly caught the eyes of the three people. This is exactly what the company wants at the moment. And then, his eyes fell on the jar owner, Su Fan. Su Fan's appearance and temperament are measured by the scope of the universe. Jade instantly gave an evaluation in her heart, and she also held a jar shop that opened the gods' things, which can be said to be unique in the universe. And Tapa was surprised. If she was placed in the jar shop, even if she didn't need to take action herself, it would be estimated Ji-Du would smash all the jars overnight. And Sha Jin seized the precious scene and secretly selected the jars. Then, his eyes flashed, and he saw the jars being opened. He turned his back to everyone. He left a tall and graceful fox figure, the helmsman of Tianbui Division, Yakong. He listened to the narration. He witnessed. The fourth jar opened a magic arrow, which could eliminate the rich, evil creatures within a radius of 10 miles with one arrow, and even if it passed by, it could cause fatal damage. Jing Yuan said, "The magic arrow is suitable for the Gongzhou division to develop and imitate, and give it to the cavalry king to use." Fu Xian's eyes flashed. The effect of using the magic arrow appeared in front of him, and it was indeed consistent with what Su Fan said. One arrow was shot, and the rich, evil creatures within a radius of 10 miles could not survive. Fu Xian reminded, "General, I want to remind you that most of the craftsmen in the Gongzhou division have gone to study the crown doll." Jing Yuan waved his hand. "Then recruit people." Fu Xian saw what came out of the fifth jar. Storage bags. Do we need to send people to study them too? Of course, Jing Yuan nodded. Keep recruiting people. What about the detonating talisman? Forget about this. Jing Yuan's voice fell. Visitors from the company. I don't want to talk anymore. Arrows that can carry the power of destiny. The Knowledge Society is still researching and improving space storage. You know, these things are so rare in the outside world. Nowadays, cans are opened casually. Well, detonating talismans are barely a regret of the jar store. But as strategic materials, they are very popular both for practicality and convenience. Afterwards, Yakong emptied 2 jars in a row, which made the 10 people of Shixin secretly relieved. The last jar, but it caught everyone's heartstrings. When they saw, a little silver fox jumped out of the jar and lay on the counter in the jar shop. The Shunsu mansion fell into a deep silence. The silver fox, like an elf under the moon, gave everyone a dreamy and unrealistic feeling, and it was not like a creature in this world at all. And Zhang Zhang was very excited. Even Topa spoke first, breaking the dead silence in the atmosphere. What a beautiful little fox. I don't know how comfortable it will be to hold it in my arms, and it will definitely release all the fatigue from work in an instant. Jade sighed. Little Yelena is a child. The ecological ship given by the company is full of pets, about more than 100 kinds, so it is understandable that she is excited. Jade noticed something wrong, but the forehead area of this fox had the mark of the silver moon. Sha Jin also discovered this and wanted to know what the fox was. Fu Xian held back the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, he did not show a smile. The foxman opened a fox, and the two foxes looked at Su Fan. From this scene alone, those who don't know would think that it was a little fox opened by Su Fan. Qin Ke thought, if you're tired of fighting Diyuan Xiongyu with such a little fox by your side, you can definitely recover full blood instantly and have good luck. Jing Yuan stared at the little fox and intuitively thought it was very unusual. Sure enough, as Su Fan said, it was the Moonlight Solitary Queen. Shen Mansion fell into silence again. 100,000 credit points, similar to opening a blind box, opened a moonlight fox with many racial abilities and a fairy-like appearance. This matter, Fei Zui would never believe it before. But after the baptism of the jar shop, it broke the previous cognition of the world. Topa regretted. Since possessing extraordinary abilities, it seems that you can't buy and keep them in the ecological ship. Sandgold thinks. The jar shop is too weird. But it is precisely because of this that this negotiation with Luofu Xianzhou is full of charm. Moi. Everyone in Shun Mansion remembered the name of the little fox. But in a second, the dead silence in the air came again. Su Fan's voice in the live broadcast room was heard. The end point of Moi's evolution is the Fox of Reincarnation, who controls the law of reincarnation, reverses time and space, and opens a new reincarnation of the world, even after so many cans. At this time, Qin Ke didn't know what to say. Fox of Reincarnation? I haven't heard of the Reincarnation Star God, which is enough to prove its gold content. Fu Xian's eyes were smiling. This is Moi's future potential. Unfortunately, when Yekong opened Moi, the 10 people of Shixin in the company saw it, just like the memory star god before. Jing Yuan jumped up, looking at Moi. The Dragon Ball opened by Gui Naifan before. Above the Dragon Ball, there is a Super Dragon Ball that can restore the universe. If it is really opened, it will be eclipsed by Moi. The Super Dragon Ball can realize many wishes, but it cannot restart the reincarnation of the universe. Jing Yuan thought of many regrets in the past, both in the Immortal Boat Alliance and Luofu, Immortal Boat, but everything was suppressed as reason returned to the city. Fei Zui took a step back. It was shocking. The elegant and graceful moonlight fox before actually grew into the reincarnation fox, reversing time and space to open a new reincarnation of the world. If the directors of the board knew, they would go crazy again. After all, they are well versed in the art of waiting for investment. And now, Moi, the Moonlight Clan, is the future reincarnation fox. How will the company negotiate with Luofu Xianzhou? Jade felt bitter. Topa couldn't believe what he had just heard. Control the law of reincarnation? In this universe, even the star god has never been involved, and now it falls on a super beautiful and cute fox? How is this possible? The exclamation of Sha Jin on the side also expressed Topa's thoughts. Sha Jin looked at the silver little fox in Su Fan's arms in the live broadcast screen, and his voice was excited and incomprehensible. There is no such fate in the universe. How could it grow to that point? What do you mean by controlling the law of reincarnation, reversing time and space to open a new reincarnation of the world? How can an ordinary little fox reach a field that the star god has not touched, which even the Amber King has never witnessed since the ancient beast era? This moonlight fox called Moi. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Moi absolutely cannot be the fox of reincarnation. Ha 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 ha. I lost my composure. Let's take a step back and say that it is possible. After all, there's a precedent of a new destiny after being promoted to a star god. But the words of the jar merchant, maybe he just said it casually on a whim? I know this kind of deceitful trick better than anyone else. I am Guy Shajin. I have used hundreds of more rigorous and flawless perfect words to make others trust me. The voice of Shajin was filled in the Shun Mansion, and there were endless doubts and questions. Fu Xian asked in surprise, whether you believe it or not, what does it have to do with us? Confidence. Indifferent, and the hidden maintenance. Together, they formed the voice of Fu Xian. Self-proof? What qualifications does Sha Jin have to let Su Fan prove himself? It is the company's delegation, or the authority of the 1/10 of the Preservation Order, as confidence. Besides, the jar shop is in Jinren Lane, in Luofu Xianzhou, not in a certain area under the company. Fu Xian said coldly. This is Luofu. It's not your turn to question. Jing Yuan looked past Sha Jin, looked at the live projection screen, and his eyes fell on Mo Xie. Obviously, he didn't care. Sha Jin's doubts about Mo Xie and his doubts about the future reincarnation fox. Or, he was happy to see the unbelievable look of the company's people. Just like Jing Yuan before, when the jar shop opened the items, the kind of shock in his heart, the same expression, appeared beside others. Jing Yuan's mind was clear, and he became much more energetic silently. As a hunting envoy, he realized what joy was. The atmosphere in the Shunsu mansion took a sharp turn for the worse. Sha Jin knew what to do now without having to choose. His tone of submission was completely different from his questioning just now. The memory star god came to witness the jar store, which is enough to show that the things in the jar are extraordinary. I was presumptuous just now. Sha Jin took the initiative to find a way down. Luo Fu naturally would not pester him. Before, Jing Yuan, who stood up out of control after learning about the Fox of Samsara, sat back on the couch and waved his hands. My personal behavior has nothing to do with the mission. I can understand the Fox of Samsara's misbehavior. Thank you for your understanding. Sha Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sha Jin has walked on the tightrope of fate many times, using deceit and gambling to calculate people's hearts, so as to achieve the goals he wants to achieve and complete the tasks. His life is full of calculations, conspiracies, and betrayal. Sha Jin couldn't understand Su Fan, so he subconsciously wanted to question him. Even though he woke up halfway, his doubts were still there. The Fox of Reincarnation appeared in the jar shop. It's like the rumor that Boschism is a genius club is created by the first seat Xander I. Sang Yuan. But the situation in the jar shop is 100 times, 1,000 times more outrageous than this. The silver fox in charge of reincarnation was opened from the jar shop by a hammer. Anyone who heard it would find it incredible. And it was opened from a jar worth 100,000 credit points. 100,000 credit points? It can't even afford the expensive lipstick endorsed by Robin. You say, in the jar shop, there is an existence similar to the star god in the future. Will anyone believe it in the medical universe? Topa felt a headache, an unprecedented headache. Sha Jin's doubts. It's understandable, but there's no need, because the memory star god has come. And it was Topa who made a meeting report for the company directors, so there would not be a reaction similar to the previous gold dust. Topa remembered, money is a means, not an end. Work makes people happy. Now this often-spoken saying has almost come to an end. Going on a mission to Luofu, Xianzhou. I thought it would not go smoothly, and I had prepared myself mentally. Who would have thought? I saw it directly. The future fox of reincarnation appeared in the jar, an unimaginable scene. 100,000 credit points. From an empty jar, from the level of a god. Witnessed it in Luofu Xianzhou, not from a video recording in Pierpoint. Topa. In addition to surprise, there was only shock. Money pales in comparison to the jar store. If the goal is not achieved, this job will not be happy. Topa lowered his head, looking at the account at his feet, who was foolishly spinning around the image of Moy and laughing. His mind subconsciously began to go with the flow. Sometimes, it's also good to be a dimensional piggy bank. Chinke never forgets his original intention. No matter what the jar shop sells, no matter how the delegation meeting turns out, as long as he can maintain the status quo and count his working hours by being in a daze and slacking off, it would be so cool. If possible, Chinke also wants to use the transparent ability to disappear in the Shunsu mansion on the spot. As the person in charge of the delegation, Jade, his eyes finally left the projection screen. His mind was also ready at this moment. The directors of the company knew the magic of the jar shop, and naturally they would take this situation into consideration. This trip was originally for the Luofu ferry boat. As long as the jar shop is still in Jinren Lane, The company can't gain an advantage no matter what, and can only be limited by the Luofu ferry boat. The only thing that can be controlled is the degree of inequality. Jadeite spoke slowly. The wonders of a jar shop are beyond imagination, just like the coming of the memory star god before. And the moonlight fox that can grow into the reincarnation fox in the future will bring the mysterious moon veil that cannot be seen through, just like Su Fan, the boss of the jar shop. The company's attitude at this moment. Fu Xian's expression eased a lot. Say more. Love to hear Su Fan's praise. Jadeite changed the subject. I wonder if I can have the honor to meet the Moonlight Fox. Attack with weakness. The weak have their own way of attacking. Satisfaction appeared in Jing Yuan's eyes. The directors of the Strategic Investment Department are indeed well versed in trade negotiations. The doubts are still there, but from light to dark. Jing Yuan smiled without leaving a trace. Fu Qing, trouble you? Fu Xian was puzzled. According to the age of the Xianzhou people, Jing Yuan, who is already an old man, is very concerned about the lifelong affairs of his subordinates. After these days of observation, Fu Xian, in the past, he never gave anyone a word. But for Su Fan, very special. For example, when interrogating Lu Furong, Qin Ke was angry at Su Fan, while Fu Xian only vented his anger on Qin Ke. Jing Yuan was able to see the whole picture and decided to offer his help. You have a close relationship with Su Fan, so you have full authority to send this text message. Fu Xian's eyebrows jumped. What do you mean by close relationship? It must be a close relationship. Qin Ke looked at Fu Xian, who denied it arrogantly. Secretly curled his lips. Could it be that the one who took the initiative to go to Su Fan's house last night was the twin sister of Taibu? Fu Xian's body is very honest. Took out the mobile phone. Pulled Su Fan and Yukong into a temporarily created group chat. Edited the text message. Topa watched this scene. Note down this intelligence point. Fu Xian Taibu has a close relationship with Su Fan's boss. What Shajin thought was, Luofu Xianzhou actually controlled Su Fan, the owner of the jar shop. It is impossible to poach people. Jade, as the company's main general sent to Luofu this time, he calmly waited for the arrival of Moonlight Fox. No-nos, jar shop. Su Fan stroked Moi and suddenly heard a reminder sound, and so did Yukong's phone. Su Fan and Yukong looked at each other. They took out their phones in tacit understanding. Moi slightly raised her head, with clear and bright eyes, quietly looking at the phone screen raised by Su Fan. Fu Xian, come to Shun, some mansion quickly. Fu Xian, bring Moi to surprise the company's people. Su Fan, Yukong, what's wrong? Fu Xian, the company delegation came early. I didn't believe you guys' decision to offer Moi before. Let's recreate the past. Su Fan, to slap the company in the face? Yukong, when will you do it? Fu Xian, just bring Moi to visit the Shun Sa mansion. There's really no other meaning. Su Fan, it means that Moi will smash the company's questioning face. Yukong, isn't it too radical to change from beat to smash? Su Fan, how did the Spark Fox become conservative? Fu Xian, now I understand why some people say that conservatives mean. They think radicals are too conservative. Su Fan put away his phone. Mo Xie was reluctant to leave and whined, her fluffy tail still wrapped around Su Fan's neck, indicating that she didn't want to leave. Su Fan whispered, do you want to experience what it's like to fly? Woo. Yukong translated expressionlessly. Mo Xie said no. Has Mo Xie ever seen a creature that is lost in the universe and randomly crosses dimensions? Woo. Mo Xie said no. There is such a dimensional piggy bank in the Shun Sa mansion now. Woo. Mo Xie is serious? Su Fan assured. Of course. Mo Xie let go of her tail to show her attitude. Seeing that Mo Xie agreed, Yukong thought of it. A way to reach Chong Lu Tian Shen Sa mansion at high speed. The Pioneer flying sword was taken out of the storage bag, and Yukong injected the power of destiny into it. The sword body released a faint light and instantly danced above the ground without wind. As Luofu's first ace pilot, Yukong stood firmly on the Pioneer flying sword, the power of destiny and heart resonance of the gods. Pioneer flying sword. Move as you wish. Yukong half-crouched on the sword and opened his arms, signaling to jump into Huaichen. Mo Xie glanced at Su Fan reluctantly, and her flexible and agile body jumped and ran like a bright moonlight and went straight up along her arms and sat on Yukong's shoulders. Yukong gritted his teeth silently. Little Mo Xie's attitude explains a lot. The most straightforward meaning is that only Su Fan can be hugged. This little emotion went away quickly for Yukong. Because the Pioneer flying sword under his feet has the lowest speed of 5 times the Star Raft, pulling the mind of the former Starfire Fox back to the sky again. Then start from today. The slender heels on the Pioneer sword body stepped down silently, and the lines of the slender legs with white jade light became flexible and full of streamlined beauty as the muscles exerted force. Mo Xie was on Yukong's shoulder, looking at the Jinren lane in the distance, with all kinds of eyes from the crowd looking at him with forgiving, surprised, and greedy eyes. Yukong smiled, feeling the wind. When the wind blew in his hair, the ripples from the hair tip passing over his face were the desire for the sky in his bones. The next second, the sword energy rushed up to the sky like a rainbow, leaving a long river of sword energy in the air, and thousands of star ships retreated. Can't compete with it. In the dome of Jinren Lane, it turned into a sword meteor and headed straight for Changle Heaven. Luofu ferry boat. Everything is in sight. Yukong as high as the sky. Looking at the picture sleeping in his memory, passion and blood began to return. With his heart surging, he swallowed the 300 years pill in one gulp. The pill was broken with his teeth, and the rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled his lips and teeth, and the originally rotten lips were covered with a thick fragrance. The decayed, aged, and seriously ill body is rejuvenated. Yukong is living a second life at this moment, younger than any foxman, slowly reaching out his hand to touch the sky in the distance. Moi blinked, witnessing the changes in Yukong's body and mentality. The Night Marquis. Xian is writing a storytelling. Prepare to tell the story of the 5 gods of Teyvat in more detail later. And at hand, open Xiao Gizi's live broadcast. Inyali Chie was still excitedly commenting on the various things that Kong had opened, but after seeing Moi's story about the Fox of Reincarnation, he fell into silence. In order not to be disturbed, Xian mostly listened to Li Chie's broadcast. The sudden stop was very uncomfortable. Xian stopped writing and asked, "What is Moi's ability?" Crows and foxes cannot be generalized. Senior Li Chie. Inya Li Chie hurriedly made up for it. That's me. In extreme anger, he cultivated several immortal kings and immortal emperors. A mere reincarnation is not even half as good as me. You must know, even if my cultivation is completely gone, I still have to support the great cause of the Baihu. I, Inya Ji Chie, am still invincible in the world. The Fox of Reincarnation cannot humiliate me, even if my cultivation is completely gone. Xian was silent at this moment. Don't think that Inya Li Chie's words are very bluffing. Open the jar before. Su Fan explained before leaving. Inya Li Chie and the existence that dominates the era at most belong to the Inya at a certain period, and they are related but not to such an outrageous degree. Xian glanced at Inya Li Chie, who was afraid of being compared to others, and moved his eyes to look at the silver fox jumping on Yukong's shoulder. He was full of emotion. Mo Xie Kai is the real deal. Look at his Inya Li Chie. It's so infuriating. Inside the Shun Some mansion, waiting in the gap when Kong arrived. Jade, looking at Jing Yuan. It's extremely important to open the future reincarnation fox. Can you contact Pierpoint? Jing Yuan raised his hand and said, "Please do as you please." A phone call. Called Pierpoint, directly to Brick and Stone. As the director of the Strategic Investment Department, Brick and Stone has always been elusive, and now it's rare to appear. Waiting for the results of Jade, Tapa, and Shajin in Luofu Xianzhou. Reincarnation Fox? Shajin questioned. Well, there is always an aggressive presence in the team. According to the previous videos sent by Luofu and the details of the investigation by the specialists in Luofu, Xianzhou. It is likely to be true. You are right. The testimony of the Memory Star God proves the credibility of the owner of the jar shop. If the concept of reincarnation is formed in the future, this matter, a new board of directors must be convened again. Interesting. Director Louis Fleming, who has retired and is not involved in the business, is expected to make a comeback because of the jar shop. Diamond once again. A meeting of the heads of the 7 major departments of the company was held. The last projection appeared. Appley's surprised voice sounded. Fox of Samsara? Fox of Samsara? Topa's heart melted instantly, and he saw Moy jump off Yukong's shoulder and walk gracefully on the ground like a silver elf under the moon. Zhang flew directly over. He looked around Moy and took the mora that came out of Topa's pocket and held in his mouth to share with Moy. Moy just looked at the dimensional piggy bank and observed with interest the random cross-dimensional creatures that Su Fan said. What I saw from the live projection was completely different from what I saw with my own eyes. Jade looked at the silver moon mark on Moy's forehead, as at the beginning, and a micro lens worn on the collar clearly photographed Moy. These were precious images that were later transmitted to Pierpoint. Shajin looked at Moy. I don't know why. His mind began to become fuzzy, and Shajin shook his head subconsciously, probably thinking that it was the subconscious that was at work. Not long after, when his thoughts came back to clear, he was startled. Mo Xie had already walked to his feet, looking up at him. The gentle and clear eyes carried a magical power that made his mind unable to help but fall into it. Calf. Shajin covered his forehead with his hands and said with difficulty, Is it the charm of the Moonlight Fox, or Chu Yin, or both? The voice fell. Mo Xie walked past Shajin, her tail swaying gently, and her ability was no longer activated. Mo Xie remembered very clearly that Su Fan's message in the chat group shattered the company's questioning face. Shajin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of the Moonlight Fox is already very eye-catching. The ability to be activated unexpectedly, coupled with the lack of mental preparation, will be hard to defend against. Mo Xie walked to, under the table where many regulations of Luofu were issued and formulated. With a light jump, she walked to the middle of the table, overlooking the company's 3 out of 10 stone hearts. Jing Yuan experienced what it means to be a man relying on the power of a fox. How is it? Are the guests of the company satisfied with Xie? Fei Chui replied, Of course I am satisfied. At this time, Yukong, who put the pioneer flying sword into the storage bag, walked forward, looked at the message sent by Su Fan. Yukong's voice sounded. Su Fan said that the Flying Fish King oil can make Mo Xie complete a transformation. Jing Yuan was at a loss. Qin Ke, who was looking at Mo Xie, didn't know what to say for a while. The chaotic energy of Fu Xian's Dharma flashed across his forehead, and he saw the future direction of the world and saw the appearance of Mo Xie when she completed the transformation. Topa opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of expectation. Shai Jin frowned, feeling something was wrong. It was obviously directed at him. Fei Chui was in a dilemma. Want to see the Moonlight Fox was satisfied. Join and see the Moonlight Fox complete a transformation again. The company will lose everything at this moment. Fei Chui, who should have considered retreating, did the opposite at this moment and raised her lips with a smile in her voice. It is our honor and the company's honor to witness every step towards the birth of the Fox of Reincarnation. Flying Fish King oil, dripping from Yukong's hand, it miraculously entered Moy's forehead and was absorbed by the silver moon mark. For a while, a strong wind blew in the Shun So mansion, blowing the documents on the table flying. The essence from the whole body of the demon king gradually merged into Moy's body. The demon power began to surge uncontrollably, and the flying silver-white hair set off a demon power storm, and Moy raised her proud head, overlooking, that's right, the eyes blooming with a demonic light, revealing a humanistic look, overlooking the giant of the company. The magnificent demon power drove the hair to flutter, and the originally fluffy and beautiful big tail was divided into two, showing the boldness and wildness. The wind did not stop, especially after the two tails appeared. The wind direction changed. A ball of green demon flames appeared like fireworks from the wind, and waves formed by demon power, and the strange flames and heat waves steamed the Shunsa mansion. At this moment, the tail suddenly changed again. It split from two tails to four tails, and as the demon power surged on Moi's body, it rolled like a flying white python. The demon flame also changed from the first one to four with a number of tails, floating around Moi's limbs like a green fire cloud. Shajin looked at Moi's changes. He was speechless for a while. Even if he had expected it, he could see with his own eyes a small moonlight fox, which was accompanied by the change of its tail and the demon flame, and released powerful demon power. This momentum, it was even stronger than the war beasts of Fengraemen. But Shajin's mind was still shaking. The flying fish king oil in Yukong's hand was still dripping on Moi's forehead, and the tail like a python and a dragon shook and split, setting off a monstrous demon power storm. Instantly came to Lu Wei. The table under his feet, which belonged to General Shun Su, broke and collapsed with the increase of demonic power and majestic temperament of the tail. 6 demonic flames, burning faintly, mixed with the released demonic power, it turned into a deep green flame. Floating around Moi, reflecting Moi's hair, it added a demonic green color to the silver-white color, which looked evil and powerful. What has Moi become? Jing Yuan did not feel sorry for the broken table, but looked at Moi in amazement. Yukong took out his mobile phone and saw the message sent by Fan. This man hiding behind the scenes dominated everything in front of him. Yukong said, "The royal family among the 6-tailed demon foxes, the evil flame, 6 tails." Shajin saw the changes in Moi and clearly heard the conversation between Yukong and Jing Yuan. The Moonlight Fox actually evolved into the royal family among the 6-tailed demon foxes. The evil flame, 6 tails? The 6 tails and the corresponding 6 groups of demonic flames clearly appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Shajin, I heard the sound of breaking. It came from the cheek. Every time Moi gave birth to a tail, it hit the face silently and invisibly, and each flame burned the traces of the tail breaking. When the 6th tail and the 6th demon flame were born, they were completely shattered. It was like shattering the company's questioning face. Zhang Zhang hid timidly behind Pato, revealing half of his face, bearing the waves of demonic power. He secretly looked at the Moonlight Fox before. Moi let out a long moan. The endless sound generated ripples under the blessing of demonic power, echoing in the Shun Sum mansion, and at the same time, it was also shocking. Zhang Zhang saw. Compared with before, Moi now. Her body gradually became bigger. She was no longer as petite and cute as before. The changes in her body led to the limbs and body shape becoming slender, giving people a strong visual impact. She looked more elegant and noble. With the blessing of the 6 groups of demonic flames, she was arrogant and evil. Zhang Zhang tried to stand from the perspective of humans with what he had learned throughout his life, and felt the changes brought by Moi. Then, the 6 groups of demonic flames began to move, and Zhang Zhang didn't dare to look at them for fear of turning into a familiar piggy bank, so he quickly dodged his eyes. Topa saw it. 6 groups of green demonic flames moved with the 6 tails, driving them to the top of the tails. If you look carefully, you can see that behind the broken table where Moi is, some parts of the hair of the general of Shun Su have been burnt, and Jing Yuan has a little burnt smell. This is the hair of the hunting envoy. The strange green flame showed a terrifying high temperature, and before everyone had more time to react, it fell on Moi's limbs. What is this for? Topa heard the voice of Feitsue mumbling. There was also the disordered breathing of Shajin. As soon as the sight shifted, Topa was caught by Moi again. Moi raised her limbs one by one, just like climbing a step, and stepped on the terrifying and strange green demonic flames. The demonic flames rose up and wrapped around Moi's limbs, and in an instant they turned into dazzling and eye-catching hoof flames that kept burning, leaving traces of fire in the Shunsa mansion. With the flying fish king oil, The last drop fell on Moy's forehead. The slender and graceful body no longer changes. The noble and magnificent curves that were previously displayed once again show wildness, arrogance, and weirdness. Evil Flame, 6 tails, perfectly transformed at this moment. Topa was stunned. If the previous Moonlight Fox was noble and charming, with ornamental value, the current Evil Flame, 6 tails. The momentum has changed dramatically. Just looking at the trampling green hoof flames and the 6 tails full of pressure, you can feel the strong deterrence that suppresses the heart. Shajin's breathing became rapid. Evil Flame, 6 tails appeared. It means that the path of mutation will become easier with the Jar Shop. And the Reincarnation Fox. Shajin witnessed the gradual growth of an existence with power beyond the Star God. There was a sound of breaking on his face. The same is true in his heart. Shajin saw it. In his heart, the triple-eyed Earth Mother God, believed by the Evocan people. One of the 10 stone hearts of the Interstellar Peace Company, the Amber King he believes in. There are 2 gods who are crucial to his life. Cracks appeared silently and eventually broke. It was caused by Moy and changed by the Jar Shop. The gold dust was finally found, the most ideal, low-risk, and highest-return investment. Jar Shop. Yukong breathed a sigh of relief. It was closest to Moy. The demonic storm it endured was also more intense. It was also the most intuitive to perceive the sudden change in Moy's strength. To be honest, Yukong's heart was beating wildly. With panic, afraid, Moy accidentally hurt the blue demon flame. Foxman, hairy and weak to fire. There is an instinctive fear of flames, let alone demon flames. Fortunately, Moy completed the transformation. Yukong was happy and excited. Fu Xian closed his eyes. This was consistent with what the Dharma I had captured before. Moy advanced to the Evil Flame, 6 tails. Qin Ke frowned, and the idea of touching Moy in his heart disappeared when the 6 tails appeared. Jing Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. Looking at Mo Xie standing proudly and calming down the flames of the hooves, the ability of the hunting envoy could not see clearly her potential. If we refer to the tail, the next transformation will be 9 tails. Then after the 9 tails, Jing Yuan fell into a long-lost silence, just like the people in the company in front of him. Finally, pick off the hair that smells of burnt, and a meaningful smile appears on his lips. He first looks at the 6-tailed Mo Xie and then falls on the people in the company. What company's delegation? It's obviously a big fat sheep that has taken the initiative to deliver to the door. Fei Chui felt relieved at this moment, and her voice was not as rigorous as before. It was full of admiration and surprise. Incredible and reasonable, worthy of being the royal family among the 6-tailed demon foxes, the Evil Flame, 6 tails. The eyes left no trace. Glancing at the gold sand, I believe that at this moment, no one will question the authenticity of the Reincarnation Fox. Shajin understood. He suppressed his previous shock. Why not start the negotiation with the upper limit of the jar store and open the Fox of Reincarnation? This time the company brought 5 interstellar motherships, which were filled with the company's sincerity and strategic materials that Luofu, Xianzhou lacked. Pierpoint. In Diamond's new meeting, the heads of other departments, that is, the 7-member board of directors, were all present. As alternate board members, Diamond only has 1 chance to initiate a board meeting. Now it's the 2nd time. It attracted many doubts, puzzlement, and questioning eyes. Old Zaiqian asked with a smile. The jar shop went to Star God again. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Osvaldo Schneider said casually. Could it be that the delegation was expelled by the ferry boat? Diamond asked calmly. If a new destiny is born in the universe, how should it be evaluated and handled? The projection of Mrs. Scar-Eye flickered, answering the question with a question. The jar shop opened it. Mrs. Scar-Eye's voice is the voice of everyone at this moment, Diamond replied. It is the Fox of Reincarnation, who controls the law of reincarnation and can reincarnate and restart the world. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became silent. It fell into a dead silence. It was like a pool of stagnant water without any waves. Reincarnation. Reincarnation seems to be unable to compare with breeding and hunting in terms of combat power. But at the level of law, abnormal horror is incomparable. Reincarnation restarts the world. Apolly's repeated murmurs broke the uneasy silence. Diamond clearly saw the changes in the expressions of other supervisors, with thoughts, doubts, and superficial shock. Oh, Jade has sent the video, so everyone could take a look. Flying Fish King oil, improved bloodline. Wait, this is a silver little fox. Is it the reincarnation fox you mentioned? It's still just a moonlight fox, but we can see the first mutation and advancement next. If the Flying Fish King oil that improves bloodline is sold to the immortal dragon, I don't know how much it can be sold for. Now it all falls on the forehead of this silver little fox. The tail is splitting. 2 tails, 4 tails, 6 tails, and 6 groups of green demon flames. Is it the royal family among the 6-tailed demon foxes? Evil Flame, 6-tail. What a charming and powerful creature. There were footsteps in the conference room, and a long and mysterious voice. Take advantage of the fact that the reincarnation fox has not fully grown up. The company must get along with it. Diamond told the members of the delegation that no matter what conditions Luofu Xianzhou puts forward, the company can choose to accept it. Just want to get closer to the jar store and the reincarnation fox. Lewis Fleming walked out of the darkness and made the final decision. 2156 Amber Era. The company was very soft, not to a big power, but to an ordinary jar store. Also to an ordinary store owner, Su Fan. Lewis Fleming was going crazy. As the founder of Interstellar Peace Company, a lifetime honorary director, and one of the only 2 stable lifetime directors in the 14,600th board of directors. The Memory Star God had witnessed him announcing his retirement and no longer interfering in the company's affairs. Now, the emergence of the jar store, repeatedly breaking the promises made in the past. Lewis Fleming hoped, next time, the jar store would not make such a big fuss again. The Xingxia Sea is bustling with people. There is no shortage of fox people coming and going. Among them, there is a black-haired fox girl walking towards the Sikhen Palace. Today is the day for the Xingxia pilot assessment. She has already signed up. I don't know if she will be eliminated, because this scene has happened many times. Qingyi took a deep breath and walked into the Sikhen Palace with determination in her eyes. The familiar and serious figure in the past was no longer there. Only the secretary Shi Kuei. Qingyi walked forward. I learned from the members of the department next to me. No surprise. I failed again. Qingyi knew the reason, and her emotions did not fluctuate too much. Instead, she stood aside and waited for Shi Kuei, the secretary of Tianbo Division, to be free. She walked up and asked, Sister Shi Kuei Mother, where is Sidwa? Do you know the store? I don't know. I'm busy with the Xingxia pilot exam recently. You will know if you go and take a look. You don't need to go too far, or take the Star Raft to Jinren Lane. Just find a quiet place to watch Gue 730 Naifin's live broadcast room. Qingyi walked out of Sikhen Palace with a confused look. Yukong Sidhu. She is Qingyi's adoptive mother. Yukong has never concealed this fact. Qingyi, who has known this since childhood, has never had a gap because of it and admires her in her heart. Yukong has sacrificed too much for her. If it weren't for the mother-daughter concept dispute caused by the Star Raft pilot, Qingyi has been thinking about giving my mother, who has never married, has never had any feelings, and only knows war and work, a suitable partner to spend the rest of her life with. According to, Shosi said, turning the phone to try to find the live broadcast room. Qingyi searched for a while, but couldn't find it, and then heard the Cloud Cavalry in casual clothes watching Gue Naifin's live broadcast. Since the two were of similar age and both were bright and lovely girls, Qing naturally stepped forward and pointed at the phone and asked, Is this Gue Naifin's live broadcast room? Caught slacking off. Su Chong was shocked. Fortunately, it was just a passerby, not a colleague of the Cloud Cavalry Army. Su Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but blame herself in her heart for being too absorbed in watching the live broadcast of opening jars and not noticing someone walking in front of her. Fortunately, The visitor was curious about the live broadcast room. It happened again. He was Xiao Gizi's friend. Helping the residents of Xianzhou solve their doubts is also the job of the Cloud Cavalry Army. Now Su Chong has found a legitimate reason to slack off. Yes, the jar store is very popular recently. One jar costs 100,000 credit points, and opening 10 can open many unexpected things. The one who came to jar today is Yukong, one of the 6 Imperial Guards of Luofu. Jar store? It can open many things. Qing and I listened carefully. Her mind was even more captured by what came later. Today, the one who opened the can is. No wonder my mother always works overtime until late at night recently. It turns out that she squeezed out time to open the can. Qingni asked, "Can I still watch it now?" Hearing this, Suchong shook her head. It's a pity for Qingni. Another person who missed the live broadcast can only watch the recorded broadcast that will be spoiled. Suchong pointed at the screen of the mobile phone and turned off the barrage. "Oh, you came late. Look, Xiao Gizi is summing up." Master Yukong's luck can be expressed as a joke of the acrobatic troupe. It's so lucky. Lucky to explode? Qingyi remembered it. Follow Suchong to watch the live broadcast room that was summarizing. Wow, Master Yukong, flying with a sword just now, is so handsome. Xiao Gizi, I hope I can be so cool one day, instead of flying in the sky with the power of the fruit. Qingyi looked puzzled. Isn't Mother's best skill at flying a star raft? Although I haven't seen it. I know. The title of Spark Fox that Mother circulated among the Star Raft pilots represented the strongest and most powerful ace pilot in Luofu. How did she fly on a sword? Qingmi continued to watch with doubts. For the family members who didn't start the live broadcast, let me review what Lord Yukong opened just now. The oil refined by the king of flying fish can not only make hair shiny and smooth, but also improve the bloodline advancement. This kind of good thing is rare in the Immortal Boat Alliance or the universe. I heard that the Dragon Master Elder of the Chiming Clan wanted to buy it from Lord Yukong with a large sum of money to improve. Cough, cough, cough. It's just a rumor. Qingni was more confused. Can the jar store open such a fantastic thing? Is every jar so lucky, or is Mother Yukong very lucky? The first one opened the Flying Fish King oil. Although Qingni didn't understand it very well, she knew how precious it was. Su Chong listened quietly. The scene of Yukong being blessed by good fortune reappeared in front of her. After Master Yukong, he opened a pioneering flying sword that countless people envy. Just from a name, you can know its value. The minimum speed of the flying sword is 5 times that of the Xingcha, and it can also use the power of pioneering destiny to make space jumps along the silver track of the Shinkong train. Xiao Gizi's voice fell. Su Chong sighed with envy. If I opened this, not to mention performing various flying sword tricks, I would probably envy my mother and father to death if I flew back to Yaoqing Xianzhou with the sword. Qingmi's cheeks were gloomy. It was envy of her mother Yukong's good luck, but more of the inner confusion. Although he no longer drove the Xingcha, he opened this pioneering flying sword and flew it in public. Qingmi's voice was low. Just listening to the story, I am also envious. After all, I failed the Xingcha flying exam 7 times. Su Chong was not very comforting and could only look forward to the future. What's the big deal? There's a long way to go. Qing and I nodded, found the opportunity to break through. That is, the jar store. She can also open one, and I believe her luck will not be weaker than her mother Yukong. The voice of Gui Naifin's live broadcast room continued to sound. After that, Lord Yukong will use the magic-breaking arrow, and all the evil creatures within a radius of 10 miles will be swept away. Storage bag. Xiao Gizi also wants one, so as not to worry every day, not knowing where to put the Dragon Ball, so as not to lose it or be remembered by others. As for the 10 detonating talismans, everyone knows. Thanks to my family for the gifts. Thanks for the Ting storm. Ginalifin's energetic voice came from the air and jumped to her ears. Qingni seemed to have seen these things being opened. Suchong concluded. These can be said to be strategic materials. Qingni's eyes were filled with shock. Although these things are not as good as the Flying Fish King oil and Pioneer Flying Sword that were opened before, They are very valuable from a strategic perspective. Qingni is ready to pass the test and become a Star Chariot pilot. Thinking of the use of Star Chariot. Star Chariot uses Devil Breaker. The arrows are as powerful as naval guns, and they can be fired continuously by the turrets. In the storage bag, a little thought will make you understand its importance. It is equivalent to a small logistics supply ship that you can carry with you. And the detonating talisman. After Su Chang's explanation, Qing and I understood. The appearance of the talisman is very deceptive. As long as it fits, it can be ignited and detonated with the power of destiny. It is a sharp weapon on the battlefield 3.4. Qing and I looked at Gue Naifan on the screen. The highlight is here. Before, Lord Yukong opened something that was more shocking than the 5 God memory light balls before. It looks like a very charming, cute, and noble moonlight fox. But in fact, it is a reincarnation fox with potential that is no less than that of Star God or even far beyond that. Mama's opened it. Far beyond the Star God, a fox that masters reincarnation? Qingni's brain crashed. Beyond the scope of understanding, Kuina whispered, "Is it true, really?" Su Chong said as a matter of course. The jar store has opened so many things, and Boss Su Fan has never told a lie. The last time Mr. Xian opened a jar, he also attracted Lu Guang Tianjun, the memory Star God. The Star God has come? Qing and I, who was in seclusion preparing for the exam, had not heard of it. The brain that had crashed originally crashed at this moment. Only a sentence that Su Chong said before. Qing and I made a slight modification from our own perspective. My mother is so lucky. Master Yukong should have taken the 300-year pill. Live a second life. Should be considered the first person in the entire Xianzhou alliance. Qingni was confused and heard the voice of the live broadcast room again. It was Gue Naifan's excited and yearning voice. Probably. She could tell that Gue Naifan was not from Xianzhou. Some people wanted to prolong their lives. But if you listen carefully and distinguish, it's just an illusion during the live broadcast. In fact, they don't care at all. And Qingni heard the key point. Mother Yukong became a member of the Xianzhou Alliance, and she was also the person in the entire Fox people who extended their life by 300 years and lived a second life after the blessing of the pharmacist. Qingni, the previous thoughts began to become active. Yukong sacrificed his emotional life to take care of her. Maybe there was a factor in the third war with the Fengrao people. But Qingni knew it in her heart. If there was no such burden as herself, Yukong's life would not be like it is now, treating the workplace Sikhen Palace as home year after year and day after day. So, Qingni's thoughts began to jump, and she hid them in her heart and didn't want outsiders to know, so as not to be blamed. Thank you, Shang. Qingni waved goodbye to the slacking Yunkajin with gratitude. If there hadn't been this encounter, Qingni would definitely miss the review of Gue Naifan's live broadcast room, and thus lose the opportunity to see all kinds of items. Qingni said goodbye to Su Shang, walked towards Changle Cave Heaven where Jinren Lane was located. She had a premonition that she would see her mother return in the jar shop, see the things opened from the jars in person, and also express another yearning for the sky. A corner of a new 12 future drawn from the jar shop. Shun's mansion, under the hat covering the pink hair. It was the jadeite swaying left and right, and the pupils shrank rapidly. Subconsciously glanced at the receiver beside her ear. It's me, Louis Fleming. Emerald was completely stunned. Isn't Louis Fleming, the founder of the company, retired in seclusion? Why did he appear? And he crossed the diamond and spoke to her directly? What Emerald didn't know was, Louis Fleming had already appeared once in the board meeting that Topa attended by chance. However, due to confidentiality, Gon did not reveal too much about the content of the meeting. Emerald's mind was shaken, but could not be delayed. The voice in the receiver continued to sound. No matter what conditions Luofu Xianzhou and Xianzhou Alliance put forward, we must unconditionally agree. Unconditional? Emerald's heart was in turmoil. For 1,000 amber ages, the company has never been so humble and let the other party make an offer. And the other side of the receiver, falling into silence. Emerald's heartbeat skipped a beat. The founder of the Interstellar Peace Company, which ruled the universe with economy, could be silenced. Only the truth behind the unconditional. It's not because of Luofu Xianzhou, nor because of Xianzhou Alliance, but because of the jar shop and the owner of the jar shop, Su Fan. At this moment, Jadeite could only give a brief reply. I understand. Jadeite put down the receiver. Looking at Shajin and Topa, who were bargaining with Luofu, Xianzhou Yukong, she walked up and patted each other on the shoulder. Jadeite said, "The company agrees to all the conditions of Luofu, Xianzhou." Topa looked puzzled. Why did Jadeite's attitude change 180 degrees after answering a phone call? The answer is easy to guess. The only person who can promise this condition is not Director Diamond, nor other directors of the board of directors, but Louis Fleming, who appeared at the meeting. Shajanite also figured it out at the same time, understood the weight behind this sentence and the company's determination for the jar store. Jing Yuan sighed. It seems that the legend has made a move. Jadeite's mouth curled up. If everyone in Xianzhou knew, it was because of Su Fan. The company made this decision, and it would definitely jump out of everyone's eyes. What a pity. Jadeite can only keep the inside story in her heart. Who? Shinke was puzzled. But it doesn't matter, because Mo Xie is taking a nap not far away. The demonic flame on Mo Xie is extinguished, just like the enlarged version of the Moonlight Fox, but the silver moon mark on the forehead is gone, and the tail behind has become 6 tails. Qingke does not intervene in the negotiation. It enjoys the peaceful life brought by Mo Xie alone. Fu Xian's Dharma eye flickers, and when Fei Tsue speaks to answer the phone, the Dharma eye transformed by Su Fan has seen this scene. Yukong is the helmsman of Tianbo Division, managing the large and small chambers of commerce in Luofu Xianzhou, and naturally in charge of the negotiation with the company. See the top management of the company issue an unconditional order. Exchange glances with Jing Yuan. The Xianzhou Alliance is a country of etiquette, so naturally they treat sincerity with sincerity. Yukong said loudly, Luofu Xianzhou agrees to the conditions of the Interstellar Peace Company and allows members of the company to intentionally open jars. The items opened can be taken away with the permission of the Xianzhou. Fei Tsue also said at this moment, correspondingly, the company must provide the Xianzhou Alliance with the coordinates of Fengramin and Fengroxingshan, and provide supplies at market prices when a war breaks out with Fengramin. When the war situation is critical, assistance must be provided to the Xianzhou Alliance. The Xianzhou Alliance will enjoy a 20% discount on supplies when it goes to the Star Field under the influence of the company. In addition to the supplies of the 5 motherships carried this time, the company also needs to provide 5 supplies to each of the other 5 Xianzas. The Xianzhou Alliance and the Interstellar Peace Company reached an agreement at this moment. Luofu Xianzhou and the Xianzhou Alliance made a lot of money. It seems that the Interstellar Peace Company lost money. Not entirely. The things in the jar store have been verified in the past. Take Moi, the future fox of reincarnation, for example. After that, if the company's people come up with something similar, even if Luofu Xianzhou doesn't agree to take it out, then wouldn't it still be owned by the company if it's cultivated in Xianzhou? Not to mention, those strange things in the jar, such as the Eye of God, the Devil Fruit, and the God King Soul Ring similar to the blue silver grass, etc., as long as the company continues to operate, it will be too profitable. Moreover, Fei Tsue is also very tempted and wants to try her hand at Steam. Boss Su Fan will also get a steady stream of customers. So who loses? No one loses. It can be said to be a win-win situation for all 3. If you force someone to lose a lot, then there are only Fengrao people and Fengrao Star God, who will face Xianzhou and the company who work together because of the jar store. Woo! Mo Xie woke up and shouted at Yukong. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Yukong's forehead veins jumped slightly. This little conscienceless guy wanted to go back to the jar store and stay in the identity of Su Fan. Yukong sighed. It was he who opened the jar, and he also opened the Flying Fish King oil that caused the mutation. He was obviously the first one to come. Why? Why did Mo Xie focus on Su Fan? He didn't give Yukong any chance to train him. Yukong bit his silver teeth lightly. Okay. Mo Xie shook his little head comfortably, and the 6 tails behind him also shook with him, and he took the lead to walk out of the Shinsa mansion. Pioneer flying sword, galloping from a distance. The endless sword energy was as vast as flowing clouds. Caught it instantly. The eyes of the people in front of the jar shop. They also caught Gay Naifin's live camera. They saw Yukong, who was as ethereal as a sword fairy, and also saw how come a moonlight fox has grown in size, from the size of a red fox at the start to a sturdy appearance like a spirit dog several times. And the tales behind him also changed from 1 to 6, adding a touch of legendary charm to the original moon-like nobleness, as if it was a mysterious spirit beast from the Jimmu era. In a trance. There were screams from the crowd. The blue flames burned on his body, and he instantly became a human-shaped fireball, screaming and slapping the flames and rolling on the ground. The people around him, they were afraid that they could not avoid it, and quickly cleared a large safe area. Panic spread among the crowd. 577. As soon as Gui Naifin's live broadcast camera was pointed over, it was banned because of the discordant picture. The Cloud Cavalry held the formation's swords and waited in full battle. Yukong stepped lightly on the sword blade with his long legs and jumped off the Pioneer flying sword. He could see what was going on at a glance. Don't be nervous. These people have evil thoughts about Moi. The current Moi is not the Moonlight Fox, but the evil flame, six-tailed demon fox. Yukong's voice made everyone move their eyes and look at Moi, only to realize it. Moi's limbs stepped on the blue flames, and the fire line spread on the ground and ignited the people who had evil intentions before. The small tricks silently shocked the crowd. After the short ban, Gui Naifin aimed the live camera at Moi and Yukong. Yukong's voice was cold and long. If you say a word of apology, Moi will stop the demon flame, and you still have a chance to rescue. Lord Moi, spare our lives. I was confused for a moment. I became a fool, blinded by profit. I wanted to secretly seize Moi. In the raging fire, there was a dying wail, and Moi flicked her tail, and the demon flame automatically extinguished. The Yunchi army came forward, not only to treat them, but also to focus on taking care of them in the future. Those who dare to have evil thoughts about the future reincarnation fox of Luofu Xianzhou will suffer in the future. Yukong's eyes flashed, and he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qingmi. Moi walked into the jar shop. Just like before, when she was still a moonlight fox, she jumped up and threw herself directly into Su Fan's arms. Moi realized that her body had grown bigger, and now she is transformed into a six-tailed demon fox with evil flames, inheriting Chu Yin's camouflage ability to shrink her body. When she turned into a moonlight fox, her petite body also disguised and concealed the power of the evil flame six-tailed demon fox. Just like before, jumped into Su Fan's arms, raised her head. She cried happily, as if to say, "I'm back." Su Fan smiled at Mo Xie and stroked the 6 silver-white soft tails that had become 6 times more fluffy. "Today, I know the joy of King Zhou." Mo Xie used Chu Yin's skill to disguise the evil flame, six-tailed demon fox as a moonlight fox, but she forgot to disguise the tail. When Su Fan touched the tail, Mo Xie just made the mistake. She thought to herself, she would hide the tail later, and now she would concentrate on enjoying Su Fan's touch and the warmth in his arms. Mo Xie had 6 small tails, not many. Su Fan was able to touch them one by one. The 6 tails outside the jar shop not long ago were exaggerated and gorgeous, and now they were cute and pocket-sized after being reduced in size. But the characteristics represented by each tail have not changed at all. Gentle, elegant, arrogant, indifferent, wild, and bloodthirsty. 6 seemingly contradictory temperaments that cannot coexist exist because of the evil flame 6 tails, and together they form this charming and dazzling silver-white long tail. At this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, the arrogant and ferocious evil flame 6 tails, the future reincarnation fox who will control the law of reincarnation, transformed into the ordinary light fox of Shi Song as a cute pet lying in Su Fan's arms, happily shaking the spring. Outside the jar shop, A group of people were so surprised by this scene that they were speechless. After all, the person who had just had evil thoughts about Mo Xie and was burned to charcoal by the evil flame was carried away by the Cloud Cavalry not long ago. And Gue Naifan recorded Su Fan and Mo Xie at this moment through the live camera. Sneak a look at Yukong beside him. Complained in his heart. Mo Xie opened by Yukong. Mo Xie should not be close to Kong. Now it seems Mo Xie is more intimate with Su Fan. Xiao Gizi couldn't read Mo Xie's thoughts, but now knew that when the jar shop opened a living thing again, it should pay attention to cultivating feelings to avoid being empty like Yukong. Qingyi looked at the figure who had put away the pioneer flying sword and took the initiative to speak to him. Mom, I have something to tell you. Yukong nodded. There are too many people here. It's not a place to talk. The mother and daughter walked to the shade of a tree in the distance. Qingyi took a deep breath and spoke first. I already know what I saw and heard in the jar shop. Congratulations, Mom. You opened so many good things. Whether it is the 300 years pill, the devil-breaking arrow, or the pioneer flying sword, they're all envied by others. I once told my mom that I wanted to choose my own life. Now that my mom has opened the 300 years pill, everyone is saying that it is the immortal medicine of the fox people. Can I also start a new life? Yukong understood now. In the past, she would talk to Qingyi and enlighten her life. Now it's the other way around. Yukong, Qingyi, every day I see my mother sitting in the Sikhen Palace, taking charge of all the matters of Luofu, Tianbo Division, and my life is only about work and Tianbo Division. I can't help but ask myself if I'm dragging my mother down. Qingyi's sensible look came into view. Yukong felt distressed and pretended to be a little annoyed. Don't interfere in adults' affairs. Qingyi refused to give in. I have passed the coming-of-age ceremony and am an adult. Mom has cared about me for so many years, and I have to care about her too. Start a new life? Yukong thought so when he took the 300 years pill. But there is Tianbo Division on his shoulders. Everything can only be done step by step. First of all, Shikue must be cultivated, and there must be many auxiliary personnel. Yukong changed the subject. Did you fail the assessment again today and come to play the emotional card? Qingyi's eyes were firm, with sad doubts. I know that taking the battleship pilot exam is my mother's tacit consent. Without your nod, I would not get on the battleship. I can't figure it out. Anyone in this world can become a pilot, except the helmsman's daughter. Why? Why? Faced with the question, Yukong seemed to have returned to the past. He watched helplessly as his best friend Tsai died in the flames of war, beside the shattered and burning wreckage of the Star Raft, her body gradually becoming cold. He broke her with one blow. The pride of being the ace pilot of Luofu, including now, gradually breaking open the joy of pioneering flying swords. Yukong was firm. We'll talk about these topics when we get home. This sentence, whenever talking about the Star Chop battleship, it would appear like this. Qingyi was already very familiar with it and regained her composure. Then, let's talk about another topic. Has Mom taken the 300-year pill? Yukong nodded. Qingyi asked, has Mom considered the future after extending her life for 300 years? The topic returned to the starting point. Yukong was about to say what she had thought before, but heard the words that froze her in place. Qingyi, why not help Mom find a companion? No, it's to help Mom find a pillow person who can accompany her in the future. Mom took the 300-year pill, and her lifespan is equal to twice that of a foxman. The tale of youth is full of vitality, and she is in her prime. Companion? Pillow person? In her prime? Yukong raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. He grabbed Qingyi's fox ears quickly and ruthlessly. Qingyi, what are you talking about? The pain from the ears was sensitive and painful. Qingyi tilted her head to try to break free and said weakly, I'm telling the truth. Yukong was no longer the helmsman at this moment, but a mother who wanted to educate her naughty daughter. Come home with me. I'll teach you a lesson. Qingyi felt pain in her ears. Thoughts were racing in her mind. The only person who could disturb her mother's mind at the moment was the jar owner Su Fan, who abducted Moi, who had been raised by her mother in the jar shop. Qingyi understood. The feeling of having one's achievements denied or taken away by others. It was extremely sad and lonely. Just like when she took the pilot exam, she was repeatedly rejected by her mother. Qingyi subconsciously said, "Mom, what do you think of Boss Su Fan?" Su Fan? Yukong's movements were slow. Su Fan's face, and Xie, who got into Su Fan's arms, appeared in front of him. The voice suddenly became stronger. "What are you talking about?" Qingyi saw it. Mom Yukong's cheeks flushed with a pure expression that she had never seen before, and her words did not directly deny Boss Su Fan. Qingyi pretended to be stupid and said, "I am a fox, so I have to speak in a humble way." Yukong kindly put down the hand that was pinching the fox's ear and gently held Qingyi's hand, and the mother and daughter were connected, and their hearts could not escape. A kind and cold voice sounded, "Go home and see how I deal with you." Dandin Division. The door where Bailu was creaked and was pushed open by a withered, decayed, and skeletal hand. Luofu, Nono Zhao, Chiming Clan. The elder of the dragon master walked in, and the walking stick in his hand fell to the floor, making the whole room fall into silence. Bailu held the prescription with doubts in her eyes. The old voice of the dragon master sounded. "Bailu, after Yukong opened the jar, it will be your turn." Bailu was stunned at first. Then a smile appeared on her face. This is the joy of a bird in a cage and a fish in a pond gaining freedom, even if it is only for a moment. Bailu thought that what Master Long said before, that she could go to open the jars, was a white lie, but who would have thought that she would actually get a place to open the jars? Master Long squeezed out a meaningful smile on his wrinkled face, which hid ambition and desire. Although the chief of the Medicine Kings, Dan Shu, was arrested and escorted to the 10 Kings Division, he was an unforgivable sinner. But the words of Dan Shu, the chief of the Danshi, there is some truth. As the guardian of the Dragon Girl with medicine, Bailu does not have real ownership of the things she opened through the jar shop. Master Long has the ability and obligation to help judge whether the things she opened are suitable for use. Inside the Shun Su mansion, after Yukong and Moi left, due to the success of the negotiation, the whole atmosphere became relaxed and natural. Fei Tsue asked at this time, "Can we go to the jar shop to open the jar now?" This question, instantly, it captured the hearts of Topa and Shajin. The company spent so much materials and agreed so much unconditionally, isn't it, for the jar shop? Jingyuan heard it. From the scroll that was collapsed by Moi's evil spirit and scattered on the side, "I got the quota for opening the jar today." Jingyuan unfolded the scroll, saw Yukong and Bailu's names, and said to everyone in the company, "Today is full. You can go to open it tomorrow, but remember to come to Shun Su mansion early to queue up." "Queue?" Fei Tsue nodded. It seems that she can't go back to Pier Point directly and stay in Luofu Xianzhou for one night. Jingyuan added, "Luofu has prepared accommodation for you in Shanglishan. Do you go to the residence first, or appreciate Luofu's scenery?" The eyes of everyone in the company were exchanged. Opinions differ. Jade, "I'm at my previous residence, preparing a report." Topa, "Zhang is hungry. Take Zhang to taste the delicacies of Luofu." Gold, "Experience the scenery of Luofu." The three people's choices seem different, but in fact, they can all clearly see what the Golden Man Lane Jar Shop has opened through Gue Naifen's live broadcast. 487 Qin K's side. The extremely happy time of slacking off is over. Fu Xian pondered. Taibu's ambition for career rises. Wait until the company's materials are completely unloaded. High-quality jade can be left behind, and patterns similar to semiconductor chips can be engraved on it with the ferry boat technique, so as to improve the material of the jade omen and improve the accuracy of the Dian Xiongwan formation. This is the first time that Bailu has gone out openly. Unlike before, when the attendants were not paying attention, he secretly ran out of the Danding Division to fight wits and courage with the people who were looking for him, so as to gain a brief moment of freedom to look at the Luofu ferry boat. Now, Bailu was taken by Master Long. Walking on the main street of Jinren Lane, he was heading towards the kinshop he had longed for. Kinshop. Bailu had been watching since Gue Naifen started live broadcasting Kin opening. In terms of experience in the live broadcast room, Bai Lu can be said to be in the first echelon, and in terms of experience in opening cans, he is completely at the bottom of the pile. Now, Bai Lu is finally going to get what he wanted. In front of the can shop, many eyes were on him. Bai Lu was neither anxious nor impatient. He walked into the can shop with Master Long. Bai Lu's eyes were instantly attracted by the cans on the shelves, which made people dazzled. It was just the cans BCBH. And Moi was still looking at Bai Lu. Bai Lu's heart was about to melt. The moon-like silvery white, fluffy, and cute little fox instantly took away his mind. He locked his eyes on Moi. For a moment, he forgot that he was here to open cans. Ahem. After the Dragon Master's reminder, Bai Lu's eyes regained clarity, and he stopped shaking the dragon tail, carrying the ruler-shaped wooden lock behind him. Bai Lu said confidently, "I want to open the can." After the voice fell, Bai Lu realized that his height was only half the height of the counter. Silence and speechlessness were Bai Lu's expressions at the moment. But his height could not stop Bai Lu's enthusiasm for opening the cans. Bai Lu jumped and raised his hands and continued to shout, "I want to open 10. His small arms and legs showed a dexterity that did not match his height, and he directly threw the bundled 1,000,000 credit points onto the counter steadily. Very domineering. Little dragon girl. Bai Lu is right in front of him. Su Fan looked at a pair of cute purple dragon horns and a tail that moved with the jumping body. He thought of a ballad. There are horns on the head and a tail behind. Due to the professionalism of the jar shop, Su Fan dispelled this mysterious demonic sound in his heart and nodded. Okay. Then, Su Fan's eyes fell on the tall and thin dragon master who was like a rotten wood beside him. He looked at each other and understood. With Bai Lu's identity and age, she couldn't open the jar openly, so she could only open it under the supervision of the dragon master. But Su Fan was in charge of the jar shop. He keenly captured the dark side of the dragon master's emotions. Under his calm and self-assured demeanor, he hid the disgusting greed and the power-hungry ambition that would stink and rot in the sun. Su Fan smiled. It was nothing more than wanting to take advantage of the Dragon Master's supervision to seize the things that Bai Lu opened. Dare to mess around in the jar shop. Really think Mo Siez Demon Fire is a decoration? Let me see. These 3 here, 3 over there, 3 on top, and 1 in the middle. Just these 10 jars. Bai Lu's height limits her ability to perform. She jumps and jumps, raises her arms, and selects many jars in the air. Su Fan turns to take them. Dragon Master looks at the scene and laughs silently. His eyes not only fall on the 10 jars on the counter, but also on the future reincarnation fox in Su Fan's arms. Bai Lu only needs half of Yukong's luck. Ambition and desire will be realized. Use elixirs to extend life without metamorphosis into a Vajra egg. Keep the various items opened by Bai Lu, or the many magical things opened from the jar shop in the future, and continue to hold the position of the Dragon Master's Great Elder to control the Luofu Vajra clan. 10 jars are placed on the counter. Bai Lu can't touch them. I could only tiptoe with all my strength to choose which one is suitable to open. After choosing and choosing, I chose the one on the far left. This is it. Bai Lu picked up the wooden hammer, but she couldn't reach it. The wooden hammer in her hand, but it was suddenly taken away by the Dragon Master beside her. This one, I'll help you. The seemingly kind voice sounded in Bai Lu's ears, and the wooden hammer in her hand was taken away. The excited and expectant look suddenly became silent and dim. Bai Lu pouted. What is opening a jar? Even if you walk out of the Danding division, you still have no freedom. Dragon Master enjoys the feeling of dominating the Dragon Lord. The wooden hammer in his hand that seems to open the jar is actually the authority of the Vajra Dragon clan. Raised high and dropped. Bang! The jar did not move at all, but shook the wooden hammer away. On the face of Dragon Master, as old as tree bark, the subtle excitement of domination hidden in the inner was shaken away by the vibration of the hammer handle. Dragon Master does not believe in evil. He raised the wooden hammer again, this time using the power of the Vidyadhara and the power of walking on the path of destiny. This hammer should not be underestimated and could completely knock down a residential building in Luofu. Boom! The jar glowed faintly and bounced back all the force of the hammer. The elderly Dragon Master was caught off guard and flew backwards, rolling in the jar shop in a mess and covered in dust. The so-called authority of the Dragon Master's elder became dusty and funny. Su Fan was calm and composed. The old Dragon Master's elder wanted to step in and open the jar for Bai Lu. This whimsical idea made people amazed. Bai Lu's gloomy expression, with each hammer of the Dragon Master's elder. The cheerfulness and expectation when he first entered the jar shop gradually returned, until the Dragon Master's elder was shaken out by the jar and rolled on the ground, completing his return. Bai Lu had a hard time controlling his expression and even bit his tail so he didn't laugh out loud. The Dragon Master's elder stopped rolling. Under the spotlight, he stood up as if nothing had happened and brushed off the dust calmly. Outside the jar shop, mocking, teasing, and playful eyes fell on him. The elder of Master Long was in a state of embarrassment. Face the reality. The jar only recognizes Bai Lu. No one can open it. Eyes. The jars in the jar shop are indeed extraordinary, worthy of being witnessed by Liu Guang Tianjun. Bai Lu, you should handle the jars. This stool suits you very well. Outside the jar shop. Family. This is the first time I've seen someone open a jar for someone else. Elder Dragon Master takes himself too seriously, doesn't he? Look at how he got blown away. This is the result of not watching Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room. When Xiao Gizi explored the jar shop, he had already tried this route, and it didn't work at all. Gui Naifin lowered her voice, but the gloating in her voice did not diminish at all, as she complained about the camera in the live broadcast room. For a while, eye-catching messages flooded the screen. The ruthless divination machine, Fu Dragon Master, is too broad-minded, restricting the medicine dragon girl in the name of guardianship. And now he is asking for trouble. Don't want to reincarnate into a Vidyadhara egg. The person who spoke upstairs is obviously an insider. Real name Surfing. Jingyuan, I hope this jar opening journey can give the elders of the Vidyadhara clan a new start. Cold Crow, Jackdaw, Wangchuan Wine tells me. The Dragon Master next to the Medicine Dragon Girl should understand the cause and effect and transform into a Vidyadhara egg. Shang's only account. Su Shang, quickly withdraw. There's so many people in the live broadcast room, and they can all see the message. Cold Crow, Jackdaw, withdraw. Tail Follower, Hua Hua. The stool is brought. Bai Lu walked up step by step, and the wooden hammer. It was also recovered from the hands of the Dragon Master Elder. Looking at the jar selected before, the Dragon Master Elder was like a sculpture at this moment, quietly and patiently watching Bai Lu open the jar, just waiting to grab the jar of fruit. Bai Lu stepped on the stool, turned his feet, find the point of force with a stable center. Bai Lu insisted on the previous choice. It's still this jar. Raised the wooden hammer, just like pounding medicine in Dandingsi. Smashed it with a clang. The jar was broken. The tiles were falling off. The rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the jar store, and people outside the store could smell it clearly. The rich medicinal fragrance seemed to not belong to this world. Just smelled. The pores of the whole person's subconscious mind dilated, and the hidden injuries and chronic diseases in the body seemed to be invisibly resolved, and even the throbbing of falling into the devil's Een was smoothed out a lot. This medicinal fragrance is it the king of medicine that has been opened since Fu Xian Taibu. Smell the fragrance carefully. I didn't expect that Dr. Bai Lu was so lucky that he opened the peerless king of medicine in one go. Quickly uncover the tiles, and let us see the true face of the king of medicine. The discussion outside the jar shop was clearly heard by Gui Naifin and also in the live broadcast room. But Gui Naifin always felt that something was wrong. Because inside the jar shop, Boss Su Fan did not speak. Bai Lu, who was opening the jar, stopped his mind, and the skin on the face of the old Master Long, who was in a mess before, seemed to be very excited. Even Moi showed a curious look and looked at the pile of tiles on the counter. The floating medicinal fragrance contains dragon energy. The medicinal fragrance enters the body, causes the blood in the body to be agitated. As a member of the Chiming clan and an immortal dragon descendant, Master Long was surprised to find that the concentration of dragon energy seemed to purify and evolved the blood in his body just by smelling it. Master Long wanted to move the tiles to see what it was. But the lesson he learned from being knocked away by the jar just now was still there, and his old body was aching slightly, so he cut off the idea in his mind. Bai Lu stared at the tiles in a daze. As a famous doctor who was praised for curing diseases with medicine, sniffing the refreshing fragrance. For the time being, he ignored the fluctuations in his blood, but his familiarity with pharmacology took over, and he briefly analyzed the unique fragrance of this medicine through the aroma. Bai Lu thought, it's as simple as being the king of medicine. The little hand stepped forward, moving the tiles. Just after picking up a piece, it seemed that something was startled, and a striking stream of light escaped from the pile of tiles. Bai Lu was shocked. Could it be that it has become a spirit? How can it still have independent consciousness? Bai Lu saw it. It just ran out of the tile pile and flew to the top of Su Fan's head, overlooking the people in the jar shop. The true appearance was also fully exposed at this moment. It is not a plant. It is not a medicine king. But it is less than 1 foot tall. It is an extremely lively little dragon. The aura of thousands of dragons is lingering around, making it difficult to see clearly. The dragon aura is like gold, shining brightly and filled with supreme dragon power. At this moment, it is dormant above Su Fan's head, vivid and alive, just like a real dragon descending to the world, overlooking the world. But in detail, it is more like hiding above Su Fan's head, spying from time to time. Bai Lu blinked in confusion. What is this? A golden little dragon? It also has the fragrance of medicine and dragon aura. Bai Lu remembered. Boss Su Fan once cited 3 examples of immortality elixirs: the Xuanwu elixir, the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, and the last one was highly consistent with the one in front of him. Real dragon immortality elixir? Bai Lu stood on the bench and looked at the golden real dragon. Beside him, the great elder of Master Long was going crazy. Bai Lu's luck was too good. As soon as he came up, he prescribed a big medicine in the shape of a real dragon. No matter how you look at it, no matter how you say it, the golden little dragon on Su Fan's head looks like a real dragon appearing in the world, which is the real dragon immortality elixir that no one has ever prescribed. Please give me flowers. The great elder of Master Long was greedy on the surface, and subconsciously raised his arm to rise to the top of Su Fan's head to touch and grab the real dragon immortality elixir in front of him. As Bai Lu's guardian, the great elder of Master Long has this power, and others cannot blame or criticize it. The dragon master's breathing became rapid. His eyes turned red and full of greed, and his old and withered skin seemed to become fuller as he smelled the medicine and dragon energy. His arm had already reached the counter. The jar brought a reminder. The dragon master thought that the real dragon immortality medicine in front of him seemed to have consciousness, and if he alarmed it and ran out of the jar shop, he would regret it. He put his arm down, but his eyes were still red and full of greed. When the owner of the jar shop gave him a way to bind it, all his previous thoughts would be completely realized, and his bloodline would be infinitely improved to abolish the dragon lord in front of him who was just a name. It is not impossible to become the new dragon lord of Luofu Ferry Boat. The majestic and refreshing medicinal fragrance can attract the dragon energy of the Chiming clan. With thousands of dragon energy surrounding itself, its body is as dazzling as gold, and it looks like a real dragon appearing in the world. It is the real dragon immortality medicine. It even ran to the top of Su Fan's head. Ha ha! This real dragon immortality medicine is really timid. Look at it. Under the thousands of dragon energy, you can see the elf-like little guy tilting his head and secretly peeking at us. Gue Naifin widened his eyes and watched the changes in the jar store. The excited voice echoed in everyone's ears and was clearly transmitted to the live broadcast room. The only breeder of Zhang, Topaha? I just clicked into the live broadcast room and saw the opening of the immortal medicine, or the real dragon immortal medicine. The young staff of Dan Ding Division. The dragon girl holding the medicine really held the medicine, and it was not the real dragon immortal medicine. I don't want to reincarnate into a Vidyadhara egg. Boss Su Fan said that the immortal medicine, each one is unique, and it is said to be transformed from a fallen immortal king. And now it has really been opened. The ruthless divination machine, Fu Xian TSK, I have a feeling that Bai Lu's good luck will not end so easily. Real name internet access, Jing Yuan, amazing, take some luck. Snowy coat +1. Number 35, Fates Gambler, gold dust +1. Number 35, Fates Gambler, gold dust compared to the True Dragon Immortality Elixir. The reaction of the Dragon Master just now is more intriguing. I heard that the Dragon Girl is still under the supervision and control of the Dragon Master. The outside world's disturbances about the immortality medicine. It did not disturb Mo Xie. Mo Xie just changed a comfortable position in Su Fan's arms. And slightly dissatisfied, the Golden Dragon should not hide on Su Fan's head. This position, she has never been there. Mo Xie swung her tail silently, trying to entangle the real dragon immortality medicine, but her tail was caught by Su Fan as soon as it moved. Mo Xie had no choice but to give up. Su Fan saw it. Bai Lu's confusion about good luck. He also saw the greed of Master Long for the real dragon immortality medicine, and Mo Xie's little movements. Su Fan felt the weight on his head, and also smelled the supreme medicinal fragrance and dragon spirit contained in the golden dragon, and saw the description of the real dragon immortality medicine. True Dragon Immortal Medicine. True Dragon Immortal Medicine is one of the 30 immortal medicines from ancient times to the present, and was transformed from the True Dragon Immortal King who fell in the chaotic ancient times. Su Fan pondered and said, 697. It is consistent with everyone's guess. It is the True Dragon Immortal Medicine. The True Dragon Immortal Medicine is the True Dragon Immortal King who fell in the chaotic ancient times. The fruit is in the shape of a dragon ball, which contains the essence of the magic medicine and represents rebirth. Swallowing it can live a second life. It has supreme healing effects. With a few drops of immortal liquid, it can save the God King Jiang Taishu in the world. It has a unique auxiliary cultivation ability, and has accompanied the ancient 10,000 Dragon Emperor, the ruthless emperor of the human race. The inside and outside of the jar store fell into silence. Only Mo Xie in Su Fan's arms shook his tail, and the True Dragon Immortal Medicine on Su Fan's head felt that it was talking about him, and raised its head proudly. Bai Lu listened to Su Fan's voice. What true dragon immortal king? What lived a second life? The emperor of the ancient times, the emperor of the human race. These were stuffed into his mind at once. Bai Lu became dizzy, as if he was dreaming a distant fantasy. In the past, he always watched others open jars and get good things. How come it was his turn? The first jar was like a blessing from heaven, and it immediately opened the immortal medicine. As a doctor, Bai Lu's first reaction to the real dragon immortal medicine was to analyze the composition of the immortal medicine and find other unknown effects to save more people. The suffering of the demons and the pain of the heavens of the people of the ferry boat. It has always been the medical problem that Bai Lu wants to overcome. The elder of the Dragon Master can no longer control the change of his expression. Su Fan said himself, a few drops of immortality liquid saved the god King Jiang Taishu, so he snatched it in the name of guardianship. Wouldn't it be easy to live a second life? The emperor of the ancient times, the emperor of the human race, thinking that he is equivalent to the star god in the universe. He wants to be the third owner of the real dragon immortality medicine. The elder of the Dragon Master is surprisingly calm now. The timing is not right now. If he asks Bai Lu for the real dragon immortality medicine in the name of guardianship now, it will spread the whole Luofu immortal boat. It will also spread throughout the immortal boat alliance. The other dragon lords on the immortal boats and other dragon masters of Luofu will not let him go, and it must be done behind the scenes. Su Fan glanced at the Dragon Master. For the time being, he did not expose his dirty thoughts, but he looked at Bai Lu and asked, do you want to open a second jar? Bai Lu woke up like a dream, picked up the wooden hammer in one hand, and his small body was full of energy. Open! On Su Fan's head. The true dragon immortal medicine was trembling slightly because it was afraid of the wooden hammer. The hammer just smashed the jar and made the whole medicine dizzy. Bang! Bai Lu raised the hammer and fell. It was an empty jar. That's right. Bai Lu held the wooden hammer and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, just in case there was another immortal medicine. The little heart couldn't accept it at all. The third one, empty jar. The fourth one, it was still an empty can. When Bai Lu was doubting her luck and wondering if the true dragon immortal elixir had been used up, the fifth can broke her suspicion. Bang! The tiles didn't need to be moved. The contents of the can rolled onto the table automatically. It was two transparent amber billiard-sized glass balls. However, there was something special. That is, there were 6 5-pointed stars in the glass ball, and the second glass ball that followed had 7 5-pointed stars. Bai Lu swallowed, stretched out his hand. He picked up a dragon ball in each hand, put it in front of him, and said, 7 dragon balls that can fulfill 3 wishes, and the last 2 dragon balls are opened by me. Su Fan's head. The true dragon immortal elixir poked its head out. He quickly curled up his body and was about to fly away in the next second, escaping to the can rack at the back. Dragon Ball? Who was talking about its Dragon Ball fruit? The true dragon immortal medicine peeked out furtively and found that there were 2 glass balls on the table. He put down his worries and continued to lie still, as if rooted on Su Fan's head. Dragon Master was ecstatic at this moment. He covered his face with his old bamboo-like fingers. Since the Inwe Rebellion, he has never been so happy as today. The true dragon immortal medicine helped him live his second life and become the Dragon Lord. 2 Dragon Balls. 1 wish can be fulfilled from 3 wishes. All this, Dragon Master also wants to thank Dan Feng, the sinner. Without him causing the Inwe Rebellion, Bai Lu would not have been born, and there would not be the amazing good luck of Bai Lu opening the jar today. Dragon Master's heart was beating fast. What wish should he make? As the great elder of Dragon Master, he must leave a bright and majestic image. How could he leave the evil deeds of robbing Bai Lu of the jar opening items? Then the wish has appeared at this moment, is to change everyone's memory. The person who opens the jar, Bai Lu, is changed to Dragon Master himself. Then Dragon Master will be at ease from now on. Enjoy the praise of Luofu, all living beings' immortal boat alliance, and become the new Dragon Lord of Luofu and the third holder of the true dragon immortal medicine. Ginelifin couldn't help it. He walked directly into the jar shop with a mobile phone holder. The Cloud Cavalry guarding outside the door did not stop Gue Naifin. After all, Gue Naifin was on the list of jar opening in Shunsa Mansion, and anyone who paid attention to the jar shop knew that the only 2 Dragon Balls that could make wishes come true were missing. Aha! Interrupt me. Bai Lu, 2 Dragon Balls, 1 wish for you. Come to me anytime when you've made up your mind. We can summon the dragon together and make your wish come true. Bai Lu nodded to Gue Naifin. No problem. Su Fan said, well, let me remind you that you can't make the following wishes. First, 4.6 wishes that exceed the ability of the dragon cannot be fulfilled, and the dragon will remind you. Bai Lu kept it in mind. Ginelifin did the same. Dragon Master secretly remembered that it was just a memory modification, which should be very simple for the dragon. Second, you can't make a wish like wanting 3 wishes, which will directly consume 1 wish. Bai Lu nodded. People, of course, cannot be greedy. Ginelifin sighed. The little fantasy in her heart was extinguished. It turned out that this method could not be used to exchange for more wishes, so that everyone in Luofu ferry boat could make a wish. Third, if you want to revive multiple people, 2 wishes will be consumed. People who have been resurrected by this Dragon Ball cannot be resurrected again. Su Fan's voice continued to sound. Ginelifin looked at Su Fan. No, this is what he said to himself. Ginelifin fell into deep thought for a while and left the can store. Shanglishan. In the residence prepared by Luofu, Xianzhou, Jadeite watched Gue Naifin's live broadcast while talking to Diamond. On the other side of the receiver, there was a deathly silence. No sound came for a long time. It was digesting the information conveyed by Jadeite at the same time. After a long time, a confirming voice came from the receiver. Luofu, immortal boat. After the Fox of Reincarnation was opened, the Dragon Girl of the Chiming clan opened the True Dragon Immortal Medicine, and it was confirmed. The content that was previously spread through the video, the Immortal Medicine was born after the fall of the True Dragon Immortal King. The True Dragon Immortal Medicine. It has various extraordinary effects and can live a second life. This reminds me that after the fall of the Immortal Dragon, a wide variety of dragon descendants were left in the universe. And what the True Dragon Immortal King left behind was the True Dragon Immortal Medicine. Then it was the Dragon Ball. The two missing ones have now been opened. The delegation can return later to witness how the Dragon Ball fulfills wishes and record the scenes if conditions permit. Report immediately what else is opened in the subsequent jars. No more sound came from the receiver. Emerald knew. It was Diamond who hung up the call. Emerald's mind at this moment was exactly the same as Diamond's surprise. It was not long after the Fox of Reincarnation left. I was shocked by the immortal elixir of the real dragon. Bai Lu opened 12 jars in the jar store, which was like a blow to the 10 people of the company who came to Luofu, Xianzhou. The 10 literati were so nervous that their minds were in turmoil. Pierpoint. Diamond was going crazy. I didn't know whether to convene the third board of directors of the company. After all, Diamond was just a substitute director of the board of directors. Fortunately, Dragon Girl Bai Lu didn't open all the jars. Diamond finally calmed down and kept flipping through the videos sent by Jade, watching the lifelike real dragon on the screen. My mind couldn't help but fall into it. Not to mention the effect. Just looking at the golden dragon body that was as beautiful as nature, it was as if the immortal dragon reappeared in the universe and asked the heaven and earth. Xingcha. Shajin came to the Nevernight marquee, looking at the man named Li Chiye the Yin Crow. Heard wild and nonsense words. What raising a bunch of immortal emperors, immortal kings, and ancient gods, just to prove that this body is better than Moi. After listening for a while, Sha Jin looked at Shi Yin, who had caused a stir in the company before. It was because Shi Yin opened the Memory Light group of 5 gods from another world and attracted the Memory Star God that the jar store entered Pierpoint. This facilitated the meeting between the company and Luofu. Now Shi Yin will not tell stories for the time being, and will watch Gui Naifen's live broadcast and discuss with the people who listened to the books in the past. Sha Jin was sitting in the first row. Sha Jin saw Shi Yin subconsciously stand up, and the sunglasses he was wearing were suddenly removed just to see the live broadcast more clearly. A scream sounded. What kind of luck is this? A jar. It produced such an amazing thing. Bai Lu, the dragon girl with medicine in her mouth, who can cure all diseases. She lived up to her reputation. She produced the first immortal medicine in the jar shop so far, and it is closely related to dragons. The real dragon immortal medicine. Xian projected the screen of the live broadcast room. The eyes of many listeners fell on Su Fan's head in the picture, and saw the golden dragon that was as dreamy as an elf. Add to that, the silver-white little fox in Su Fan's arms at the moment. The listeners were stunned, and their minds were numb. Not long ago, Yekong produced the reincarnation fox, and now Bai Lu produced the real dragon immortal medicine. The gold dust is not much better. Dead, he gritted his teeth to prevent the shock from appearing on his face. The true dragon immortality elixir was above his head. The fox of reincarnation was in his arms. These two were all on Su Fan. This scene could be completely frozen and become a famous painting handed down from generation to generation. Topa was holding the account. At the well-received stall of Shanglishan, creative dishes were waiting, and in front of him was a mobile phone playing Gui Naifen's live broadcast. Topa had just clicked into the live broadcast room. He saw the true dragon immortality elixir being opened. The golden dragon on the screen flew to the top of Su Fan's head, as if it jumped out of the screen and came to reality, and directly hit Topa's heart. I just saw the fox of reincarnation. Now, there is the true dragon immortality elixir. Topa was confused. The jar store was too outrageous. Waves of emotions hit me. I found the feeling of seeing the jar shop for the first time in Pierpoint again. Topa held his forehead and sent a striking message. Then, I saw the Dragon Master greedily raising his arm, treating Bai Lu as nothing and trying to grab the true dragon immortality elixir. Topa was furious. Is this what you opened? Just reach out casually? After that, I was happy for Bai Lu and opened the Dragon Ball that could fulfill her wish. At the same time, I was worried that the Dragon Master wanted to take away the true dragon immortality elixir without concealing it just now, and he must also want to take away the Dragon Ball. Anger burned in my heart. Topa squeezed the chopsticks in his hand until they creaked, until the anger reached its peak and passed to his fingertips, and the chopsticks broke in the middle with the sound of a touch. Zhang turned his head in confusion, wondering why Topa was so angry. Jar shop. Now there was only the last jar left in front of Bai Lu. After opening the Dragon Ball, luck seemed to dissipate. Even the most common kunai, saber, and other items were not opened, as if they were all swallowed by the jar. Su Fan said softly, "Good luck often comes with the last one." That's right. Bai Lu agreed with Su Fan's voice. Until the end, you will never know the result. The Dragon Master next to him looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was already impatient in his heart. Why open the last jar? Just treat it as an empty jar and return a Dan Ding at this moment. The Dragon Master was eager to use the authority of the Great Elder to deprive Bai Lu of what she got from opening the jar, so as to realize the perfect plan arranged before. Bai Lu was just a Dragon Master in name only. Many people in the Qiming clan did not recognize such a weak dragon girl, and believed that this generation of Luofu Dragon Master was a shame for the Qiming clan. People were dissatisfied. The Dragon Master believed that depriving Bai Lu of what she had gained was just to comply with people's hearts, and the dragon girl holding the medicine should stay in Danding Division and practice the way of doctors to treat others. Master Long watched Bai Lu drop the hammer. The shadow of the hammer stretched in the air and slowly fell. The sound of the jar breaking. In Master Long's ears, it was the most beautiful sound in the world, more exciting than the sound of the eggshell of the Vidyadhara breaking to welcome the new life. Master Long's face changed. The last jar was not empty. The tiles broke. It brought a tide of darkness, which never stopped and never stopped seeping out, spreading to every corner of the jar shop. It also submerged Master Long's feet. As the darkness spread, it condensed into a pool of water as dark as night and as nothingness in the blink of an eye. Master Long's hands and feet were cold at this moment. His feet seemed to be eroded by the darkness. He could no longer feel the traces of his feet, and he had no resistance in this dark water. The clothes that came into contact with the darkness were constantly turning into ashes, and Master Long could only watch them floating past him. Master Long was panicked and scared and shouted, "What? What is going on?" Bai Lu was the same. She could sense the darkness that was spreading and becoming thicker. It was constantly devouring, and any life anywhere it appeared would be annihilated in the darkness. The only thing that could do this was nothingness, but it was completely different in front of her. The darkness was constantly eroding and devouring, emitting a brand new black light. However, compared with the previous light, these lights did not have despair and death, but instead had a magnificent vitality. It was as if it was being devoured and refined. What on earth was going on? Bai Lu, I'm the Great Elder of Master Long. Your guardian. Master Long was completely panicked, unable to break free from the tide of darkness, and his figure kept sinking into it, submerging most of his body. Master Long's voice became hysterical. Everything you opened it's all mine. Now, in the name of Master Long, I order you, use the true dragon immortal medicine on me. Bai Lu had never seen Master Long act so crazy, with greed and fear all written on his face, strange and terrifying. My chest, my neck. I'm not willing to give up. The true dragon immortal elixir can help me become the new Dragon Lord. The Dragon Ball can realize my ambition. The Dragon Master struggled hard and kept falling into the devouring black tide, which had already submerged his neck. The black swallowing wave came to the chin, and the Dragon Master was left with only his head looking up at Bai Lu, with a hint of pleading in his crazy voice. Why? Why should I die here? I'm not willing, resentful. Why did Bai Lu want the last 10 jars? Bai Lu, I can give you freedom. After I die, you must revive me with the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Master's voice stopped completely. The black tide that devoured everything stopped surging. Bai Lu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his teeth trembled after looking at Su Fan. He was sad about the Dragon Master's confession before his death, and he was also afraid of the black tide that was difficult to emerge from the jar. Boss Su Fan, what did I get? As a jar merchant, Su Fan answered every question. It's the devouring ancestral talisman. The last jar of Bai Lu was opened. Born, a terrifying and desperate black wave. Many spectators were so scared that their legs went weak, and Lianyan cavalry raised their swords. Fortunately, the tide did not spread out of the jar shop. Now, all the negative emotions of the spectators disappeared. Anyway, it's not a big deal to watch the excitement. When the black tide swallowed up Master Long's feet, Gwen Yifan subconsciously covered her mouth to avoid exclaiming and interrupting the immersion of everyone in the live broadcast room. The spectators did not have such professional ethics, and Lianyan cavalry also joined in the exclamation. No one went up to save Master Long, because they all clearly saw Master Long reaching out for the true dragon immortal elixir and his greedy eyes for the Dragon Ball, which clearly showed his contempt for Bai Lu. Everyone in Luofu Xianzhou had received the favor of Bai Lu. This dragon girl with medicine in her mouth had superb medical skills and saved people from diseases and pain, so they gloated over the misfortune of the inhuman Dragon Master. However, seeing the Dragon Master melt into the dark waves like water, they still felt a little panic in their hearts, and subconsciously muttered what the 10th jar had opened. The screams, unwilling wails, and angry voices filled with resentment of the Dragon Master came out together, providing a good show for the people outside the jar shop who were afraid and wanted to watch. Gui Naifan's face flashed with contempt. He didn't care whether the live broadcast room would be banned, and cursed the Dragon Master who kept falling into the swallowing black tide. Anyway, his chin was swallowed and his ears could still hear. The key is that Master Long can only listen and cannot talk back. How disgusting. What kind of Master Long is this? Under the name of the Guardian for your own good. You are so righteous that you want to seize all the things in Bai Lu's can open the jar. Is what you are saying human words? Gui Naifan paused and saw everyone around her nodding. As expected, the live broadcast room was banned because of excessive language. Gui Naifan opened fire. In the name of Dragon Master, he ordered Bai Lu to use the true dragon immortality elixir on himself, and he still wanted to survive from the black devouring wave? How ridiculous! When the black water flooded up to his neck, his ugly face was completely revealed. It is said that you will see hallucinations before you die, but I didn't expect that the Dragon Master's hallucinations would be so outrageous. He took away the true dragon immortality elixir and fantasized about becoming the new Dragon Lord. He also wanted to realize his ambitions with the Dragon Ball. Before he died, he still wanted Bai Lu to use the Dragon Ball to revive him. I can only say that he died a good death. Thanks to the training of the acrobatic troupe, Guen Yifan spoke eloquently without taking a breath and kept outputting the burning emotions. The Cloud Cavalry next to the jar shop applauded and cheered. Little Gizi scolded well. Among the spectators, a refined and easygoing member of the Qi Ming tribe excitedly shouted to Xiao Gizi, "You are worthy of being the ideal Xiao Gizi in the world. You can live broadcast acrobatics and do cruel things, and you can scold the bad Dragon Master for justice." Gui Naifan felt much more comfortable. The Dragon Master was really ungrateful and dared to steal the Dragon Girl's things. Every time he did cruel things, he was injured. Bai Lu helped to treat him. Gui Naifan, who was infected with the chivalrous spirit in the ferry boat, naturally would not stand idly by. And what's more, it involves Dragon Balls. Gui Naifan returned the greetings by clasping his fists and found that the live broadcast room returned to normal. He saw the eye-catching message and began to scroll continuously. Don't want to reincarnate as a Qi Ming egg. Dragon Master has a good death. Real name Surfing. Jing Yuan, there are still good people in the Qi Ming tribe. Shang Shang's only account. Su Shang, it's not that the old man has become bad, but that the bad man has become old. Look at this dragon master who wants to take away the immortality elixir of the real dragon and the 7 Dragon Balls. Now the karma has come, and he has been swallowed. Cold Crow. Jackdaw, as predicted by the dream interpretation technique, if the dragon master can stop greed and resolve the karma and transform into a Vidyadhara egg, he will not be swallowed by the black tide. In life, if you still listen to others' advice and insist on your own opinions, you will easily suffer unexpected events. Snowy Coat. Shwe, you will suffer from your own evil deeds. Account Manager. Topaso. What exactly did Bai Lu open? Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu Xin, be patient. Newcomer. I will answer you when I go down to earth. Ms. Pei of the Pawnbroker. Emerald Boss Su Fan has begun to answer Bai Lu's questions. It turns out to be the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. Devouring Ancestral Talisman? Bai Lu stepped on the stool, looking down at the dark, swallowing tide on the ground. Just looking at it, it seems as if the mind and soul are being pulled by an inexplicable force, as if they're about to fall into it and be completely swallowed. Sweat slowly and powerfully flows down the back. It drips on the back of the tail. Bai Lu shakes the tail nervously, subconsciously holding it in front of her to comfort herself, her teeth still trembling as she asks with difficulty, "Will this swallow me?" Regarding Master Long, Bai Lu actually knows everything. In the eyes of Elder Master Long, she is always a superfluous existence, a fake dragon who has not inherited the power of Dragon Lord. But Bai Lu did not expect. The voice that Master Long uttered before his death was 10 times more sinister than she thought. In the name of guardianship, he took away everything from her, including everything in the jar. Bai Lu then remembered. She has not received much salary in Danding Division for so many years. So from that moment on, Master Long already thought so. Now it has become worse. He used the true dragon immortal medicine as a springboard to become Dragon Lord, and thought of making a wish with the Dragon Ball to realize his ambition, and ordered her to say something nonsense about returning her freedom by resurrection. Bai Lu, with trembling teeth, seemed to be able to see Master Long's cowardice, fear of death, and unwilling and resentful eyes when he was swallowed just now. Su Fan took the initiative to reach out his hand and stroke the trembling little dragon in front of him, stroking the dragon horn to experience what it means to be outstanding. After feeling that Bai Lu's mind had calmed down a lot, he began to answer Bai Lu's questions. Swallowing Ancestral Talisman. One of the 8 ancestral talismans, the most mysterious ancestral talisman, mastering the power of swallowing, and refining everything. Su Fan smiled and said, "No, because the swallowing ancestral talisman has already recognized you as its master the moment you opened it." "Recognize me as your master?" Bai Lu blinked her big eyes in confusion. Su Fan added, "Now the new owner of the Devouring Ancestral Talisman, why don't you put away the Devouring Ancestral Talisman?" Bai Lu then realized that in her panic and surprise, a dark tide surged through her mind, and the dark devouring abyss resonated with her body and mind. Raised her little hand and tried. "Put it away." The dark abyss in the jar store, as dark as night, responded to the sound and surged like a tide to the middle to condense into a black light ball, about 3 feet in size and emitting black light. However, Bai Lu's sight through the light can vaguely capture the details, and in that light carefully, floating a 3-foot-sized black rune, exuding an eternal aura, is an indescribable ancient flavor Tao. The black ancient rune was now hidden deep in the light ball. As the light emitted a slight wave and the light ball dissipated, the devouring ancestral talisman actually condensed into a black hole, and the terrible power of devouring everything silently penetrated and changed the color of Luofu. Bai Lu felt kind. She stretched out her little hand and waved at the devouring ancestral talisman. The devouring ancestral talisman flew over. The area also changed from 3 feet to 3 inches, hovering above Bai Lu's palm. The 3 inches of the palm is the devouring ancestral talisman. Su Fan looked at Bai Lu and the devouring ancestral talisman and said, "There are always 8 ancestral talismans, devouring, thunder, space, life and death, prehistoric, cold, lichens, ice, darkness, and fire. Bai Lu, what you opened is the devouring ancestral talisman. Devouring the world, you can devour and refine everything. You can use the power of devouring to accommodate other ancestral talismans. It can achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation, and you can also devour medicine to temper yourself, or devour medicine and refine it into vitality to treat others. As for how to use the devouring ancestral talisman, it depends on Bai Lu's choice." "What choice?" Bai Lu opened her eyes slightly. "There are actually 8 ancestral talismans," and she opened them. "It could devour the world. The devouring ancestral talisman that devours and refines everything." But Bai Lu is more concerned about the second half, devouring medicine and refining it into vitality to treat others. Bai Lu flipped her hand, and the devouring ancestral talisman was taken into her body. She raised her mouth and answered subconsciously. "Of course it is used to save the dying and the wounded. With the devouring ancestral talisman, devour the memory residue that induced the collapse and tearing of the demon's body. The devouring medicine power is transformed into vitality. It will definitely clear the explosion of the body. Let the people of the immortal boat go with dignity, instead of becoming hideous, vicious, insane, and inhuman evil creatures." Devouring medicine power? The true dragon immortal medicine hiding above Su Fan's head was extremely scared. He hid behind subconsciously. He didn't want the dragon girl with the power of devouring to find him. As long as he was devoured, he left not a leaf or a drop of medicine residue. It was still safe above his head. The golden little dragon subconsciously grasped the dragon claws, but saw a clear gaze from below, which came from a silver-white little fox. That gaze seemed to say, "Don't be nervous." The true dragon immortal medicine then quieted down. The ancient emperor. None of them swallowed directly. At most they just ate the Dragon Ball fruit. Only then did he realize that he had thought too much. He explored his body forward and peeked down at the little dragon friend who had taken himself out of the jar. What is a benevolent doctor? The white dew in front of him has explained it. After obtaining the devouring ancestral talisman, he did not think of becoming the strongest by devouring the world, nor did he embark on the path of the martial ancestor. Instead, he thought, save people, or save people, seeing that Bai Lu was focused on saving people. Su Fan reminded, "Bai Lu, do you remember what I said just now? That you can swallow medicine to refine yourself? Remember, isn't refinement just?" Bai Lu's answer suddenly got stuck, and she understood something through Su Fan's smiling eyes. "Can?" Bai Lu rolled her throat and asked with a trembling voice. "Improve bloodline?" Su Fan directly pierced through her hesitation. "Yes, you can 440 improve the bloodline of the Qi Ming dragon clan and become a complete dragon." Dragon Lord? Bai Lu knew that he was a name only. The swallowed Dragon Master Elder represented the views of most of the Luofu Qi Ming clan, a pseudo-dragon in the eyes of others. Now, there is really a situation where you can transform into a real dragon. When this scene comes, Bai Lu felt that happiness came too suddenly, just like opening a jar and getting the real dragon immortality elixir. It felt like a dream. Su Fan said, "Why haven't you come down after watching for so long?" The true dragon immortal medicine raised its dragon claws hesitantly, and its downward gaze met Bai Lu's upward gaze. The ignorant and ethereal will saw the compassion for the main sentient beings and the desire for the dragon bloodline. The true dragon immortal medicine hesitated. After a moment, the figure flashed and appeared on Bai Lu's shoulder and used its small claws to firmly grasp the blue-purple hair. Thousands of dragon chi fell into the braids and merged into the clothes and fell on the body. Bai Lu widened her eyes, holding the gourd-shaped medicine pot at her waist. The swallowing ancestral talisman silently operated, swallowing the many dragon chi dropped by the true dragon immortal medicine It turned into a flawless and pure dragon chi and a flawless fusion of blood. For a time, the dragon mark in Bai Lu's body surged and rolled, and the dragon power surged. The legacy of the true dragon immortal king, finally released at this moment. After the true dragon immortal medicine dropped thousands of dragon chi, all of which were swallowed and refined by the devouring ancestral talisman, and all merged into Bai Lu's body, and her blood was sublimating and her soul was transforming. Her mind was surging. Bai Lu saw a real dragon that was no less than the immortal dragon god, roaming in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking indescribable powerful enemies with supreme power. Her heart was surging, and she realized that this was the memory of the true dragon immortal medicine in the past, and the swallowed dragon chi. It had no effect on the true dragon immortal medicine, but the dragon chi lingering on the body surface became dim, and the whole body changed from golden color to dark gold, which would recover in time. The true dragon immortal medicine was by her side, and it complemented the devouring ancestral talisman. Bai Lu finally understood. Just as Su Fan said, she is already a complete dragon. Now, those who looked down on her in the Chiming Dragon clan, no matter how many thoughts they had, would shut their mouths honestly when facing the true dragon immortal elixir and the devouring ancestral talisman. So the last jar is one of the 8 ancestral talismans, the devouring ancestral talisman. Devouring the world, devouring everything, devouring and refining for one's own use. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end, and I am shocked by this ability. How could other ancestral talismans have this ability? Just now, Lord Bai Lu said that he would use the devouring ancestral talisman to erase the demonic body. You heard it right. Oh my God, this is a supreme favor to the Xianzhou Alliance. Lord Bai Lu cares about all living beings, but the people in the Xianzhou Alliance are like stars, and they must work hard all their lives. We could just escort Lord Bai Lu. Anyone who dares to have evil thoughts about Lord Bai Lu will be against all of us in the Xianzhou Alliance. The True Dragon Immortal Elixir formed after the death of the True Dragon Immortal King has completed the position that Bai Lu lacks in the Chiming clan. Who else in Luofu, Xianzhou, dares not recognize the position of Dragon Venerable now? The discussion of the spectators became louder and louder, and turned into a torrent in the discussion, becoming the only voice in the world at this moment. BCJ shook Gui Naifan's mind. It also shook the heartstrings of everyone watching the jar store through the live broadcast room. Shun Su Mansion, Shun Su General, the leader of Luofu, Xianzhou, the flagship commander of the Xianzhou Alliance, the envoy of the hunting star god, one of the 7 generals of the Emperor Bao. Jing Yuan was still immersed in the picture of the real dragon immortality medicine and the collection of the 7 Dragon Balls. With Xiao Gizi, together, they secretly cursed the inhuman Dragon Master. Afterwards, he was shocked by the swallowing of the ancestral talisman and suddenly stood up from his seat. Swallowing the ancestral talisman. Swallowing everything in the world. As for swallowing the memory residue that led the Xianzhou people to the devil, it was naturally a piece of cake. The devil body that troubled the Xianzhou people. Is it going to end at this moment? When the life of the Xianzhou people is about to end, there will be a decent ending from now on. Jing Yuan's mind was shaking, watching the live broadcast. It was as if he saw that there were no more devil bodies appearing in the Xianzhou Alliance, and everyone got rid of the fear of the devil body on the eve of death, and walked towards the end of life peacefully and calmly. It was equivalent to breaking free from the greatest curse brought by the gift of abundance. Let the sentient beings of the Xianzhou Alliance return to the path of ordinary people, taking a big step. Now Bai Lu has just obtained the devouring ancestral talisman, and has not yet mastered the use of the devouring power. There can be no loss. As a Luofu general, Jing Yuan looked at the chief strategist beside him and ordered, "Notify the Luofu Cloud Cavalry to secretly protect Bai Lu from being attacked by the Medicine King's secret teachings, and no mistakes can be made. Also notify the Luofu Chiming clan. It's time to get the right mentality. If Bai Lu holds the devouring ancestral talisman and the true dragon immortal medicine, and expel them from the Luofu chiming dragon class, the Shinsa mansion will approve it without any reason. Qing and I temporarily got through the beating through Su Fan's live broadcast room. True dragon immortal medicine? It's so consistent with Bai Lu's nature. The fallen true dragon immortal king, next to the new dragon lord of Luofu. Is he the new destiny? Does this dragon master have a serious illness and wants to steal the true dragon immortal medicine? Mom, this is the 7 Dragon Balls. Bai Lu opened 2 at once. Isn't it a complete collection? Disgusting. Master Long is greedy again. So many empty cans. The last one. Why is the last can filled with black tide? How is Master Long swallowed? And, shamelessly speaking of ambition, Xiao Gizi said it well. Good death. Qing and I dodged the ruler, looked at the live broadcast screen, and tried to explain for the first time to distract Kong's attention so that the ruler would not fall on her. Qing and I witnessed the mysterious power of the devouring ancestral talisman, and also heard Bai Lu's immature voice with a broad and far-reaching voice, using the devouring ancestral talisman to devour the source of the demon's body. Yukong Fox's ears swayed. Listening to Qing Ni's explanation, Xiao Gizi's voice was also heard. The ruler that taught Qing and I a lesson fell to the ground. Because Bai Lu's wonderful use of the devouring ancestral talisman wanted to solve the demon's body. The astonished mind drove his lips to utter a surprised voice. The chiming dragon venerable is a kind-hearted doctor and will gain the entire reputation of the Immortal Boat Alliance by accident. Who dares not to recognize the identity of the dragon venerable? Taibu Si. Qing Ke was shocked. Look at Bai Lu. He opened the immortality elixir of the real dragon, and also filled the wish-fulfilling Dragon Ball. Envy Bai Lu's good luck, and at the same time worry about the Dragon Master's trickery looting. After all, through Xiao Gizi's live broadcast, Dragon Master's greedy and impulsive little movements can be seen clearly, and Taibu Lord is beside him. Otherwise, Qing Ke scolded the Dragon Master for being inhuman. Fortunately, when the last jar was opened, Dragon Master was swallowed by the dark tide of night and took the initiative to reveal his dirty and dark heart under the shadow of death. And Xiao Gizi's voice together vented Qingchue's indignation and saw Fu Xian Taibu through the corner of his eye and directly wrote the hexagrams of cursing Dragon Master on the paper. Qing Ke exclaimed. It turned out to be the devouring ancestral talisman. Exclamations were endless. With the ability to devour the world, Bai Lu chose to benefit the people of Xianzhou and devour the memory residue that induced the demon's body. The doctor's heart is kind. Lord Bai Lu, you are righteous to the world. Isn't this another way to devour the world? Fu Xian was surprised at the ability to devour the ancestral talisman, and shocked by Bai Lu's heart. He was also surprised at Bai Lu's good luck. The immortal medicine, the 7 Dragon Balls, and the devouring ancestral talisman. From the current point of view, the luckiest person in the jar shop. This is a great blessing for Xianzhou. Why think of it again, it was brought by Su Fan. Fu Xian's smile grew bigger and bigger, and his eyes looking at the live broadcast room also fell on Su Fan. That Song Yu Mao Fox is a bit dazzling. Sway Yuan. The tail looked at the live broadcast room without saying a word, even hiding behind Hua's shoulder. It's inevitable to see the real dragon immortal medicine in the live broadcast screen. What happened today? Sui Yang's tail was confused. The reincarnation fox opened in the jar shop. What kind of real dragon immortality medicine has been opened again? Look at the golden little dragon lying on Su Fan's head. The tail felt irritated. If Hua opened the jar and opened something like this, then his position would be in jeopardy. Can no longer be Hua's only one. The tail gritted his teeth. Didn't notice the Earth Dragon Ball open later in the live broadcast room. When he came back to his senses, see the Dragon Master with many evil thoughts being swallowed by the darkness. Also saw the appearance of the devouring ancestral talisman. The tail ran back to Hua's tail. Hua was confused. He cast his eyes on the jackdaw who had just woken up from the divination in his dream and asked in a thin and tender voice, "Uncle Tail, what's wrong?" After sending the eye-catching message, the jackdaw lowered his gloomy eyes with a hint of cold smile. The devouring ancestral talisman can devour everything, and naturally, it can also devour Sui Yan. Huahua's Tail shuddered in fear. Tail didn't dare to speak. This was the first time Huahua saw Tail so scared. In the past, she was always scared by Uncle Tail, but this time it was a change of fate. Huahua softened her heart and comforted Tail in a low voice, just like when she was in a bad mood, and put Uncle Tail on her tail to treat him. The jackdaw was amazed. Bailu's goal was so great: to eliminate the demonic yin body of Xianzhou. When Bailu grows to a certain extent, he will devour the pharmacist with the devouring ancestral talisman that devours the world, and then the disaster caused by Yuan Fengyu will dissipate. 10 Kings. Shui Yi opened the coffin and stood up. The 10 Kings have assigned their tasks. I just finished watching the live broadcast. Shui Yi doesn't care about the true dragon immortal elixir, nor the 7 Dragon Balls. She is a little interested in the devouring ancestral talisman. If Bailu's wish can be fulfilled, then the tasks of the 10 Kings will be much lighter. At the same time, Shui Yi glanced at the magic circuit on her arm. After the mission is over, there is another reason to find Su Fan to replenish his magic. Shanglishan Company residence. Jade. People are already numb. Devouring the ancestral talisman, devouring the world, devouring and refining all things can be turned into their own use. Devouring and refining the star field, or devouring the star god. If this grows up, it is no less than the star god. And there is also the true dragon immortal elixir as a companion, and even the 7 Dragon Balls that can fulfill wishes. Jade can't be shocked alone. Edit the recorded live broadcast well, and no one in Pierpoint can escape. Nevernight Marquis. Mr. Xian's voice was high. Look at this dragon master. He was not right from the moment he entered the room. He tried to grab the wooden hammer. He was knocked away by the jar. He ended up asking for trouble, reaching out his hand to snatch the immortality elixir of the real dragon. The desire contained in the greedy Dragon Ball has already led to death. As expected, swallowed by the thing opened from the 10th jar. One of the 8 ancestral symbols? Swallowing ancestral symbol. Awesome. The effect of the swallowing ancestral symbol. Bailu is kind and beautiful, and actually wants to swallow the memory residue of the demon Yin of the fairy boat. Our Luofu fairy boat generation of Dragon Lord has the world in mind. Sha Jin slumped in the chair. See Bailu's bursting good luck with his own eyes. One swallowing ancestral symbol is better than thousands of items. But the swallowing ancestral symbol also opened a new door for him. One of the 8 ancestral symbols was opened. Then there are still 7 ancestral talismans in the jar shop. Sha Jin believes that his luck will not be worse than Bailu's. Snack stall. Zhang Zhang did not look at the delicacies on the table. His ears were shaking, and he was frightened by the dark black tide that filled the jar shop. This terrifying ability could directly devour the dimensional piggy bank. Topa held Zhang Zhang in his arms and calmed his fear. Topa was very happy. Swallowing the ancestral talisman was good. It was really satisfying. Integrate the greedy and unrepentant dragon master into the night devouring wave. And Xiao Gizi said it well. Topa immediately sent 10 listening storms. You in the universe. In the thousands of company spaceships, in the same place in different spaces, there are countless people doing the work of moving. Dan Heng is one of them now. After being exiled by Luofu Xianzhou, Dan Heng had no destination, no place to eat, and his only thought became to get away from his hometown. So he boarded the company's ship and did the work of moving. People came and went on the spaceship. Dan Heng also got a short rest, sitting next to the mountain of goods to rest, watching the moving workers chatting together not far away, asking for flowers. Among them was a person from Luofu, Xianzhou. He said he was going to write a book about the star field travel notes, so he boarded the company's ship, and Dan Heng subconsciously stayed away from him because of his hometown. He only had memories of the cold and dark Ten Kings prison, as well as vague memories of the past in chains and the undisguised hatred of others towards him. Fortunately, the Luofu Xianzhou man was not from the Chiming clan and did not know Dan Heng's background. Alas, the signal is not very good in the interstellar. Even with the blessing of Yu Zhao, is sometimes good and sometimes bad. Look, this is the jar store, the one I told you about before. One jar costs 100,000 credit points, and you can open 10 per week. Now it's very popular in Luofu. There's a signal. In Xiao Gizi's live broadcast room, the one who opened the can today is Bailu. Noisy voices kept coming. Dan Heng seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he didn't miss any details. Wow, look, it's the real dragon immortality medicine. Did you hear that? It was transformed by the real dragon fairy king in the chaotic ancient times. Taking the dragon fruit can live a second life. The 10,000 dragon chi around this real dragon immortality medicine is terrifying. It feels like any beam of it falls on the body of the Vajra dragon clan. It's hard to say what's in the body. The blood of the dragon clan will definitely advance. Dan Heng suddenly opened his eyes. His mind was completely distracted. The true dragon immortal king in the chaotic ancient times? He had never heard of it. Isn't there only the immortal dragon god in this universe? With curiosity, Dan Heng was as cold-faced as before and reluctantly walked into the crowd, watching the intermittent live broadcast together. The true dragon immortal elixir came into view. The blood of the Qi Ming in Dan Heng's body surged, driving the hidden power in his body to surge, and he almost lost control and transformed on the spot. Fortunately, it was calmed down. Looking at the characters in the live broadcast, Dan Heng's eyes froze, and he saw Bailu with dragon horns and a dragon tail. He didn't have time to think about it. He saw Bailu open a dragon ball. Now there are two things related to dragons. Can the wish come true? Dan Heng had an impulse in his heart, wanting him to return to Luofu immediately, but he gave up because of interstellar navigation. When he saw Bailu's last jar, the dark tide that bloomed swallowed the Dragon Master. Dan Heng was speechless, cleared memory. When he exiled himself, there was this Dragon Master in the crowd, with a gloomy and resentful look. And Dan Heng also heard the ambition of the Dragon Master before his death. Through the authority of the Guardian Dragon Lord, seize the true Dragon Immortal Elixir to become the new Dragon Lord, and use the Dragon Ball to realize his wish and ambition. But all of this was swallowed by the devouring ancestral talisman. Dan Heng's mind was like a roller coaster, and he was speechless for a while, digesting the shock brought by the immortal elixir, the 7 Dragon Balls, and the devouring ancestral talisman. The live broadcast picture became hazy. Dan Heng, who was in a state of confusion, heard the parting words of the owner of the jar shop to Bailu. Who is the peak at the end of the jar? Once you see Bailu, the way becomes empty. Who is the peak at the end of the can? Once you see Bailu, everything will be in vain. Su Fan's voice sounded. Bailu quickly turned her face away, unwilling to accept this praise, but the tail behind her kept shaking, obviously very happy. Su Fan's voice continued to sound. It deserves this praise. In the universe where the true dragon immortality medicine is located, only the ancient emperor and the ancient emperor have it from the past to the present. The devouring ancestral talisman was obtained by the martial ancestor when he rose from obscurity, and he accompanied him all the way to become the master of the universe. Bailu's pupils dilated rapidly. Through Su Fan's voice, realized the weight contained, raised his hand, looked at the dark rune looming in the palm of his hand. The true dragon immortality medicine was hidden between Bailu's dragon horns, and turned over very proudly, but the body was still hidden tightly. Su Fan smiled and said, "But Bailu should work harder next time when opening the can, lest this praise will be snatched away by others." Bailu was stunned. "How can I boost my luck? Why can't I start?" Bailu said unhappily, "How can I surpass it? How can good luck last forever?" Su Chong saw Gui Naifan, who was eager to try in front of the jar shop, and gave a final reminder. "So have you thought about the wish for the Dragon Ball?" Bailu tiptoed and shouted, Of course I have chosen it. Su Fan watched Bai Lu walk out of the jar shop, and then was pulled by the enthusiastic Bai Lu. Not far away, Su Chong came over and looked forward to using the Dragon Ball. The spectators consciously stepped back, leaving a space for the Dragon Ball, and their expressions were full of expectation to see the appearance of the dragon. Bai Lu shook her clothes and took out the 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. The beads were displayed in front of Gue Naifan and Su Shang. Both Dragon Balls are here. Gue Naifan's voice was full of expectation. My 5 Dragon Balls are already ready. Like a magic trick, he took out 5 Dragon Balls of the same size from his pocket. Because he couldn't put them in his palm, he placed them not far from his feet. Under Su Shang's gaze, Bai Lu piled the Dragon Balls together. Gue Naifan faced the live camera, smiling with the idea of doing something, and his voice became extremely excited. Family, today Xiao Gizi is going to do something big. Summon the dragon, have a heart-to-heart talk, and then make your wish come true. Gue Naifan pointed the camera at Bai Lu, and Yin Zhou gestured to say something. Bai Lu faced the camera in the live broadcast room for the first time. She was a little nervous, but she overcame it easily. At this time, just smile. Let's start. After Gue Naifan's voice fell, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room began to refresh, and eye-catching messages appeared one after another. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yin Xing, if it were me, I would obtain unparalleled swordsmanship and become the new sword master of Luofu. Playing cards to death, Qingke endless and peerless card luck. Tail follower, Hua, probably, the wish to make people bolder and more cheerful. Real name surfing, Jing Yuan, too many regrets. Just want to cherish the present Luofu. Cold crow, Jackdaw, I want to finish my get-off work early and replenish the magic power I need. If I really have to make a wish, it would probably be many people want to go back to the carefree and happy childhood in the past. Snowy coat, snow coat +1. Number 35 Gambler of Destiny, gold dust +1. The only breeder of account. Topa, I want to change the environmental design of the mother planet at that time. Ms. Pei of the Pawnbroker, Emerald compared with the Dragon Ball. I want to see Namek Dragon Ball and Super Dragon Ball. Ruthless Divination Machine. Fu Xian wishes must be kept in mind. I don't know what wishes Xiao Gizi and Bai Lu will make. Summon the dragon. It's not that fancy. Just collect 7 Dragon Balls. Then, Ganaifan asked Su Chong to help hold the mobile phone holder, stood in front of the Dragon Ball pile, opened her arms and shouted, "Appear, Shenlong." The 7 Dragon Balls were summoned, and each of them burst into extremely dazzling light. The golden light curtain instantly became the only color in Jinren Lane. Boom! The golden light penetrated the sky, and the golden lightning in the gloomy sky became more and more intense, and the light shone and condensed into shape. The blue dragon body surged out from the Dragon Ball lightning, just like the blue long steps leading to the other side of the wish, which could not be seen at a glance, covering the sky of Jinren Lane and becoming the only E in this abyss. The blue dragon head was lowered to show its majesty, and its red eyes locked on by Lu and Ganifan, who were standing in front of the Dragon Ball. I can help you realize any wish. Okay, tell me your wishes. Gue Naifan retorted, "It's a lie. Boss Su Fan said that you can't realize a wish that exceeds your ability." Bai Lu was shocked. You can talk to the dragon without making a wish? Moreover, the dragon in front of him. It looks like the dragon shown by the Dragon Master. Many people from the Dragon Master tribe in the crowd were taking pictures with their mobile phones. The dragon was stunned. It was obvious that he didn't expect this situation. The wisher could find a loophole. The dragon asked majestically, "Who is Boss Su Fan?" Su Shang, who was holding a mobile phone, was stunned. Xiao Gizi's work this time was too big. It confused the dragon, and the position seemed to have changed. I didn't know. I thought it was the dragon who made a wish to Xiao Gizi. Gue Naifan waved happily to Su Fan. "Over there, the store is looking at you." Su Fan responded with a smile. Shenlong's red eyes were originally full of disdain, but after seeing Su Fan clearly, his body floating in the air froze, cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his dragon mane swelled up in fear, almost dumbfounded. That's not a human. It's the 50th Avenue. Any trace of chaos can destroy his body and soul. It is more terrifying than the god of destruction Beerus. It is an existence that is extremely terrifying. If you say, Shenlong used his own understanding ability. He thought of it instantly. He ruled 18 universes and had wiped out 6 universes. He is the Lord of all things. Fortunately, Boss Su Fan has not fully grown to that level. But Boss Su Fan's upper limit has become terrifying. Shenlong quickly stabilized his mind. He was already scared just now, and he couldn't show this state again. Shenlong shook his head in panic and said to Gunifan, Boss Su Fan is right. Dragon 5.9 beads also have limitations. Gue Naifan raised her lips and made a victory gesture to Su Chong. Balu was confused. How could the dragon see Boss Su Fan like a mouse seeing a cat? The dragon's eyes swayed casually and suddenly fell on Bailu's head and saw the figure surrounded by thousands of dragon energy. The dragon's originally shocked mind was once again in turmoil. Where did this golden little dragon come from? It was impossible to see clearly and know its true identity, which had exceeded the limit of the Dragon Ball's ability. And the peripheral vision found that in the store where Boss Su Fan was before, those extremely ordinary jars on the shelves could not be seen through. The dragon's shocked mind was slightly frustrated. Why are there unknowns and horrors everywhere? The dragon recognized the realization. Not as arrogant as before. The honest voice became as gentle and kind as possible. Tell me, what wish do you want to realize? The dragon's demeanor was clearly reflected in the live broadcast room. The only keeper of the account, Topa, who is Boss Su Fan, he almost scared the dragon into a divine insect. Real name online. Jing Yuan, he is an ordinary Luofu ferry boat person. Ms. Pei of the pawnbroker. Jade, this netizen, has a real sense of humor. Playing cards to death. Chinke the dragon is arrogant at first and respectful later, which makes people start to doubt whether the wish can be realized. Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanxing, it must be that Boss Su Fan is too powerful. Those who understand will understand. I won't explain to those who don't understand. After all, it's good to know it yourself. Take it carefully. Number 35, Destiny Gambler, Shajin. Number 35, Destiny Gambler. Shajin, do the people in Xianzhou speak in such a riddle? Snowing Coat. Shuei, my Boss Su Fan, is very strong. Just like the legend in the storytelling, he can fight 1 against 3 and fight until dawn. Cold Crow, Jackdaw. Ruthless Divination Machine. Fushuan, when did Su Fan become yours? Eye-catching message in the Crooked Post. Su Chong just glanced at it and looked at the blue dragon entrenched in the sky. The dragon was now without any majesty and seemed to have turned into a caterpillar. With a hint of cowardice in his voice, he asked Bai Lu and Xiao Gizi if they wanted to help people realize their wishes. This unreliable look. Su Chong was puzzled. Can a dragon really fulfill 3 wishes? Did you see it? Boss Su Fan took a glance, and the proud and mysterious dragon suddenly became stiff. Our Luofu Xianzhou's jar shop is still powerful, so the dragon that can still fulfill wishes looks weak in front of Boss Su Fan. That's right, look at what the jar shop has opened today. The Fox of Reincarnation, the True Dragon Immortal Elixir, and the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. Can the dragon fulfill these wishes? You know that you can't fulfill them without the ability. Hush! The dragon looked at us, and his already red eyes became even redder, and hot air kept coming out of his nose. Look at how angry you made the dragon. The dragon heard the discussion of the crowd, the things that were confusing before. At this moment, there was finally an answer. The golden dragon on Bai Lu's head should be the True Dragon Immortal Elixir that people talk about. Fox of Samsara? Just hearing the name, you know it is extraordinary, and it also involves reincarnation. Could it be the silver-white little fox in Boss Su Fan's arms? Shenlong's mind was suddenly lifted again. He almost made a mistake just now. He didn't notice it at all and thought it was an ordinary fox. Shenlong was shocked and angry. What do you mean you don't have the ability to fulfill your wish? Shenlong thought he couldn't compare to Boss Su Fan's jar, but he couldn't speak the truth without knowing it. Dragon Ball still has its merits. When Shenlong's mind was up and down, Guanyin finally decided what wish to make and said loudly, Shenlong, my first wish is. Su Shang subconsciously shouted, Little Geezy, you have to think it over. Oh, Shang, don't worry. Guanyin raised her big, smiling face. Little Geezy, I have thought it through. Su Shang asked, even if it is to forget Camelot. Guinevere put away her smile and looked determined. Shang, since Camelot was conquered by the antimatter army, my parents and soldiers have died together. We are 12 brothers and sisters, and we went humble to mine and live with the dust every day. Even now, I miss them every day and every moment. Su Shang murmured, but why? Guinevere did not waver at all and didn't mind speaking out. Shang, I can't let my parents see the disgrace now. We are 12 brothers and sisters, scattered in all parts of the universe, fighting for our own. Wait until I make a career in Xianzhou. Then I will bring my elder brother and elder sister over, and we will be happy as a family like in Camelot. Wouldn't that be the best time to welcome my parents? Su Chang's eyes flashed with distress, and at this moment she understood Guinevere's persistence. Bai Lu asked in a low voice with tears in her eyes, what if the Dragon Ball cannot be opened? Guinevere said firmly, it must be possible. Shenlong, listen carefully. My first wish is that everyone I know is safe, happy, healthy, and happy every day. Shenlong was silent. This wish is too simple. I thought Guanyin would come up with some terrible wish that is beyond himself and cannot be realized. The eyes sparkled, and the dragon roared like thunder. I heard your wish. Guinevere continued to say loudly, my second wish is that I will have good luck when I open the jar in the future. Shenlong suddenly got stuck. Guinevere's wishes are all abstract and ethereal things. Now, finally came the problem. The dragon raised his claws and rubbed his chin. It involves the jar, which is beyond my ability. Can I change it? Guanyin said. Then I will have good luck every day. The dragon's body was shining, and he completed the wish silently. This is easy. The dragon's eyes turned. He saw the owner Su Fan in the jar shop, looking over here. The dragon was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't want to stay in this place at all. He wanted to complete his wish as soon as possible and leave. The dragon looked at Bai Lu. What is your wish? Bai Lu had thought of the wish a long time ago and shouted without any hesitation, I haven't grown taller for several years. My wish is that I want to grow taller. Satisfy you. The dragon groaned, releasing the panic in his heart, and fulfilled Bai Lu's wish. Bai Lu's little face was full of confusion. He found that his sight was not raised, and it was still exactly the same as before. Why is there no change? The dragon stopped his body that wanted to run away and put his claws in front of Bai Lu to compare his previous height with the current one. Bai Lu was so angry. You only grew 1 centimeter taller. What kind of dragon are you? Bai Lu looked up at the dragon hovering in the air with a puzzled look. Guinevere asked together, what's going on? Su Chang walked up to 230 with a bad face. The dragon said weakly, Bai Lu is a member of the Qi Ming dragon clan. Her body is related to her age. The improvement just now is the limit of her age. Guinevere said slowly, in other words, Bai Lu's height changes with age? The dragon agreed hurriedly. Yes. Bai Lu, who saw the current situation clearly, said regretfully, okay. Bang! The dragon breathed a sigh of relief, and his figure suddenly disappeared without wanting to stay for a second, and the 7 Dragon Balls that fulfilled the wish also disappeared. Xiao Gizi single pusher. My Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi is so strong under his cheerful appearance. Playing cards to death. Chinke tears in my eyes. Tail follower. Hua. Xiao Gizi is too sensible. The old man must let Xiao Gizi continue to open the Dragon Ball next time. Zhang Zhang's only breeder. Topa +1. Real name online. Jing Yuan. I believe Xiao Gizi can make a name for himself in Luofu, take over all 12 brothers and sisters, and reunite the family through the Dragon Ball. This is also the warm side of the jar store. Cold crow. Jackdaw, this is the first time I see it. Real name, online speech length, similar to me. Ruthless divination machine. Fu believe in Shao Gizi. Ruthless divination machine. Fu Xian forget about Bai Lu's wish to grow taller. My height has not changed in the past hundreds of years. The dragon dispersed. Bai Lu's dream of growing taller was temporarily declared over. Bai Lu stared at the place where the dragon had stayed before, biting her lips lightly with a little reluctance in her heart, but finally accepted it all. She waited until she was older, and her height would inevitably change. Bai Lu thought of this. She was very happy and proud. She smiled at Gui Naifan and Su Shang. The true dragon immortal medicine on the top of her head was not used to crowded occasions. It flashed and came to Bai Lu's waist, opened the mouth of the medicine gourd, and went in with a flash of golden light like a swimming dragon. Bai Lu carefully raised the medicine gourd and heard the sound of the true dragon immortal medicine chewing the pills secretly. After a while, it ate all of them and regarded the gourd as its new home. Bai Lu muttered to herself that the true dragon immortal medicine was quite greedy, but after having the devouring ancestral talisman, the pills were not so important. She gently put down the gourd and looked at the spectators in front of the jar shop, and gained the long-lost freedom. The elder dragon master who bound himself was swallowed by the aftermath of the devouring ancestral talisman. Having been watching others open jars in the live broadcast room, it was finally Bai Lu's turn to open them. She also opened the 7 Dragon Balls, the devouring ancestral talisman, and the true dragon immortal elixir, which were far superior to those in the immortal boat. Bai Lu looked at the jar shop. Boss Su Fan, thank you for the jars. I'll come to open jars again next week. Bai Lu saw Boss Su Fan nod, and Moi also shook her tail at her. Bai Lu still remembered the promise she made before, and her childish voice was filled with compassion. If you feel uneasy recently and suspect that the demonic Een has attacked, come to me quickly. I'll provide free medical treatment in front of the jar shop. For a while, there was a crowd in front of the jar shop. It was also transmitted to the ears of everyone watching the live broadcast in Luofu Xianzhou through Gui Naifan's live broadcast room, and the wind and waves raised by Bai Lu blew over the sky above Luofu Xianzhou. Not far away, the cloud cavalry secretly ordered by Jing Yuan silently guarded Bai Lu. Gui Naifan looked at Bai Lu, and from this small body, she felt the unshakable persistence like a mountain and the gentleness like water that moistens things silently. This is the dragon girl of Luofu, holding medicine. Su Chang's little face was also full of excitement, and the 2 ponytails behind her were beating with her mind. The devil's body has always been an indelible haze in the hearts of the immortals. When Su Chang first learned about the devil's body when she was a child, she was so scared that she didn't sleep well for several days, worried that she would wake up and become a monster entangled by branches. Now, with Bai Lu who swallowed the ancestral talisman, try to solve the devil's body. Su Chang responded for the first time. Raised her hand high. Aye. I feel uneasy recently. I had several dreams in one night, and they all dreamed of the same picture! Look, dark circles have appeared. I can't even practice the sword well. Su Chang is actually, because the picture captured through the sword heart at Su Fan's house that night was too shocking for Su Chang, who was in her youth and sensitive emotions. The night was like a nightmare, and I dreamed again and again. Sometimes, Su Chang woke up in the middle of the night and found, in the last dream, her perspective changed. Yes, not in the wing room looking at the window shadow, but becoming a person in the dream, becoming Zhen Xian. Su Fan went from maintaining Fu Xian Taibu's eyes to wiping the residual oil on Xian Yuan sword carefully and gently, and became the master of the sword. Su Chang, who was of the same mind as the sword, experience and feel from a first-person perspective, even if it was a dream. After Su Chang woke up, she felt it was too real, and her body was covered with sweat, soaking her pajamas, making people miss and escape from the strange dream. Gui Naifan did not have so many psychological activities as Su Chang. Want to see the operation of the devouring ancestral talisman? and the first person to eat crabs. It just happened to be Shang Shang. Gue Naifin was deeply moved and immediately stepped up to bring the show effect to the live broadcast room. Gue Naifin shouted to the live broadcast camera, to the excited crowd on the side, and to Bai Lu, who showed the temperament of a doctor who saves the dying and the wounded. Shang Shang is the first one. Come closer. Bai Lu waved to Su Shang. Stretch out your hand and open your mouth. Su Shang did it obediently. Walk in. Stretch out your right hand, and on the white and rosy palm, there are several thin ministers from practicing swords. Open your mouth, too. The rosy and exquisite little tongue, hidden behind the silver teeth, showed Bai Lu the tongue coating alone. Excessive worry and depression in the heart are still far from the devil's own body. Don't hold things in your heart. Just do it if you want to, and you'll feel much better if you release it. Bai Lu is worthy of being a famous doctor who can cure diseases with medicine. He can see Su Shang's symptoms at a glance. The palm of his hand flashed with an ancestral talisman that could swallow the world, and swallowing emotions was effortless. Bai Lu asked, "Do you want me to help you swallow these emotions?" Swallowing emotions? Faced with whether to clear it, Su Chang hesitated, then raised his head and said, "This part of tempering the state of mind, I won't bother Bai Lu." Bai Lu nodded and shouted, "Next." Gue Naifin was very curious. What could Su Chang have kept in her heart? She also dreamed of the same scene many times in one night. Could it be? Gue Naifin had a guess in her mind, but she couldn't be sure now, and a sense of urgency arose spontaneously. Taibu Si. Chinke, where are you going? Taibu Lord, of course, is to clear the inducement of the devil. You can't fall into the devil's body while working overtime. Taibu Lord, how about granting this half-day leave? Wait, I want to go to Shun Sum Mansion. Jing Yuan stood up, walked past the table that was shattered by Moi, walked out the door. Bai Lu's voice from Gue Naifin's live broadcast room echoed in my ears. Speaking of which, I'm indeed ill. I need to borrow the devouring ancestral talisman to dispel the evil spirit. Sui Yuan. Hua Hua hesitated to speak. Tail hid directly in Hua Hua's tail, sorting out his emotions and thinking about how to calm down his emotions to face Hua Hua, who would open the can in the future. Hua Hua finally couldn't help it. Judge Jackdaw, if we go there now, Jinren Lane will probably be packed with people. Then do we need a judge to maintain order, so that someone in the crowd won't suddenly explode with an evil spirit? At this time, a tall and cold figure came over. If you listen carefully, you can hear the meshing sound of gears. The voice of the Golden Man Soul Catcher was mechanical and indifferent. Judge Jackdaw, the Ten Kings Order orders you to go to Jinren Lane. A faint smile appeared on Jackdaw's gloomy face, and while maintaining order and testing the distance between himself and Moeen, he could also see Su Fan up close. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. When Jackdaw came to Jinren Lane, he found that it was completely different from what Hua Hua had imagined. There were no huge crowds or traffic jams. Instead, under the guidance of the Cloud Cavalry, a long line of people formed in Jinren Lane, stretching from the front of the jar store to Shanglishan. Moreover, the number of people in line was still increasing. At the front, it was the fast-running Qin Ke. Emperor Yuan Qiongyu played too much. Did you get cramps again? You don't need to stack cards to exercise your flexibility. Look at I devoured the ancestral talisman. This black death light makes people despair and fear. Master Taibu, I may be devoured like Master Long, and my inheritance will be given to you. It really doesn't hurt much. Miss Bailu is really amazing. Xiao Gizi and Su Sang helped enthusiastically, sharing Bailu's worries, and shouted together. Next, Fu Xian. Qinke, I've remembered the inheritance. Well, Fu Xian Taibu, is this master? It's not a problem with the demon body, but good. Fu Xian Taibu, there's a helpless spirit in his body to devour the ancestral talisman. The memories and emotional illnesses of the people on the ferry boat have been erased. Strange. Nothing to be curious about. Next, General Yuan. General, You won't see the doctor this time for another symptom of being unable to open your eyes, right? No, no. I came here to ask Bailu to clear the demon, then devour the ears. The black light, as dark as nothingness, is indeed extraordinary, devouring the negative mental residues that have been deposited by the immortal boat people for a long time, as well as the collapsed and broken structures in the body. No longer carrying the weight of time, the body is completely renewed as if it has become hundreds of years younger. The demon body was ended by the devouring ancestral talisman, but it is not eternal. Wait. Observed at the level of the order, it was found that there is some devouring power in the body, constantly devouring the new memory sediment residue. Swallowing the ancestral talisman, so terrifying. Bailu really ended the demon body. It is a great achievement to allow the immortal boat people to leave the world with dignity. Jing Yuan's sigh and surprise sounded in the sky above Jinren Lane, shaking people's hearts as much as thunder. General Shun Su's words. General Shun Su's approval. The flagship of the Xianzhou Alliance, General Shun Su's conclusion. It ignited everyone at the Jinren Lane and also ignited every Luofu person who learned about the scene through Gui Naifen's live broadcast room, as well as everyone who came to Luofu from other Xiances. The excitement are visible to the naked eye. More are tears of joy and tears streaming down. A person's life, nothing more than a dignified life and a dignified death. The traces of the rich fairyland are also traces of longevity and plague. It is difficult for the Xianzhou people to die with dignity throughout their lives. Dying on a battlefield is the most dignified way for the Xianzhou people to die. Now, it has been broken. The Xianzhou people can finally face death calmly like normal people, instead of worrying that they will become the evil creatures of the rich and become the ghosts and minions of the rich after death to kill. Bailu looked at the people in front of her as if they had been reborn. The little hand didn't know where to put. She just did what she could and implemented the benevolence of a doctor. Besides, to obtain the devouring ancestral talisman. In addition to good luck, more to thank. Bailu looked at the jar shop. The faint sobbing and tears of joy in the Golden Man Alley continuously flashed in front of Bailu's eyes. And the general who ignited all this, just right empathy, grateful for the changes that Bailu brought to the immortal boat. Bailu held the devouring ancestral talisman in her left hand and the medicine gourd of the true dragon immortal elixir in her right hand, and shouted, 880, thank Boss Su Fan. It was his jar that brought the devouring ancestral talisman. And who will be next? Su Fan. Tens of thousands of grateful eyes, all cast on his face. Su Fan took it calmly. Su Fan said softly, this is all the jar shop. A small contribution, without Bailu's good luck and the erasure of the demon's in body. Boss Su Fan is too modest. Gui Naifen outside the door shouted in her heart at the first time. Su Chang's eyes were blurred by Su Fan, and suddenly she thought of Bailu's solution to the disease before. Just release it? Is it really necessary to do this? But Boss Su Fan is really charming. Integrity, selflessness, and humility are all in line with Su Chang's aesthetics. Under the guidance of her family since childhood, she yearns for this chivalrous spirit, not to mention that he is willing to help others. Help Shui Yi to repair the puppet circuit, cooperate with Jackdaw to replenish and organize the magic elements of the Eye of God, and considerately maintain and transform Fu Xian's Dharma Eye, if it is to temper the state of mind. Su Chang thinks there is no problem. Qin Ke, who did not leave immediately after the inspection, flashed his eyes and fell on Su Chang and Gui Naifen. He saw that their eyes looking at Su Fan were getting more and more wrong. I couldn't help but think of what Fu Xian had said to her before. Now the situation has changed. It seems Xiao Gizi may have to repair the magic before her, and Su Chang may even surpass her. Qin Ke took a deep breath. Bisi, just like Yuan Xiongyu, who is a big name, will not give up easily when he make his mind clear. Fu Xian saw the jackdaw who maintained order. He looked across the crowd and smiled at each other. He was proud of Su Fan. He was also proud of the victory of devouring ancestral talisman over the demonine body under the blessing of Bailu's luck. At the end of the short interweaving, he caught the taste of competition. Fu Xin chuckled, showing his calmness and composure. Yukong's home. Qingni's tail was opened, lying on a sofa motionless, looking at the live broadcast room sickly. And behind him, it was Yukong, who was ruthless and gentle in applying medicine. Qingni pouted. Why did her mother do that? Qingni also learned her lesson and would not mention her partner's words again. Anyway, the words were buried as seeds and would take root and sprout sooner or later, growing taller and denser, allowing her mother Yukong to live out her second life and embrace the belated youth and beauty. Hey, look, mother! After the general's personal experience, swallowing the ancestral talisman can indeed dispel the evil spirit. As long as they don't talk about flying warriors and the topic of the partner in Su Fan, the relationship between mother and daughter will be extremely harmonious. Yukong stopped applying the medicine, with a smile on his face, and it was hard to tell that he was the majestic look holding the ruler before. It is also a very important event for the ferry boat. Qingni tilted her head slightly, hearing what Bailu said again. All the changes are attributed to Su Fan. Qingni's eyes then locked on Su Fan in the live broadcast screen. The pain around the tail distracted her attention, and her eyes gradually became blurred. The shadow of Su Fan was in her eyes. Mysterious, powerful, cherishing the weak, and extremely humble. Everything is in line with the Fox people's aesthetics. If it wasn't reserved for her mother Yukong. Qingni wanted to personally chase this wind that was more charming and dizzying than the star raft taking off. Qingni's expression. At this moment, it caught Yukong's eyes. This obsessed and passionate look. Needless to say, Yukong's heart skipped a beat. Uneasy. Could it be that he denied Qingni's previous thoughts? Qingni began to fall in love with Su Fan. For Qingni, as a mother, Yukong can do anything. It's her fault. After repeatedly hitting Qingni's flying test, he came into contact with the Ken store and saw various Ken opening videos. Attention began to shift to Su Fan. Yukong wanted to find a suitable time to remind Su Fan not to pay attention to Qingni. Scale Abyss Realm. The waves of the ancient sea were still as loud as ever, and the momentum was vast. Walk to the middle. Walking to a square, you can see a mighty stone statue of a dragon standing here, looking at the ancient sea for who knows how many years. It is also the Xianlong Daling Hall. The attendant who takes care of Bailu. Yunyu and Huanqi stood side by side, looking at the Dragon Master of the previous generation of Luofu Yinyujun era standing under the dragon statue. Taoran, this great elder with extraordinary status. Because of the Yinwei rebellion, the old man who withdrew from the ranks of Dragon Masters sighed on the spot. I didn't expect that Oppenheimer, who claimed to be the author, had just finished telling the distant story of the Five Dragons' migration. There was such a big mess inside the chiming. This generation of great elders robbed Bailu of the treasure of opening the jar in the name of guardianship. Huanqi, feeling guilty, lowered his head. Yunyu was puzzled. Didn't the traitor jump out? Didn't the elder who took over Tao Ran's position as Dragon Master be swallowed by the devouring ancestral talisman? Is there anything else? Tao Ran has seen all the scenes about Bailu, including the scene of him performing the devouring ancestral talisman in Jinren Lane. True Dragon Immortality Elixir. Devouring ancestral talisman. These two, all in Bailu's hands. Luo Fu Jiming. No. It should be said that the entire Jiming clan and Luo Fuzhou will change because of Bailu. Ending the demonine body is just one of them. Tauron's old and wise eyes seem to see the impact of the true dragon immortality elixir on Bailu, not to mention that the immortality elixir was transformed by the true dragon immortal king. Bailu's future path is broader than that of all the Qiming clans. Tauran suddenly chanted, Luo Fu Dragon Lord. In charge of the Zonglong's legacy, he controls the clouds and rain, and is responsible for guarding the immortal Jimu. His title is Lord Yinyu. Now the oath is broken, and only Bailu is left. Swallowing the ancestral talisman, the immortal elixir of the real dragon. True dragon, immortal king? Unpredictable, unknowable. Taorin stopped and looked at Huanqi. Do you know your crime? Huanqi panicked and retorted. What crime have I committed? According to the order of the Dragon Master, I serve Lord by Lu day and night. Look at the statue of the Dragon Lord in front of you, and I'll give you another chance. Huanqi looked at the statue of Lord Inu, and looked at the former generation of Dragon Lord who had retreated behind the scenes during the time of Lord Inu. Master, after struggling for a long time, said if Bai Lu doesn't hand over the can opener, he me Lao. Go to the assassination. Tao Ran sighed desolately. His body became more hunched. The person who gave the order has been swallowed by the devouring ancestral talisman. After misjudging Yin Jun, he misjudged the new Dragon Master Elder. Huanqi lowered his eyes, intending to assassinate Luofu, Dragon Lord, and would go to the Ten Kings Division to receive punishment. Yin Yu found that the previous speculation was correct. Another traitor jumped out and even intended to assassinate Bai Lu. Yin Yu felt confused. He was obviously alternating with Huanqi day and night, so why didn't he find out that he had such evil intentions? Yin will bring a few words to the Dragon Masters for me, Bai Lu. Devouring ancestral talisman in the left hand, true dragon immortality medicine in the right hand. Shocking the immortal boat alliance. If you don't know what's good for you, I will turn your decree into a Vajra egg or expel you from the immortal boat, and no one will help you speak. Yin, you remember it. Marquis Bai. Shajin was speechless. The devouring ancestral talisman that devours the heaven and earth and refines everything. It was actually used to devour the source of the demonic Yin body. This is too much of a waste of talent and a waste of resources. This is beyond the level of the Order Envoy, and is no less than the ability of the Star God. But it is used to save the dying and the wounded. Shajin listened to Shi Yin and others, who were ecstatic because the demonic Yin body had a cure, and lay on the chair and looked at the sky with a sigh of relief. Wait a minute. Shajin seemed to have figured something out. He slapped his thigh. Bai Lu, this is a really good trick. Having the true dragon immortal elixir is already jealous and enviable. If the devouring ancestral talisman is used for other purposes, not to mention the Feng Rao, people who have a blood feud with the immortal boat, even other forces in the universe will be ready to move, fight for, or even kill Bai Lu. But the devouring ancestral talisman is used to erase the demonic Yin body. Yes, the news of opening the can cannot be covered up, and the news of being able to wipe out the demonic body is also the same, not to mention that the latter can also stir up bigger and more turbulent waves on the 6 immortal boats of the Immortal Boat Alliance. Wipe away the worries of the Immortal Boat people. Then Bai Lu will become the only one who guarantees the future of the Immortal Boat Alliance with a benevolent attitude. Luofu Longzuan is really good at it. Sha Jin was shocked, and after coming to his senses, he found that there were layers of cold sweat on his forehead. If Bai Lu could hear Sha Jin's thoughts, he would definitely type a big question mark. I really didn't think so much. Snack stall. Topal looked at the barrage scrolling on the screen of the live broadcast room, all praising Bai Lu's righteous act. Zhang Zhang also shook his body happily. The owner of the snack stall was overjoyed and excitedly announced that Topal would be free this time because he was too happy. There is no hidden danger of the demonic body. The immortal boat people ushered in a dignified ending that they had been looking for, enough to make people grateful. Topal was thinking about how to write a report about Bai Lu opening the can and fulfilling the wish of the dragon. I was hungry. I chose to fill my stomach with Zhang Zhang first. Shanglishan, the temporary residence of the Interstellar Peace Company. Jade walked back and forth in the room. Her black satin high heels stepped on the ground, making a dull and puzzled sound. It was to think about Bai Lu's motive. None of the Dragon Lords of the Vajra was simple. At a young age, he learned to buy people's hearts with the devouring ancestral talisman and tied up with the entire Xianzhou alliance, so as to dispel others' prying of the things obtained by opening the can. He also used the demoning body. He seized the life gate of the Xianzhou people and became indispensable. Jade had classified Bai Lu's danger as the same level as the Emperor Bao, Seven Heavens General in his heart, and must not be deceived by his immature appearance. When thinking about whether to report to Diamond, through the screen of the live broadcast room, I saw another figure walking into the can store to open the can. Before the combination, Bai Lu's unspeakable good fortune, Fei Tsue paused, stopped the creaking of her heels, and decided to wait a little longer. Jinren Lane. People came in and out. The number of people seemed to have reached a balance. Bai Lu discovered the source of the demonic body that had been devoured and refined for hundreds of years had all turned into pure and vigorous vitality, constantly nourishing the body and blood. The dragon horn on the head. It itched. The same was true for the tail behind. Purple-blue dragon scales appeared on the little arms and calves, and the dragon energy became more and more intense. Bai Lu panicked. She was very worried about turning into a dragon at this moment. Suddenly, the gourd on her waist shook. Bai Lu signaled the person in front of her to wait, picked up the gourd, opened the bottle, closed one eye, and looked at the real dragon immortality medicine inside. The golden dragon pointed at the gourd and then at Bai Lu herself. Bai Lu understood something. The gourd on her waist is not an ordinary medicine gourd. In addition to being able to perform medical skills to treat the body, there is a small cave inside, similar to the storage bag opened in a canning store. When the body can no longer bear it, the vitality refined by the swallowing ancestral talisman can be stored in the gourd cave. The golden dragon is medicine. Then it naturally needs to be nourished and grown. And the excess vitality is the best nutrient. After Bai Lu was reminded, the swallowing power was connected to the gourd, storing the endless vitality. The real dragon immortal medicine cruised in the sea of vitality, and the whole dragon became very smooth and cheerful. The square dragon energy that had become dim before gradually returned to normal. Moreover, it is still constantly promoting the condensation of the dragon fruit. Bai Lu is very busy. She didn't notice it at all. Gue Naifan and Su Shang were whispering. Gue Naifan's big eyes rolled around. Su Shang nodded frequently. Su Chang took small steps without anyone noticing, and took advantage of everyone's attention on Luofu Xianzhou to be attracted by Bai Lu's ability to devour the source of the demon's body. The chicken was stolen successfully. She bypassed the guarding Yunqi army and slipped into the jar shop. Su Chang walked into the jar shop. First, she coughed very powerfully. Then, it was so cool to imitate the heroes in the storytelling. Holding Xin Yuan's sword, he slapped 1,000,000 credit points on the counter. Boss Su Fan, bring 10 jars. Su Fan responded, Lady, you are so elegant. Lady, please give me flowers. Su Chang lost her composure in a second and lay on the counter with her hands on her stomach, tilting her head and laughing at Su Fan. Ha, Su Fan, you are so good at it. Su Fan placed the jars on the counter, looking at Su Chang, who was quiet and showing a rare tranquility, and whispered, Isn't this an immersive experience for the guests? Immersive experience? Su Chang's eyes lit up, and she looked at the silver-white little fox in Su Fan's arms. Well, can Emo Xie give me a hug? Emo Xie tilted her head. Ming, Su Chang insists I'll get off. Emo Xie refused. Woo, woo, yawned, turned sideways, and ignored Su Chang, and the demonic power flashed and disappeared out of thin air. Su Chang was bewildered. How could such a big little silver fox disappear in the blink of an eye? Su Fan, where is ya? Mo Xie? Su Fan looked inward. I saw it. Mo Xie used the 50th Avenue to shape the Tai embryonic universe, and used it as a soul pet space to absorb and exhale the chaotic energy to recuperate. Su Chang suddenly whispered, Was it going to reincarnation? Su Fan flicked Su Chang's forehead. Reincarnation. Mo Xie just went to rest. Su Chang didn't care about the redness on her forehead, but stroked her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, you scared me. What if Mo Xie opens the reincarnation? It's a pity that I haven't opened all the jars yet. Fu Xian wanted to take Qin Ke to check, and then return to Tai Busi to continue working overtime. But as Su Chang's actions came into view, Fu Xian smiled without leaving a trace. He patted Qin Ke's shoulder. Qin was originally confused. After seeing Su Chang's successful expression, the mind froze for a few seconds. The previous worry about replenishing the magic seemed to be realized. At this time, Fu Xian whispered, "It's time to go back to Taibusi to work." Qin was determined. He would continue to slack off in Taibusi. At the same time, when night fell, he would go to Su Fan's house to ask for advice on how to speed up the awakening of the transparent fruit. Ginelifan was in a dilemma. She didn't know whether to broadcast Bailu's free clinic live or to broadcast Shangshang opening a jar live. Ginelifan used her wisdom. He found a perfect angle, which just accommodated Bailu and Su Sang. The two originally contradictory things were taken into account at once. Family members, please pay attention. Today's jar opening journey can be recorded in the history books. Yukong, open the Fox of Reincarnation. Bailu, open the Real Dragon Immortality Medicine and the Swallowing Group Talisman. I don't know. The Rookie of the Yunqi Army. What kind of death will Su Sang open? Moi entered the soul pet space. Without this clinging little fox, Su Fan felt empty in his arms, but he got used to it quickly. Looking at Su Chong, he asked, "Have you chosen the jar?" Su Chong held the Xianyuan sword, showing the demeanor of a swordsman, and pointed the sword at the jar. This one. The 10 kings were in a frenzy in the chat group. They were all surprised and astonished. They all wanted to open the jar. At this time, the 10 kings of Luofu received a message. It was from Jinyuan. Yunqi Shaowei Yanqing had already captured the cultivators of the secret teachings of the king of medicine of Shanglishan. The leader who was hiding in the crowd, combined with the past, and the past recorded in the jade omen dropped by Zi Yueji, found clues by unraveling the mystery. The identity of the leader of the secret teachings of the king of medicine was about to be revealed. That was Dan Ding Division, the current head of the Dan Shi, back to the district. The jar shop accelerated the whole process, using the jar to lure the rich, venomous snake hidden in the dark out of the hole. A voice sounded from the throne of the 10 kings. "Now I give you a new task, to capture the leader of the secret teachings of the king of medicine of Shanglishan." Leader? Shui raised her eyebrows. Now that he has regained his body and mastered the Vajra force, he just needs an opponent to test his strength. And the leader of the Medicine King secret teaching jumped out. Because of the previous, the 10 kings wanted to deduct the time of returning to life. Shui asked first, "Count it as 1 day of returning to life." "Of course it counts." The female emperor looked strange. Why did the Shui judge have such an idea? The 10 kings would not deprive the judge of the time of returning to life casually. Shui asked confidently, "Target, Dan Ding Division, Dan Shi, Chong, Dan Shu." The voice of the 10 kings came slowly, shaking the hearts of Shui, and Jackdaw. How could it be the Dan Ding Division? The Dan Ding Division used elixirs to treat Luofu Yunqi and everyone. If the drugs containing catalytic acceleration of the demon's Yin body were mixed in, the situation of Luofu Xianzhou would be very critical. Thinking of this, Shui, who merged into the crown puppet and reappeared her body, caught what it was for a long time, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead. I felt a little scared. The same is true for Jackdaw. This leader is hiding so deeply and has even taken the position of Dantian Chief, a high-ranking official in the Danding Division. The general has checked all the recipes related to Dan Shu and sent them all to the Taibu Division to use the Qiongguan formation to divine whether there are hidden dangers. The answer is yes or no. If the elixir that catalyzes and guides the demon's Yin body is used on people, Dan Shu might have been exposed long ago, and she would not have been caught through clues now. The voice of the 10 kings is also like a reassurance pill, calming the panicked heart. There is no time to lose. Jackdaw and Shui bowed to the 10 kings and headed towards the cave where the Danding Division was located. The longer Dan Shu was in the Danding Division, the more hidden dangers there would be. Danding Division. Dan Shu found Elder chiming Longshire. The corners of Dan Shu's mouth twitched slightly. Elder chiming Longshire was also watching Gui Naifan's live broadcast, and the live broadcast screen was now the auction in front of the jar store. Dan Shu was very calm. He did not interrupt Longshire's attention. When the two judges in the live broadcast room left quietly, the farce of the auction gradually ended. Dan Shu slowly said, "The jar shop is really good. Just looking at the golden pupil is like seeing a giant dragon entrenched in the sea of stars." Dragon Master was silent. The expression on the old face was not affected, as if it was an ancient well that would not stir up any waves. Although Dan Shu could not see, but he could keenly capture the changes in Dragon Master's breathing and held his breath slightly when he mentioned the golden pupil. It is said that the Dragon Ball can fulfill 3 wishes. The number of the Chiming clan is determined in the dark, and the so-called new clan members are born and reproduce through reincarnation. But in the third war of the rich people, the emperor's bow descended to the world, and the light arrows destroyed the evil creatures. The Chiming clan and the Fanghu Xianzhou suffered heavy losses and is still repairing. Master Long, don't you want to use the Dragon Ball to change the current situation of the Chiming clan? Master Long glanced at Dan Shu, his Adam's apple rolled, and the old voice that sounded was filled with a sense of decay. Go on. Why not use the Dragon Girl to open the jar? There is a certain connection between dragons and Dragon Balls, and the 2 missing Dragon Balls can naturally be opened. Master Long smiled. I didn't expect. Chief Dan Shu, you care so much about my Chiming clan. Dan Shu shook his head. It's just caring about my colleagues, and I have a little selfishness. Oh, Dan Shu raised his hand and pointed his eyes. I want to know whether the dragons summoned by the Dragon Ball can change the natural deficiency of the people on the ferry boat. Master Long fell into a long-lost silence. He struggled in his heart. Since the Luofu Inwe Rebellion, the title of Dragon Lord of Luofu ferry boat fell on Bai Lu. Bai Lu, with only the title of Dragon Lord, but not the power of Dragon Lord. Dan Feng's willful behavior caused the interruption of the Dragon Lord inheritance. Bai Lu, who has a name but no power, and Dan Heng, who escaped Luofu under the indulgence of the general, and who was powerful but unknown, one of the 2 must be wiped out. This is the will of Luofu, Xianzhou Dragon Master, and even the influence of the general and other Xianzhou Jiming cannot shake it. But now, Luofu Dragon Master sees a choice. With the jar, the famous but powerless Bai Lu will become a famous and powerful Dragon Lord, and the pseudo-dragon he represents will also become a real dragon. But there is no dragon who has not inherited the Chongyuan Pearl and has been baptized by the magic of dragon transformation, and will not dream of re-experiencing the past of the dragon ancestor. Is he the new lord of moon drinking? Sometimes the aliens are more hateful and unacceptable. The struggle in the heart of the Dragon Master is getting deeper and deeper, but if he can really open the Dragon Ball, who doesn't have some desire in his heart? Dan Shu is not in a hurry. Time is passing, and it will not give an answer. Dan Shu said without leaving a trace. The Dragon Girl is not yet an adult. If she follows you to open the jar, the decision of what will be opened is still in your hands. Dan Shu glanced at the sky outside the window, adding a small weight to the balance of people's hearts, and then left the room without staying. After a long time, the Dragon Master raised his head, looking in the direction where Dan Shu left. There was a faint light in his eyes. Why can't the Dragon Ball fulfill his wish? The deadline is coming. If he returns to the ancient sea to lay eggs and be reborn, will he still be the leading elder of the Dragon Master in the future, and can he still control the power of Luofu, Jiming like today when there is no Dragon Lord? Desire for power. Desire for life. The Dragon Master has made a decision in his heart. Dan Shu strolled on the street. He walked at a steady pace, not too fast or too slow, at the same pace as before. Not to the interior of the Danding Division, but to a hidden port. There, Ms. Pei of the pawnbroker, Emerald judging from the current situation, it is indeed the case. Is the anchor interested in meeting offline? Number 35 Gambler of Destiny. Gold Dust, I wonder if Su Chong can master the innate sword embryo with the sword heart? Invincible Swordsman 123. Yanching my sword head, my sword leader, please don't, Boss Su Fan, don't interfere with the Star Martial Arts with the jar store. Cold Crow, Jackdaw, while there are many people, I will catch some fish and leave a striking message. Don't worry too much about the upstairs, and don't feel bad now. It will be more uncomfortable later because the jars have not been opened yet. Snowy coat, snow coat. Inside the jar store, Su Sang raised her eyes. Her originally clean and pretty face was filled with extraordinary determination, and the sharp edge of her heart and body tempered by the sword was revealed. Su Sang grabbed the ball of light and refined it in an instant. I, Li Su Sang, will not lose to the innate sword embryo. I suppress my state of mind with my sword heart. A cold voice, blooming with boundless confidence. The glow on her body was shining, resonating with the Xianyuan sword in her hand, condensing into a phantom of a sword. Su Sang frowned. It condensed into the word Chuan, and the fine sweat on her forehead slowly fell into it, just like her mind was trapped in the great rivers and mountains and wanted to climb and conquer. Her eyes were more determined and serious than ever, fighting against the flying sword of thought that appeared in her mind. The elusive, innate sword light and the sword energy in her body fought and made her body full of holes. In the collision, the constantly released sword aura and sword light tore the body and brought extreme pain, while the overflowing majestic innate sword force continued to repair the body. Instant destruction and instant repair. Su Chang's cheeks turned pale. She bit her lips subconsciously, letting them be stained with blood, and her persistence was full of bloody charm. Jian Xinru's body began to break. The whole person seemed to be falling into the abyss of 10,000 swords, and as long as he fell, he would be doomed. 1.0 But Su Chang was very tired. Jian Xian and Jian Shi were defeated by Xiantian Jianguang, and his spirit was like a broken body, and sweat silently wet his whole body. Every drop of sweat on his body was like every insurmountable mountain of kendo. Su Chang wanted to give up. Jian Xian was completely broken at this moment. His eyelids also fell with 1,000 pounds of force, and his vision became blurred and dim, looking at the world in front of him in confusion. I failed your expectations. Su Fan, Su Chang murmured in his heart. The hearing also became hazy. Su Chang saw that boss Su Fan's mouth was moving, and with her hearing becoming hazy, she heard the whole sentence. Goodbye, Su Chang, holding the sword rainbow, not afraid of the years or the wind. Sword rainbow. Inside Su Chang's body, the sword energy that had almost dissipated suddenly burst out, and the sword was as powerful as a rainbow. Rush straight into the sky. Assimilate the innate sword energy. The sluggish spirit suddenly burst out, just like a magic sword coming out of the body. The Xianyuan sword was surrounded by aura, endless. Su Chang shouted, Sword, sword, is the king of all weapons. The Luofu cloud cavalry mostly uses battle swords. For the Xianzhou people, swords and jade generally have special meanings. The Xianzhou people wear jade jewelry made of jade to show their jade-like virtues. And swords, most of them are treasured at home. It is used to fulfill the dream of traveling the world with a sword when young. In Guangzhou, it is the most famous sword-making place in Luofu, producing a large number of flying swords controlled by true qi, sharp blades for close combat, and flexible soft swords. Not only for Xingtian martial arts performance, it is also to occupy the huge market demand in Luofu, Xianzhou. Master Gongshu pushed his glasses and looked at the sword body that had just been cooled and formed. His love for smelting was like looking at a child. Cheng Jia, who also belonged to the Gongzhou company, avoided the heat wave on the upper sword body. He asked curiously, Master Gongshu, how many swords have our Gongzhou company sold in the past 100 years? This question, Master Gongshu pondered. Luofu is not as good as Zhuming, but there are still millions. So few. Cheng Jia was a little disappointed. Master Gongshu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and said angrily, The Gongzhou company strives for excellence, and all the swords sold are precious swords. At this time, the mobile phone rang, and Cheng Jia looked at the content shared by his colleagues. The mind was quickly diverted, indicating that the jar store had opened, and the items that could eradicate the evil spirit were available. Master Gongshu sighed. Sheng Jie represented most of the young people in Xianzhou who didn't listen to people and liked to be distracted. Clang! The new sword jingled and was attracted by something. It interrupted Sheng Jie. It also interrupted Master Gongshu. Boom! Similar sounds were heard not only here, but also in other places. Sheng Jie looked at the new sword that seemed to be flying away and wondered, what happened? Master Gongshu keenly discovered that the state of many swords when they were shaking, it seems to be pulled by something, and the sword tips are all pointing in the same 10 directions. The voice just fell. The sword flew up. The sword not far away also flew up. The swords of the entire Gongzhou division flew into the sky together. Iru's reverse flying waterfall rushed to the sky, forming a sky curtain of 10,000 swords covering the clouds and flying towards the Jin Rinjian. Sheng Jie had never seen such a scene. Under the cover of the overlapping sword curtain waterfall, the mobile phone fell to the ground with a bang. Iru said in a lost soul. The text message just now said, and also said, Su Chong opened the innate sword embryo, and the 10,000 swords flying in front of us were probably caused by Su Chong. Master Gongshu opened his mouth wide, unable to imagine and understand. She knees but hurts. Fortunately, Yukong did not punish her again. Instead, he sat aside and watched the live broadcast. Watching Suchong open the can, Qingyi keenly discovered that the pioneer flying sword brought back by her mother was shaking and moving on its own. Qingyi rubbed her eyes and found that it was real. Not a mistake. Qingyi shouted, Mom, look, your sword is about to fly away. And just at this moment, Suchong's voice came from the external live broadcast room. Sword is coming. The pioneer flying sword. It left the wall and started in the air. A silver track appeared and suddenly disappeared in the room. Yukong was speechless. The fox of reincarnation that was opened was abducted by Su Fan. Now the pioneer flying sword that was opened was also abducted by Yuan Yuan's sword. Qingyi didn't understand. Looking out the window, I saw a scene that I will never forget in this life. All the swords in the caves of Luofu, Xianzhou, flew together in the sky above the caves, and the sword aura condensed into a strong wind, bringing unparalleled pressure, flying towards the Golden Man Lane. The swords sealed and suppressed in the 10 Kings' nether palace were summoned to fly over the Gate of Wonders, carrying murderous aura and sword light, flying towards the Kanshop. This day, Qing and I, flying in the sky. All those who looked up at the sky in Luofu ferry boat. They all saw who is the master of the world's famous swords, the Marquis of Nevernight. Li Qiye pretended to be a dead crow. He was afraid that the sword river connecting the sky and the earth above the sky would fall from the sky and pierce it. Mr. Xian took off his sunglasses. Together with the spectators, he raised his head. He stared at the long river of sword power composed of millions of swords. At the same time, he remembered Su Chang's amazing "Swords Are Coming" in the previous live broadcast. Sha Jin looked at the sword curtain obsessively, because he was numb to the sight of opening cans. Behind the railing next to the snack stand, Topa looked up at the sky, and the baby in his arms felt a little uneasy. He had never seen such a scene before. Behind him, there was a sigh. It's like the world-destroying light arrow of Emperor Bao Siming. It caused Topa's resonance. Chong Letian. Fei Chui held up her mobile phone to record. Her eyes were solemn. Su Shang, who was integrated into the innate sword embryo. A sword came, like the light arrow of the hunting star god. It's more like the divine hammer that King Amber built to make the universe stronger and open a new era. No matter what, tomorrow, the 10 people of Shur Xian will open the jar. Taibu Si. Qin Kei's eyes were wide open. Fu Xian's eyes flashed between his eyebrows. A total of 3 for 26, 51 flying swords. Qin Kei wanted to complain. Taibu, you are so free. Just finished speaking in his heart. Qin Kei saw Fu Xian's eyes looking at him. Qin Kei, can your transparent ability make the sky curtain of the sea of swords transparent? Qing Chue's legs were so scared that they went limp. Sui Yuan, the tail that had just recovered hid in Huahua's tail again. Hua raised his head. The fox's ears shook with excitement and excitement, looking at the sky-covering sword curtain from afar. I can't be happy anymore. It's the Jinren Soul Catcher. 10 Kings Order. All the idol judges, Hades and Wubian, get ready to go to Jinren Lane to retrieve the escaped 10,000 swords. Jinren Lane. The people queuing up like a long dragon all looked at the millions of flying swords in the sky, which were flying towards the jar shop in a magnificent way. Bai Lubing didn't even look at it, stared blankly, thinking about the mastery of the devouring ancestral talisman at this time. Can it be swallowed? This sword cloud that fills the sky. In the medicine gourd on the waist, the immortal medicine of the real dragon turned over, independent of the world and undisturbed. Jackdaw took a break from his busy schedule, and a look of surprise appeared on his gloomy face. Shaking the Luofu immortal boat, a scene that has never been seen since its birth. Feeling very comfortable. It's great to just look at the sky quietly without doing anything. In the distance, Jing Yuan. What scene have you not seen? This scene is really unheard of. It's like the arrows of Emperor Bao, Siming, came in response, crossing the distant universe and sea of stars. The one who created this scene. It's not Emperor Bao, Siming, nor other star gods, but the newcomer of the Cloud Cavalry, Su Chang. 860. In the jar shop, Su Chang's temperament is completely different from before. Dullness and ignorance are swept away. After being integrated into the innate sword embryo, the sword heart is transparent and dust-free, and the long hair dances without wind, surrounded by the Xianyuan sword chi. It's like the land sword fairy has come to the mortal world. But the only drawback is the very surprised face instantly destroyed the temperament of the sword fairy, just like Su Chang with a little bit of stupidity before. Is this what I did? At this moment, Su Chang looks like a 4-star soul with a blindfold, with a kind of beauty polluted by the innate sword embryo. Su Fan asked back, "Could it be that I shouted for the sword to come?" Su Chang was a little panicked. This time, she summoned millions of swords, which means she summoned the sword of Luofu, Xianzhou. Then the jar store can be called the sword store. What should I do? When in doubt, ask Jian Xin. Jian Xin? Su Chang's Jian Xin was clear and cut off all distractions. Her eyes became firm. The sword rushed straight into the sky. It penetrated the center of the sea of swords, stirred up the 10,000 swords in the sky, and slowly turned the magnificent sword energy as if to tear the Luofu cave heaven apart. The land sword fairy's temperament returned again. Su Chang lightly rebuked. 10,000 swords go back. Everyone on the Luofu ferry boat saw the most unforgettable scenery again. Millions of flying swords rushed down from the sky. The sword shadows were as fast as rain, and it was spectacular. Where did it come from? Where did it go back? In an instant, the sword cloud disappeared, and everything seemed like a dream. Summoning millions of flying swords. Repel the people of millions of flying swords. The land sword fairy Su Chang turned to look at Su Fan, smiled and touched his chest, and said happily, "Su Fan, I did it."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.